Stick with me, we are diving into a crazy story. It is Academy combat test time. Top students hit the simulation arena, facing down summoned monsters to prove their raw power. The class gets split into standard squads, 2 warriors and 2 mages. The absolute second that countdown hits 0, a skeleton warrior spawns in. Suddenly, one mage totally ditches the backline. He sprints straight up front and absolutely obliterates the monster with one mana-charged punch. His entire team completely freezes in shock. Even the veteran professor is left completely speechless. The top-tier warriors just stand there, totally stunned, watching this guy smash monsters barehanded. More skeletons spawn, so our boy activates Mana Weapon. It is a super rare physical damage skill, and he solo clears every single floor. Everyone is losing their minds over his insane strength. Level 2 drops a Drog, a beast so scary it would make the professor sweat bullets. But this kid, he literally just laughs it off. Minutes later, the arena is totally trashed. He blitzed past level 10 flawlessly, totally solo, and absolutely shattered the all-time speed record. The whole class is going crazy trying to figure out who this absolute beast is. Meet Yi Hyan, but get this, before he was overpowered in his past life, he was a low-rank nobody, literally just a walking human shield for mages inside dungeons. During a quick raid break, he is checking his stats when the system suddenly crashes. Out of nowhere, a creepy voice tells him to follow a green light. He is spooked, obviously, but honestly, the guy has 0 family left and absolutely nothing to lose in life, so he just shrugs and chases after that mysterious glow. While walking, he keeps trying to open his system window, but it is completely dead. A few minutes later, he stumbles right onto a secret green door hidden inside the dungeon. Yi Hyan gets hyped and marches straight into a room that literally looks like Mount Olympus. Sitting right in the center is a glowing artifact, the Lost Eye of Odin, the only mythic tier item globally. Its main perk is absolute calculation. It analyzes any magic spell and totally dismantles it. Plus, it unlocks ancient runes, and using a blank card, you can literally copy your enemy's powers. Watch closely, you and I are about to see why he is a nobody. His first thought, sell the priceless item. Bro really wanted to pawn god-tier power just to get mugged later. Luckily, there is a catch. Once equipped, it is permanently stuck to you, so our accidental genius keeps it and heads back to his squad. His buddy Myung-ho was stressing over him vanishing, but our main character jogs back with a huge grin, promising to buy him drinks. His friend is totally confused since Yi Hyan has literally always been broke. Suddenly, as the team advances, the dungeon's ceiling caves in, and thick toxic gas floods the entire area. The Meteor Guild squad instantly starts coughing up blood. Right in the middle of this total chaos, an invisible attacker brutally stabs Myung-ho with a sword, right before passing out. His dying buddy tells Yi Hyan to run, and he absolutely books it without a second thought. Our guy clearly skipped cardio day though, and has to pause for breath. In that split second of weakness, the enemy sneaks up behind him, swinging a chained blade that completely slices his arm. But the craziest part, the killer is his own raider agent, Young-woo Min. The dude just smiles and casually admits he moonlights as a hitman. He got paid big bucks to wipe out the entire guild, and Yi Hyan is next. The fight kicks off, and Yi Hyan knows he is completely cooked since Young is an A-rank mage. While getting absolutely pummeled, his brain is racing, trying to figure out who actually funded this hit. Mid-run, a memory flashes, his own dad calling him useless garbage. He asks if his father ordered the hit, and the mage just laughs, mocking how smart he is for a D-rank. Ouch, that stung. I know what you're thinking, that is messed up, right? Well, it gets worse. His own dad paid this hitman to kill his mom 5 years ago. Wait, what? The hitman lunges for the kill, but pure instinct kicks in, and Yi Hyan finally equips the Eye of Odin. Jung steps back, totally rattled by the insane aura erupting from him. He tries a sneak attack. But our boy stays ice cold and shatters the chain at the exact last second. The glasses-wearing villain completely freezes because his magic is suddenly useless. Yi Hyan hits a nasty combo, breaks the spell, and straight up steals the ability for himself. Out of attack options, the panicked villain tries to pop a defensive shield. But our MC spams the skill again and instantly shatters his defense. Running purely on rage, he finally avenges his mom. Hitman down, but Yi Hyan is so heavily damaged he just collapses, totally out of gas. He literally gets a mythic item, gets overpowered, and immediately dies. Classic, normally it is Truck Kun doing the work. But here, System Kun hits the factory reset button and straight up yeets him 11 years into the past. Suddenly, an Usura goddess pops up offering a helping hand. The second he grabs her hand, he jolts awake inside his younger middle school body. He glances around, spots a picture of his mom, and without hesitating, sprints right out of the room just to give her the biggest, tightest hug ever. Later, chilling alone, a sharp chest pain totally snaps him back to reality. A system prompt pops up, confirming today is November 15th, 2020. He actually time-traveled, and his body is already 20% healed. Panting hard, he sits there questioning if he is just having a crazy dream. But one look at this messy room confirms he is back home. A system notification chimes in, dropping a brand new quest titled "A Break is the Mother of Success." The mission is super simple, literally just rest up until he is fully healed, and he gets a blank card reward. He lets out a massive exhale, trying to chill. His brain is spinning, he died fighting, then this new system yeeted him 11 years backwards straight into 8th grade. He checks the wall calendar and realizes the deadline to enroll in Mills Academy hasn't even happened yet. He spots an old sticky note reminding him to pick the martial arts track. He grabs a pen and aggressively crosses it out. No way he is wasting this legendary second chance on physical combat. This time, he is becoming a full-blown mage. Later, eating dinner with his mom, he is fighting back heavy tears. She definitely notices he is acting super weird. I mean, earlier he literally tackle-hugged her crying the second she walked in. Now, she softly asks if something is bothering him. Slapping on a fake smile, he brushes it off as a nightmare. But remembering her death, that was pure trauma, way worse than any dream, finally gathering some courage. He tells her they need to talk, and she smiles, listening closely. She can already sense he is probably second-guessing that intense application to Mills Academy. She knows that academy is insanely brutal and competitive, so she reassures him a normal high school is totally fine. No pressure at all, but instead he drops the bomb. He is switching his major to the magic division. His mom just laughs warmly and completely supports it, even though the pivot from punching stuff to casting spells is super random. Still. She trusts her kid, she pats his cheek, telling him to just chase his own happiness, magic or not, and honestly, she tells him to never sweat the money. She supports him unconditionally. He breaks down crying again. And trust me, you and I are going to love watching him crush his twisted father, Min Sung-ho. Alright, you and I are about to watch an A-rank raider sprint back for pure revenge. So Yi Hyun immediately kicks off his basic, hardcore training. He scores a blank card for beating his first quest, getting totally jacked. Yi Hyun still does not fully get this Nornir system. But hey, if it works, no complaints here. Using his past life memory, he can snatch epic dungeon loot first, plus his old guide experience is a massive advantage. Right now, his skills are just martial arts, absolute calculation, and blitz chain copied from Youngwoo Min. He kicks back and checks his system stats. Just as expected, his level and base stats are right back to where they started. But get this, he kept his old passive skills, plus 2 new maxed out ones, one who is observed by the gods and Supreme God's Eye. He already knows his other 2 skills. Time to check those passives. First is one who is observed by the gods, a completely broken skill for fast growth using divine blessings. It kept his passives active through his regression and hands out bonus stat points per level. The catch, a bunch of creepy Usura demigods are watching his every move. Next up, Supreme God's Eye. This god-tier passive basically lets him see straight through lies, sketchy illusions, and hidden truths. Then there is his active skill, Blitz Chain. It whips out electrified, paralyzing chains, but spamming it totally drains his mana. Checking the rest of his stats, absolute garbage, but he desperately wants to boost his magic since that is the key to his whole new vibe. Endurance matters too, surviving long fights is everything, so after running the numbers in his head, he decides to save his new blank card for a healing skill. Offense is covered. Even in 2020, when mages get ignored, healers are super rare. They get treated like royalty. A healing mage, instant respect. But here is the catch: you and I gotta realize finding a healer to copy is brutally hard. Last time, he burned a card on Youngwoo Min out of pure desperation. He is not wasting this one when the system might stop handing them out. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. His eyes blow wide open seeing Kim Yushin on the screen. She is his oldest childhood friend. The the girl who shared his dream of hitting Mill's academy to become a raider. In his past life, she died right in his arms. This time, he will save her. He smiles reading her text. She wants him to tag along to Saintess Yu Sung-yoon's big seminar. That completely hypes him up. Yu Sung-yoon is a legend for her magic, especially her sacrifice magic. Zero hesitation, he grabs a hoodie, tells his mom he will be back, and dashes out. He texts Kim Yushin he is on his way and sprints to meet her. Meanwhile, a sweet Rolls-Royce cuts through traffic. Inside, Saintess Yu Sung-yoon sits quietly while her manager checks the schedule, freaking out that she is totally overworking herself. She claims she is fine, just exhausted, reminding him that sacrifice magic literally drains her own life force. Her manager looks super stressed, wishing anyone else had healing skills like hers. He knows this burnout will destroy her eventually. Soon, Yi Hyun and Kim Yushin hit the event. She enthusiastically drags him through the massive crowd. He teases that she only brought him along as a GPS so she would not get lost. Flustered, she snaps back, telling him to shut up. Then she goes completely quiet, basically admitting he is right. He just keeps roasting her terrible sense of direction despite being so smart. Jokes aside, Yi Hyun is thrilled she brought him. If he can copy Yu Sung-yoon's sacrifice skill right here, it changes the entire game. It could be his absolute biggest weapon in Korea. Grabbing their seats, they are totally blown away by the massive crowd, but honestly, it makes sense. She is the Lotus Guild Master, a legendary healer famous worldwide, even in an era where raiders are basically treated like disposable meat shields. She constantly puts others first. As she walks out, the crowd goes absolutely wild. Yi Hyun watches like a hawk, waiting to copy that skill. Here is the twist and I should remember. In 2 months, her own sacrifice skill will totally ruin her health during an Itaewon raid. Copying it means he could save her life. Meanwhile, Kim Yushin gets way too hyped, slightly annoying Yi Hyun. On stage, the Saintess talks about Yggdrasil bringing pure chaos and monsters wiping out humanity, but even in this absolute nightmare. She tells everyone to never give up. She begs them to trust the awakened and step up as raiders themselves. The crowd screams in absolute support. Yi Hyun admits she is totally right. Fighting frontline monsters is straight up terrifying, making people terrified to become raiders. He knows that better than literally anyone. Since he almost sold Odin's eye just to escape raiding and get rich safely, walking out, his friend will not stop hyping up the Saintess. Yi Hyun endlessly teases her. Then he casually mentions he called her mom for a ride since her sense of direction is totally hopeless. She tells him to ride with them, but he brushes it off, saying he has other plans. Before bouncing, he casually drops that he is switching paths to focus entirely on magic and might need her help later. He walks off, leaving her totally stunned and confused. Yi Hyun searches the area and spots the Saintess's car. Smirking, he walks up, but the manager instantly blocks him, loudly declaring they are absolutely not doing fan meet and greets right now. Yi Hyun fiercely claps back that he is here to see director Yo Yoon Seo-yeon. The manager just sighs in pure annoyance, ordering him away. Telling him to respect her privacy since she hates these random interruptions. But Yi Hyun stands his ground, firmly stating he is no fanboy. He exposes that Lady Song Yo Si-yoon has an incurable illness and claims only he can heal it. The director instantly goes completely furious. Grabbing Yi Hyun's collar, he demands to know his source. Yi Hyun stays ice cold, telling him to chill out and pointing at the staring crowd. She rolls the window down, asking if he can prove it. He answers immediately, "Trust me, you and I gotta see what happens next." "All right, stick with me here." He claims he can cure her. She's super wary but gives him a shot. If he's faking, it'll be obvious real quick anyway. Still, his crazy confidence just makes him look more sus. She tells her manager to clear the schedule and drags the kids somewhere private to talk. She cuts straight to the chase. How does he know about her sickness? Yi Hyun basically says, "Sorry, that's classified. If she keeps pushing, the deal is completely off." She actually laughs at his sheer guts, then asks the million-dollar question. How exactly is he fixing her? Yi Hyun plays it totally straight. He'll copy her sacrifice skill. That absolutely stuns her. The manager totally loses it, screaming at Yi Hyun. Does this kid even get what a unique skill is? How could he possibly copy her exclusive power? See, unique skills are basically S-rank abilities, absolute top tier. You only get them through straight-up bloodline inheritance or an ultra-rare personal awakening. Unlike normal moves, you can't just break down or copy their formulas. That's exactly why they stay locked to one specific person or family. Yi Hyan coolly replies that he already knows all that, otherwise he wouldn't even be here. The boss lady quickly tells her manager to chill and says they'll hear him out. She asks if he can actually do this, and he confidently says yes. Her issue is the sacrifice penalty. Healing requires a skill of equal or higher rank. Plus, since sacrifice demands an offering to the gods, she literally can't use it on herself. Ultimately, she gives him the green light. Her magic starts glowing bright. Yi Hyan is totally hyped and copies the skill instantly. A system window asks if he wants to store sacrifice in his blank card, and he smashes accept. Now watch closely. The copy finishes, and he literally forms the sacrifice power right in his palm. Both of them are absolutely speechless. Before healing her, Yi Hyan figures he better lock down their deal. But man, this skill is totally broken. It blasts a healing wave that completely restores allies and wipes debuffs. Against undead, it flips into an attack called Judgment of Light. But the craziest part is, since he used a blank card, he gets 0 original penalties. She asks what he actually wants from Lotus. On the outside, she's totally cool, but inside, she figures playing a middle schooler will be a total cakewalk for the Lotus leader. But Yi Hyan doesn't mess around. He wants full sponsorship. She chuckles, asking if he means raider training support. He drops a quick yes. It's his ultimate dream, and getting stronger takes serious cash, elite connections, and heavy backing. Totally impressed by his guts and raw power, she agrees with one catch. Yi Hyan is amazed. She refuses to back down in negotiation. She points out that her sickness is a personal problem, not the guild's. What he's asking for demands resources from all of Lotus. And Lotus definitely isn't running a charity. Yi Hyan just tells her to name the price. If it's fair, he'll think about signing. His brain is calculating every wild scenario, but her answer is super simple. She wants him in Lotus. He asks if she's actually serious about recruiting him, so she drops her reasons. Number 1, he dug up top-secret info about her illness. Only a few elites knew that, meaning his intel-gathering skills are absolutely off the charts. Number 2, he flawlessly copied her sacrifice skill. She's never seen anything like it, and is dying to know if literally anyone else can pull that off. Yi Hyan sweats a little at that. I mean, he can't exactly admit he time-traveled, or that his overpowered system is basically letting him cheat with skill copies. You and I both know she's totally hooked, right? She lanes in close for reason number 3, even as a young kid. He didn't even flinch facing the Lotus boss, and she loves that energy. In his past life, Lotus crumbled when she died. Since he's saving her, joining them is a massive speedrun to power. Still, he's wondering how a contract even works here. He's underage, and signing kids is straight up illegal. Flashing a smile, she brings up priority negotiation rights. Yi Hyan totally knows this loophole. It lets guilds fund a raider trainee before they hit adulthood. Then, the second they become an adult, that guild gets absolute first dibs on signing them. Yi Hyan never dreamed he'd score a sweet deal like this. Especially after getting rejected by complete trash guilds in his past life. She's definitely a fan. Yi Hyan stands tall and says it's healing time. Her offer is super tempting, but he wants to finish the job before locking in his answer. As he steps up, the manager is still sweating bullets. He knows the kid has power now, but he's terrified he might accidentally use some cursed black magic on her. I mean, even top doctors failed. A second later, she feels the magic wash over her and instantly notices the crazy change. The manager's jaw drops. He instantly bows to Yi Hyan, practically begging for forgiveness for doubting him. Yi Hyan just brushes it off. Obviously, a random kid sounds shady. But the manager keeps hardcore apologizing for his attitude. Yi Hyan tells the boss it's a wrap. She's completely cured. She stands up, walks to the window, and blasts her magic. She's literally in tears, realizing every single symptom just vanished. She calls it a total miracle and asks if he took any recoil damage. Nope, his cheat version is penalty-free. Yi Hyan just smirks, telling her she can pay him back later. She is all for it. Handing over her business card, she tells him to seriously think about the guild offer. She swears she'll make it incredibly worth his while. But Yi Hyun drops one final request before leaving. Cut to the very next day, the manager escorts him straight to a low-level Lotus Guild dungeon. He's here to grind hard and boost his stats for Mills Academy. The guild hooked him up with everything, even loaning out premium gear meant for actual members. Still, the manager is stressed, warning him that soloing is crazy dangerous. Yi Hyun just says he needs the pure XP. Just to be safe, the manager hands over a warp stone. Crush it and he instantly teleports outside the gate. It's a little bonus for saving the boss, and Yi Hyun happily pockets the safety net. He steps through the portal. Right away, he senses it's just an E-rank zone, total child's play. Still, the manager's voice echoes, bail immediately if things get weird. Trust me, you're going to want to see this. Hands suddenly grab his mouth, and the system screams he entered Helheim's Field of the Dead. Meanwhile, back at Director Yoo Soo-hyun's office, she's actually sweating. She knows even an E-rank gate is insanely brutal for a complete rookie. All right, you and I are about to dive into one wild ride. She knows this kid is special. He picked that gate for a reason. Then someone knocks and gets permission. A lady steps inside. The director asks for that promised update, and the woman hands over Yi Hyun's file, reading through it. She is absolutely stunned. The guy wants to be a martial artist, even with his insane talent for magic. Crickets in the room. Even the employee handing over the report is completely clueless. All she can say is the records are spot on, unless the machine totally glitched out. His magic aptitude is sitting at 97, shortly after. The director calls manager Appa. She tells him to hit her up the exact second Yi Hyun leaves that dungeon. She needs to see his skills firsthand. Meanwhile, Yi Hyun drops right into this creepy spot called the Field of the Dead, slamming super hard into the dirt. Looking around, straight up graveyard, he struggles up, coughing his lungs out. Before he can even process things, an undead archer pops up and starts blasting. He reacts super late, taking a nasty cut to the face. Then another monster jumps in. Totally annoyed, Yi Hyun wonders if that attack had paralysis poison. He quickly heals up using his sacrifice skill. But then, a bunch of zombies spawn. And weird black souls swarm above him from every angle. They rush in, firing non-stop. But this time, Yi Hyun literally catches an arrow and crushes it, completely fed up. Over elsewhere, Kim Yoo-young stares at the director's autograph. She's super salty that Yi Hyun ditched her, especially since he knows she gets lost so easily. His recent vibe just keeps bugging her. The guy used to absolutely hate attention, but now he is suddenly down to hang out. He also never used to ditch her like this. Plus, he is randomly switching to magic class, even though he always hyped up wanting to do martial arts. She literally cannot understand it. He is usually super careful and never acts without a reason, so she starts blowing up his phone, scolding him for ditching her. Now pay attention here. Back in the dungeon, Yi Hyun turns totally pale when ghosts spawn right in his face. Even worse, they are super organized. He rocks a staff made by a Lotus Guild blacksmith. This dungeon, Helheimr, is the literal land of the dead, ruled by Loki's daughter. It is tied to Norse myth worlds, lands of ice, fire, giants, elves, dark elves, and the Vanir gods. Helheimr is easily the darkest and coldest spot of them all. A totally brutal spot for beginners. Even so, Yi Hyun is super hyped to test himself. He activates Goddess Nora's sacrifice skill. On dead monsters, it turns into this massive area attack called Judgment of Light. A monster lunges, but Yi Hyun just smacks it away with his staff, sending it flying. Then he loads up Blitzfire and absolutely blows it apart. That kill drops 70 experience points for defeating a Death Wraith. He keeps chaining attacks with every drop. His grin gets huge as the sweet experience keeps rolling in. Next up, he jumps an undead archer and cracks it right in the head. The hit lands, but his staff snaps. The monster still goes down, though. Seeing his busted weapon, he turns completely pale. Bro realizes he was fighting like a total brawler, not a mage, and ruined his gear. So he quits messing around and pops sacrifice again. Holy Judgment of Light nukes the monsters, burning them to ash. After scooping up the experience, he finally catches his breath. He heals up to recover mana, feeling super lucky to even be breathing. That fight definitely taught him not to get a big head. Judgment saved his life this round, but next time could be game over. He decides to bounce, but realizes he has zero clue how to exit. He grabs his warp stone. Before he can use it, a terrifying wave of mana spikes right behind him. He turns, nothing. Then something blitzes in, and suddenly his throat is getting crushed. He lifts his broken staff and violently stabs his own thigh. Dude hurts himself on purpose just to stop screaming and pulling more enemies. Insane. I know what you're thinking. The system finally reveals the dungeon boss, Nightshade. The level gap is insane, practically begging him to run away. He reaches for that warp stone, but the boss cheap shots him, knocking it away. Minjun slams into a wall, coughing up blood as his health completely tanks. The system is screaming at him to use a healing item immediately, but he gets zero chance. The monster is already in his face, launching another wild attack. Right when he thinks it is game over, the monster just completely freezes. Minjun just stares. Then, a woman's voice echoes through the dark cave. She looks straight up like a goddess. She orders the monster to back off, saying she brought him here as a totally honored guest. This crazy half-demon, half-angelic elf drops a bomb. He is meant to be the adversary. Minjun has absolutely zero clue who she is. She thought he would crush this monster easily, but sees he is just some kid with totally average mana. She literally cannot understand why Loki chose him to fight the mighty Aesir. Meanwhile, Minjun is barely staying conscious, blood pouring everywhere. He knows he cannot die here, not after getting a magical second chance, seeing his hardcore resolve. The lady admits he has some guts, but says he is way too weak for this role. She starts choking him, warning that if he does not level up soon, she will end him. Still, since he is important to their plan, she spares him this one time. She tells him to get insanely strong and completely wreck Nightshade. If he does, she will hook him up with a reward, but he gotta move fast. A main quest pops up, Hell's Trials. Kill Nightshade within 2 months. This mystery woman is Hell herself, Loki's literal daughter. Clear the quest, get a gift, fail, you die. Creepy hands drag him into the dark, and everything just fades black. Then that blonde goddess from his regression pops up again, still speaking that super weird language. A second later. He wakes up back in reality. Getting up, he realizes his injuries are totally completely healed, checking his shiny new status window. That insane quest is still there. It was all real. The woman was actually Hel, ruler of Helheim. He still does not get this whole adversary thing, but the word definitely rings a bell from when he got the Nornir system. With so many huge questions left, like why he even regressed and what this crazy role means, he knows one thing for sure. Dude needs to get stronger fast. If Hel was serious, the second he slacks off, she will literally kill him. Still, he lets out a laugh. At least his life will not be boring anymore. But man, the road ahead is long. He still has zero clue how to fight like a mage and lacks even basic spells for weak mobs. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. He checks his phone, tells the director he's coming tomorrow, ready to sign that contract. Come along with me, you and I are watching Minjun hit the Lotus Flower Guild today. Inside, he totally gets why they treat him like a VIP. His mage aptitude is 97. Hitting the office, he totally lights up seeing the director. She just radiates this calm, boss-level confidence, and he is definitely paying attention. They exchange a super warm hello. She drops the contract perks, and Minjun is genuinely mind-blown. The guild is straight up covering his living costs. They will replace broken B-rank items for free and hand over a massive cut of raid profits. That is Elite rank treatment. But right before signing, he drops one wild condition. The director tells him to spit it out. He admits he just switched from martial arts to magic literally a month ago, so he is still a total newbie. Because of that, he wants her personal training. The manager is absolutely shook that he is talking this boldly to the big boss. Unbothered, Minjun asks if she is cool with that before signing the priority contract. She just laughs at the crazy request and actually agrees. He says thanks, and she teases that her expectations are sky high now, but first he has to prove his talent. He totally saw this coming though, it is exactly why they want him. So what is the catch? The director just snaps her fingers, and boom, blue energy forms a massive mana cube right behind her. She tells him to just survive it. Minjun is completely speechless. She smirks, saying a true genius needs to handle at least this much before joining her squad. This mana cube, it is a brutal test for B-rank mages to measure sensitivity, and barely any awakened mages can actually stomach it. Now pay close attention here, guys. He thinks she's trying to scare him off, but she promises the contract stays even if he totally bombs this test. With zero chance to back out, he steps up. The director signals her panicking manager, who knows even veteran raiders seriously struggle inside this thing. But the boss lady insists our boy is built different and needs testing. Shaking, the manager finally turns the insane cube on. As it revs up, Minjun actually freezes, feeling that crazy heavy pressure. The director pushes him on and he finally walks right into it. Once inside, the manager is basically sweating bullets watching a kid trapped in there, but the director stays totally chill. Her gut says he's going to crush this. Inside the cube, Minjun is literally floating in an ocean of energy. Surprisingly, he can breathe perfectly. That is a massive relief, since hyperdense mana usually makes people violently sick or worse. He remembers the catch. The only escape is finding one single door hidden in a crazy maze of swirling whirlpools. He focuses hard, then he senses a tiny hidden crystal pulsing with absolutely insane magic. It is like the entire sea is stuffed into it. Outside, the manager is totally freaking out while the director just smiles. She nervously asks how long this test takes. The director casually drops that the record is 40 minutes. Hearing that, the manager realizes Minjun is either gonna die or make history. The director is betting on history. Suddenly, both women absolutely freeze as the crystal inside the cube literally starts to crack. The manager checks the clock, only 10 minutes. While they are panicking, Minjun feels that massive power inside and just cracks a wicked grin. Figuring breaking it is the way out, he swims over, grabs that stone tight and crushes it in one epic squeeze. Cracks explode everywhere. A system pop-up announces his new passive skill, Crystal of Mana Operation. Boom, the cube totally shatters, leaving both women absolutely horrified. Even S-rank beasts need an hour for this, but our boy cleared the whole thing in just 26 minutes. He smashed the 36-minute record by the EU genius Camilla. The manager rushes over, grabbing his hand and hyping him up. The director joins the hype, desperately asking how he won so fast. When he casually says he broke the crystal, her jaw drops. That thing holds all the mana. Nobody can find it, let alone destroy it. Shattering it means his mana pool is bigger than the actual cube. She completely bursts. With excitement, swearing to make him the world's greatest mage. Meanwhile, we cut to Kim Yoo-jun, who is super annoyed he is running late. His mom agrees, complaining he is ignoring his phone. Suddenly, a ridiculously flashy Rolls-Royce rolls right up to them. I know what you're thinking, absolute flex, right? They are totally stunned as Minjun steps out, smiling and waving like it is nothing. His mom instantly thinks he is doing shady mob stuff, while Yoo-jun is just mad he looks so chill. Inside, she demands the whole truth. First up, why switch to the magic class? He casually shrugs, saying martial arts was a dead end and the paperwork is already signed anyway. She keeps pushing for the real scoop, but he flips the script. Why is she even here? Are her parents stuck at work? She nods, saying his mom said she could crash. Her folks work at a massive monster processing plant doing international shipping all day. So she always hangs here since their moms are besties. Moving on, he drops a request, teach him magic theory since he is a magic student now. She immediately asks what is in it for her. Sighing, he asks what she wants. She says she hasn't totally decided yet, but finally demands one free wish. He is cool with it, but gives her a 1-year expiration date. She accepts the deal, looking super annoyed. While he secretly bets she will totally forget, but when he jokes about what wild wish she might pick, she snaps and tells him to shut it. That just makes her red in the face, aggressively hugging a pillow. While they keep bantering like an old married couple, Mom yells for dinner. But they totally ignore her, starting a full-on pillow fight. Honestly, with this crazy chemistry, do not be shocked if her big wish is a marriage proposal. Meanwhile, dark ravens swarm a creepy forest as a guy in black just absolutely shreds monsters with his sword. Guys, meet Minjun's badass dad, Minshang. Hold up, an armored dude praises his insane dungeon clear, then quickly begs Minshang to join his guild. But dad refuses, staying solo. The guy begs, promising Scarlet Guild status, but Minshang just mocks him. Trust me, you and I are gonna love what happens next. Stick with me here because things get wild fast. Minshang drops strange chains, ranting about human greed. A second later, he vanishes completely, the armored guy totally clueless. After that creepy encounter, we pan back to the director kicking off Minjun's very first magic lesson. She wastes zero time getting this class started. straight into sparring mode. She orders him to strike her with everything. He freezes up, but he really can't say no. Taking a deep breath, he puts his guard up, locking down any weak spots. Relying on his pure martial arts training, he throws a solid punch right at her, waiting for a dodge. Nope, she just smirks. The impact blasts a massive dust cloud everywhere, but when the air clears, Minjun is staring at her hand, catching his absolute best punch like it was nothing. That right there absolutely shakes him to the core. She keeps that creepy, calm smile while he scrambles backward to create distance. He underestimated her for being a healer, but now, he knows for a fact she packs S-rank Raider-level strength. Brushing off his hit, she instantly starts roasting his terrible footwork, his entire stance and bad habits scream martial artist, and real mages never just charge in blindly. Then she hits him with a pop quiz on the core difference between magic and martial arts. He answers that fighters use weapons up close while magic stays at long range. Spot on. She explains the meta: mages debuff targets from a distance, then the melee brawlers move in to secure the final blow. Wanting to prove her point, she calls her shot. She's attacking next to show him how a real mage fights. Hey, if he gets injured, she's a healer anyway. Sweating bullets, he readies himself. Crazy blue mana sparks on her fingertip, blasting out as a lethal beam. Narrowly dodging by rolling away, he gets the green light to counterattack. He pops his blitz chain, launching intense lightning arrows right at her face, triggering an absolutely massive explosion. The smoke clears and she is flawlessly untouched. Shocked by his A-rank power, she still lectures him. Raw damage is garbage if you miss. So she casually shoots a magic arrow right back. It's locked onto his face and pure panic sets in. He takes it completely head-on, but somehow, bruised and battered, he stays standing. Now watch closely, things escalate here. Impressed by his insane durability, she drops the training wheels and unleashes a raging storm of blue lightning. But boom, he triggers absolute calculator, shattering her magic instantly. She is totally speechless. He just reverse-engineered her spell to delete it. Blown away, she demands to know what other tricks he has. Yehu basically says, find out the hard way. Instantly, the ground right under her feet explodes with raw energy. The hit connects, but she literally blocks it one-handed. Still, the sheer force leaves her hand trembling. She is mind-blown. He cast a spell that incredibly fast. Yehu keeps the pressure up, dropping a literal rain of arrows, but her shield tanks everything. Now she's genuinely confused. How is he casting without speaking a single word? Yeah, pros can shorten weak spells. But his magic hits like a truck. It makes zero sense. Meanwhile, our guy is completely drained of mana, struggling just to stay on his feet. He finally snaps, calling her an absolute monster. Rocking a super smug grin, she steps up, calling him a pretty fascinating kid with crazy potential, but still a total rookie. Bam, she sweeps him off his feet, slamming him into the dirt before he can blink. He didn't even process the move. She just laughs. That is what decades of combat experience looks like. Reviewing his crazy skill set, she hyped up his brawling and that buttery smooth spell casting. That insane reverse calculation trick definitely scored major points. She realizes he could invent a fighting style totally unique to him. So boom, she claims him right there, officially stepping up to be his personal mentor. Crazy part, he is literally her first student ever. Fast forward, Yehu and Shin are just chilling there, completely lost in their own thoughts. His friend glares, snapping him back to reality while he clicks his tongue, swearing he's paying attention. She's just been crushing ice cream this entire time, which he paid for as her so-called tuition fee. When he asks how she isn't stuffed yet, she flexes that she could eat this forever and orders him to focus up. Right in the middle of her lecture, a system notification flashes. His magic knowledge levels up, boosting his efficiency stat by 5. Honestly, he's so tired of these pop-ups. Every single new trick triggers them, pushing his growth into overdrive. I know you're thinking this progress is insane, and Lady Kim agrees. Doing 2 months of work in 48 hours, total cheat code. But he just shrugs it off, arguing it's basically the exact same as her photographic memory for martial arts forms. That excuse just ticks her off, and she yells at him to call her master. Honestly, she's super salty because he's speedrunning the magic she spent years grinding to learn. At this crazy pace, he is going to lap her soon. Sighing, he finally uses the teacher title, completely flexing that his speed is just pure, natural talent for magic. But behind the jokes, his real motivation is way darker. He refuses to get destroyed by hell. Changing the subject, she admits how totally baffled she was when he wanted to pursue martial arts instead. Now she's practically screaming, demanding to know why he ever considered dropping magic when he is literally built for it. While Yu Young and Yihu are deep in study mode, a sudden flash hits him, a guy's face, a heavy memory bleeding over from his past life. Yu Young snaps him back to reality, asking if he's solo grinding for the big practical exam. He covers it up, mentioning another teacher is helping him out. Deep down, though, he can't stop wondering if that past life hallucination was actually real. Suddenly, reality hits hard. Hell only gave him a brutal 2-month deadline to take down Nightshade. He shoves the weird visions aside. No time for distractions right now. He pivots back to his secret project, a powerful pill he's crafting to buff global raiders and shatter his own current power ceiling, too. Over at the Lotus Guild Training Center, manager Park Sung-yi is observing the raiders, loudly critiquing their sloppy mistakes. Spotting Guild Master Seonjeom Goryeon nearby, he hypes up the fresh recruits, noting their average rank is way higher than last season's batch. Except she completely zoned out. Snapping back, Seonjeom Goryeon quickly apologizes. He smirks, betting she's spacing out over Yihu, and yeah, she totally admits it. The manager drops a reality check. Multiple top raiders already tried mastering the exact technique she wants to teach Yihu, and every single one failed hard. Seonjeom isn't worried. She reminds him they both witnessed Yihu's freakish talent. The kid moves like a seasoned veteran, not a single ounce of wasted energy. She is willing to bet everything that the next S-rank magician to shake the world will definitely be Yihu. As a healer, her own battle impact has limits, but if Yihu rises up, the whole magic world flips. You and I just gotta wait and see the chaos unfold. Alright, stick with me here. You're about to watch Yihu try to brew a mana enhancement pill. It permanently boosts the magical power of whoever takes it. Literally every single magician wants one, but boom, the mix fails again. He angrily chucks his spoon, having already completely wasted 3 whole batches of super expensive ingredients. At this rate, he'll be totally broke. See, right now in November 2020, nobody has a clue how to brew this. The actual recipe won't exist for 5 more years. But before our guy time traveled, Yihu actually saw the exact recipe dropped by a legendary alchemist. That alchemist literally released it for free to help raiders survive. Realizing trial and error is just burning cash, Yihu suddenly comes up with a seriously genius backup plan. He needs to track down Li Yisang, the future absolute genius who invents it. Even if the brewing fails, getting tight with this guy is a massive win anyway. Yisang is just a freshman at Mills Academy right now, so Yihu heads out. While he's gone, his friend Yu Young swings by and finds his kitchen looking totally cursed and disgusting. His apartment is such a complete disaster zone that she seriously wonders if he got attacked, almost dialing 911. Gripping a frying pan like a literal broadsword, she creeps around the wreckage. Years ago, when Yggdrasil spawned and monsters flooded the world, a few absolute beasts rose to power. One of those living legends was Li Yishin, also known as Quickblade. When the original awakened, vanished. He became Korea's very first S-rank raider, and that kid Yihu is hunting down right now. He's his youngest son, arriving at the huge transport hub. The worker asks for his destination, and our MC casually requests a portal straight to Daegu. Daegu is literally a quarantined wasteland right now. Now pay attention here. It's an overrun ghost town, where just taking one single step inside basically means instant death. Warping near the academy in Daegu, he hikes the rest of the way to the front gates. Once inside, he wonders where to even start looking. The kid is a combat major but totally sucks at fighting and hates it, so he definitely isn't at the training grounds. Figuring that out, Yihu decides to sweep the normal classrooms. Walking down the hall, he spots a huge crowd and pushes his way inside. Suddenly, Yisang gets blasted backward by an attack and violently crashes right into our boy. Yihu hauls him to his feet. The terrified kid stammers an apology, but our MC doesn't even care. He's glaring straight at the massive bully. The jerk instantly demands to know who he is, calling the poor kid a stuttering loser. But before Yihu can even clap back, the meathead slaps a heavy hand on his shoulder, mocking him about being the loser's older brother. Yihu just gives him the absolute coldest silent treatment. The bully warns him to step outside unless he wants a complete beatdown too. but before the idiot can even finish threatening him, Yihu just smacks his hand away. Turning his back, he casually tells Yisang to limp over to the nurse's office. The beaten kid just stares at him, totally frozen. Getting completely triggered, the bully grabs Yihu's collar, screaming if he literally has a death wish. Yihu just casually sighs, wondering why the heck everyone in this timeline is so obsessed with grabbing his shirt. He flashes back to his training. First, clearly visualize the spell, run the math. And unleash it, visualizing a literal laser beam. Yihu focuses his energy. Instantly, a system prompt pops up, Holy Arrow is fully locked on. With one simple finger point, he blasts the spell directly into the jerk's chest. The guy gets launched backward, spit literally flying everywhere. He hits the deck screaming. Yisang is absolutely mind-blown. This random dude just cast without saying a single chant. The whole crowd is completely paralyzed. You and I both saw that coming, right? The crowd is totally stunned. A single basic spell broke his arm. Students start whispering the bully is fake, making him insanely furious. His whole reputation is crumbling, so he swears he's going to butcher Yehu. Gripping his shattered arm, he summons a massive heavy blade. Yisang screams a warning, but the massive sword is already swinging down. As the steel rushes his face, Yehu remembers his master's advice, spreading pure mana into a super thick, bouncy shield. He activates mana barrier instantly. Boom! The giant sword bounces off like it smacked a trampoline, deflecting completely wide. Pure terror hits the bully's eyes, but before he can even blink, Yehu grabs his entire face and coldly asks if he's finally done. The meathead tries to talk trash, but Yehu just point-blank blasts a holy arrow directly into his face. The explosion shatters his nose completely. He slams the floor hard. Yisang watches in pure awe, wondering who this monster is. When our MC looks over, the kid actually squeals and flinches away. But Yehu casually strolls past him toward the smoking, unconscious bully. Crouching down, he actually feels slightly bad about hitting him that hard. Sighing, he whips out a healing potion. He absolutely hates wasting good items on this trash, but there's no other choice. He just dumps the liquid right over the guy's totally smashed face. The dude's broken nose snaps back into place instantly. The stuff works way better than expected. Done playing doctor, he tells a still shaking Yisang they need to ditch this hallway. Sneaking into a quiet, private spot, they finally stop. Yisang stares at him, totally confused, obviously guessing this wildly overpowered stranger already knows about his famous family. Gulping hard, he nervously asks if his S-rank dad sent a bodyguard. Yehu just laughs and asks why he would even know his old man. Yisang definitely isn't buying that crap, asking what the catch is. Yehu casually demands a favor, but the absolute second he mentions brewing that special pill, the kid completely panics. Yehu frowns, pointing out his crazy alchemy skills. Flashing the empty potion bottle, he smirks. Weren't you the one secretly selling these on the black market? The kid's jaw literally drops to the floor. How did he get exposed? The black market is supposed to be 100% completely untraceable. Yehu reads his mind instantly. Honestly, the kid is right. That market strictly hides every single identity, item, and buyer profile. Everything routes straight through the Easter system, making it insanely secure. But sadly for him, Yehu is running the completely broken Nornir system. That system easily tracked the purchase right back to him. Yehu laughs, calling him the world's worst liar. He gets why he's terrified, but they are seriously out of time. So what do you and I make of this? The kid realizes selling online for a quick buck was a massive mistake, because if his legendary dad finds out, he is super dead. You and I are jumping right back into the madness. The guy bows, totally begging Zhao Beiyun to keep his secret, but Zhao Beiyun, he's not threatening anyone, he just needs an epic alchemist. Taking a sec to think, Kaiyan Sangjin asks for his real identity. Zhao Beiyun smoothly replies he's a new admit at Mila's academy, respectfully calling him senior. They sit down to chat, and even though Kaiyan is visibly sweating it, he brings out the goods. He reveals a mana enhancement pill, basically a total game breaker that permanently boosts a raider's stats. Zhao Beiyun jumps up, totally stunned, asking if that's even real. Oh, it is. Completely hyped now, Kaiyan's brain goes into overdrive, trying to figure out exactly what wild ingredients make that kind of magic happen. While he rattles off materials, Zhao Beiyun notices the dude's whole energy shifted. The stuttering, gone. He's guessing the exact recipe just by hearing the pill's effects, proving his talent is absolutely off the charts. Seeing that raw genius confirms it for our guy. He totally needs to lock this alchemist down for his squad. But Yi Song hesitates, telling Yi Hein to find someone better for such a big job. No way. Yi Hein wants him specifically, promising to fund literally whatever crazy materials he needs. Sure, any basic alchemist could follow a recipe, but Yi Song, the guy's got untouchable, 1 in a million talent. So he asks him one last time to take the job. This time, Yi Song agrees. He still warns he might mess up, but Yi Hein honestly doesn't care. Yi Song is so confused. Wouldn't Yi Hein be taking a massive loss? But Yi Hein calls it an investment in raw talent. Sometimes investments flop, and that's okay. He says he's stoked to team up. Instantly, tears pool in Yi Song's eyes. Literally nobody has ever hyped him up like this. Watching him cry, Yi Hein is just glad he got through to him. The next morning, chilling alone in his room, Yi Song replays last night in his head. Has anyone ever actually put that much faith in him? Always the quiet kid, outshined by his siblings, mom gone too soon. He grew up super isolated, constantly failing to impress his strict dad. So hearing that failing was totally fine, it messed with his head in the best way. Getting real trust for the first time hits so hard he starts full-on crying again. Stick with me here because Yi Hein's massive quest is still ticking. He has to smash Nightshade in Hell's trial before the clock entirely runs out. The prize, Hell's personal gift. The penalty, straight-up death. Right now, he's only got 10 days and 23 hours left to survive. Later on, Yi Hein hits the training center for an epic spar with Sung Gun, dodging her insane blue lightning. He rushes in, but when more electric blasts come flying, he tanks them with a magic shield. He claps back with a holy arrow, but she's already rocking a barrier. Still, seeing a crack form in her defense leaves her shook. Yi Hein's leveling up way too fast. Through the clearing smoke, they lock eyes like two gunslingers in a standoff. Suddenly, wild yellow lightning surges around Yi Hein as he triggers his blitz chain ability. Sung Gun looks hyped to clash head-to-head, but right before impact, the facility manager jumps in, yelling at them to cut it out. Time's officially up, and they've caused enough chaos. The manager is sweating because they nearly trashed a room made of arc metal stuff that takes ridiculous power just to dent. Without that interruption, the whole building was toast. Taking a breather, Sung Gun admits his stat growth is just totally unbelievable. His spell arsenal is huge now, and his raw physical stats are totally cracked. She asks if he's grinding magic theory solo, but Yi Hein admits a buddy is tutoring him. That gets a grin out of her. She's super relieved, knowing she sucks at teaching theory, and jokes that his friend must have an absolute massive brain to help him. Yi Hein awkwardly nods, secretly knowing Yun Zhang's toxic attitude is the real headache. Before bouncing, Sung Gun brings up his plan to hit another dungeon run really soon. He just wants to flex his new power levels. She assumes the E-rank gate he did before will be a total joke now, and casually tells him to knock it out. You and I know the actual truth, though. That wasn't an E-rank. It was a deadly C-rank zone where he met Hell and Nightshade. Can he really solo a C-rank boss? He shoves the anxiety down. He's grinded as much as physically possible, so it's throwdown time. Sometime later, Yi Ho Hyen pulls up to see Yi Song, who proudly hands over the shiny new pill. Yi Ho Hyen pops the mana enhancer, and bam, his magic stat skyrockets by 15 points. The massive buff leaves him completely speechless. Alchemy is a crazy complex science. The exact same recipe can be garbage or god tier depending on the crafter. If Yi Ho Hyen hired literally anyone else for this, he would probably get a useless dud. With a huge grin, he tells Yi Song again that his talent is absolute fire. Yi Song humbly says it only worked out because Yi Hyen believed in him. After thanking him, Yi Hyen leaves, completely pumped to wreck Nightshade tomorrow. At that exact moment, Hell chats with her dragon Garmer, teasing that a super fun guest is dropping by today. With 9 days and 22 hours left on the clock, Yi Ho Hyen struts back to the dungeon gate. Right there, he scores the full probationary Valkyrie armor set, packing a sick passive skill called Mana Pondering. Moments later, he steps into the rift. The system alerts him he's dropping into Helheim, the literal land of the dead, all thanks to the Nornir system he's rocking. He falls through the portal, hitting the ground in the underworld, beat Nightshade, and he scores a meetup with Hell. Suddenly, a creepy voice behind him calls him an enemy, name-dropping Loki and Nornir right away. A monster instantly backs that up, raining arrows on him. Yi Ho Hyan effortlessly tanks them with a magic shield. Spinning around, he catches a bunch of monsters literally digging out of the dirt. This immediately sparks a memory of what Sung Gun wanted to teach him, the badass battle mage style. Warriors call them spell swords. It's a hybrid of magic casting and getting up close to brawl. Problem is, nobody has ever perfected it, as Yi Ho Hyan whips around blasting holy arrows at the ambushers. He figures out why. It lacks the sniper range of pure mages and the raw beefiness of true warriors, smacking a monster face first into the dirt. He realizes the class is totally stuck in limbo. Still, Sung Gun was dead convinced that he could make this hybrid style work. And yeah, he starts tearing through the mob. Back outside, manager Sung Yi is on guard duty when he suddenly detects someone approaching. Nobody else was supposed to be here. He draws his blade instantly as a red sports car screeches to a halt. A woman hops out, playfully calls him senior, complaining that tracking him down was tough. Sung Yi recognizes his old classmate Yun Jo. So what do you and I think she wants? He drops his sword, asking what happened to her guild. All right, stick with me here. She claims she's just working, hoping to bump into him during guild business. She even checked the Yun Jo guild first, but no luck. Sung Yi calls total bluff on that. Yun Jo hasn't texted him since college. He plays it cool, saying it's great seeing her, but knows she didn't trek all the way out here for fun. Stepping closer, Yun Jo asks if he's the one managing this dungeon. He shuts her down instantly. Outsiders don't need to know, but she completely ignores that and keeps pushing. She points out dungeon duty isn't his usual gig, asking if he got slapped with a demotion. He stays quiet, so she drops the real question, is Guild Master Sung Gun actually sick? Sung Yi's face instantly drops. He snaps back, claiming it's obviously a fake rumor, and demands to know exactly who started talking. Yunju smiles, ears are everywhere, and the Curator Guild listens well. Sung Yi realizes they've got spies in his ranks. He gives a cold thanks for the tip, promising he'll deal with it. Losing patience, he asks if they're done here. He has a mess to clean up, but then she drops a name, asking if he knows a kid named Min Yi Yun. Red alert for Sung Yi. Yunju notes this kid has been hanging around the Yun HWA guild, meeting with the guild master constantly. She wants to know what the deal is. Confused but keeping his guard way up, Sung Yi tells her that's also none of her business. Yunju sighs and finally turns away. Honestly, she didn't expect him to spill anything anyway. He's always been this ridiculously stubborn. Still, she had to make the trip just to look like she's doing her job. She hops in her car and dips. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Yi Yun is just chilling on a literal mountain of monster corpses. The boss, Nightshade, finally shows up. Yi Yun greets it like an old rival, while the monster pulses with this insanely creepy red glow. It lunges hard. Yi Yun leaps into the air, drawing his holy arrows. Midair, he snipes it right in the eyes and mouth, staggering the beast before making a flawless landing. Now watch closely, this is where things get completely wild. The monster drops its hand, completely unfazed, fiery eyes locked on him. Then boom, a massive energy blast. Yi Yun reads the attack paths perfectly, slipping right through the gaps. He gets point blank and Nightshade drops another massive destructive wave, but our guy dodges that too. Yi Yun straight up taunts the boss, asking if it's mad about missing. Then he pops Blitz Chain, sending lightning-fast chains flying right at Nightshade. The monster smacks the anchor away, but he pulls a sick redirect, wrapping the chains tight around its waist. The boss starts thrashing like crazy. He knows the chains won't hold it forever, so he rains down a barrage of holy arrows right at its eyes. Bingo, that actually does some serious damage. Blood pours down its face, but Nightshade refuses to drop. It thrashes wildly, flexing until it completely shatters the lightning chains. System alert, the boss just hit its berserk phase. Its strength spikes by 1.5 times and its agility shoots up too, but wait, it gets so much worse. The system slaps him with the stigma of death. He has 10 minutes or it's an instant game over. The only cure, taking down Nightshade right here, right now. Zhao Bei Yun has never seen a sudden death penalty before. This actually shakes him. But then, out of nowhere, the system announces his absolute calculation skill. Universal derivation has just triggered. Trying to process this, Zhao Bei Yun realizes hell must be pulling the strings. He yells out, demanding to know how she can interfere like this. No answer, just a system countdown ticking away, already 30 seconds gone, with the death mark burning on him. Zhao Yun charges the berserk boss, but stops cold. Nightshade is running away. He fires a quick holy arrow, blasting a hole through its face before it escapes. Clock's ticking. 8 minutes and 32 seconds left. I know what you're thinking. No way he survives, right? Nightshade actually grins, knowing it wins by stalling, so he preps an undodgeable wide-range skill. But the second he starts casting, Nightshade locks eyes with him, completely shattering his focus. System pops up, resistance failed. He's hit with a nasty fear debuff that heavily drops his stats. Before he can even react, Nightshade brutally slams right into him. After taking the hit, the fear debuff clears, but Yi Yun is literally coughing up blood. He grits his teeth and stays on his feet. The death timer down to 7 minutes and 11 seconds. Jaehan waits for the monster to spam that crowd control move again. When it doesn't, he realizes there's a cooldown. It can't just spam broken spells forever. Still, if he casts Light's Judgment and gets interrupted, all his mana is gone and he's totally dead. He needs a new strategy fast. Then it hits him, that earlier shot to Nightshade's eye. Its vision has to be messed up. He pops Wind Boost, kicking up dust to blind it completely. The wind clears and Jaehan is already holding a massive ball of light magic. He laughs, mocking the stupid boss for thinking he'd just charge and blind. Flash bomb activated. The skill detonates in a crazy burst of blinding light, flooding the entire room, while he whips multiple lightning chains straight at Nightshade. Through the brilliant flash, Jaehan smiles. He finally trapped this absolute menace. The monster screams in pure agony as the light burns it alive. Suddenly, Jaehan spots the undead mobs from earlier standing behind him. He triggers Sacrifice. The system immediately announces the skill has evolved into a pure attack move. This lets him trigger Light's Judgment with just 3 minutes and 46 seconds to spare. Massive pillars of light crash down from the sky, wiping the battlefield. The chaos settles, the timer drops to 10 seconds, then 6. Jaehan watches Nightshade's body literally crumble to ash. He actually pulled it off. At 3 seconds left, the system chimes in. Boss defeated. He officially unlocks the epic title, the one who has overcome the first trial. Watching from above, Hell smiles. There's a reason Jaehan was chosen for this. She reaches out her hand, demanding he come straight to her temple. With Nightshade dead, the death mark completely vanishes. Jaehan gets a massive XP drop and a rare crafting material, Nightshade's core. Oh, and a sick equipment drop called Shadow Armor. The system confirms he leveled up 3 times and secured that awesome new title. The system checks his stats and announces Hell is officially summoning him. Next thing he knows, boom, teleported right outside the massive, terrifying gates of Hell's personal temple. Out of the shadows, a colossal beast suddenly lunges at him. Jaehan jumps back, spooked, but Hell tells her pet Garmer to escort their guest inside safely. So what do you and I make of this? Jaehan walks in and calls out to Hell, who smirks and admits she didn't think he'd survive. All right, stick with me here. Hell congratulates him for beating her trial, calling him the child fated to rebel. Totally lost, Jaehan demands to know why she forced the Nornir system on him anyway. Hell just flashes a mysterious smile. She tells him he has to become the adversary. Still super confused, he asks why him. She claims it was locked in since birth. His destiny, stand against the Aesir and literally assassinate Odin. Apparently that's exactly what Loki's crew wants. Jaehan argues that this makes 0 sense, but Hell just brushes it off. He doesn't need to get it yet. They honestly never expected him to. That dodge just ticks him off more, so she presses a finger to his lips, whispering that he must feel scammed. Like some cosmic puppet, leaning in close, she reminds him this isn't just about fighting the Aesir. Mid-sentence, Hell literally shoves him backward into a portal. She yells that the world is crumbling while Odin craves absolute control. To stop him, they desperately need the prophesied adversary's power. Tumbling through the void, Jaehan screams he still has questions. Hell just tells him to get stronger. She'll be waiting for their reunion. Once Jaehan vanishes, Hell glances sideways, asking a hidden guest how long they plan on creeping since they definitely weren't invited. Boom, Jaehan crashes back into reality, super annoyed about the 0 straight answers. But while he's busy sulking, the system chimes in. He just scored Hell's Blessing, a broken passive skill canceling all negative status effects. Meanwhile, that old guy spying on Hell apologizes for snooping. He couldn't resist after hearing she was meeting the kid. He asks for her verdict. Hell admits it's way too early to call, especially since the adversary's journey just started. Still, his crazy growth totally blew her mind. Even with her cursed stigma, he won and reached her anyway, a totally welcome miscalculation. The old man is thrilled the kid's thriving. Hell then demands his real agenda, calling him Mimir. Mimir tries to play dumb, but Hell instantly calls his bluff. Chuckling, he tells her to chill, admitting he can never fool her. Now pay attention. Hell points out his left eye is definitely Odin's from the Well of Wisdom. She knows Mimir and Loki are hiding secrets. Mimir wants to explain, but claims it's too early. Hel agrees to wait, but swears she absolutely won't just sit around doing nothing. Mimir asks what her big plan is. Hel says the rookie adversary faces insane prophetic hardships, so he desperately needs a guide. Cut to 7 days before. Admission to Mila's academy. Jaehan is out shopping for gear with a woman. She notices he's totally zoning out and asks if he's okay. He brushes it off, so she drags him down her massive list. Honestly, though, he's still obsessing over his insane trials and all those unanswered questions. Hey, at least he scored Hell's Blessing and a crazy X-rank skill. Plus, he's already rocking X-rank skills, like one watched by the gods, which literally speedruns his growth using divine power. Then there's Absolute Eye of God, which shatters any illusion to reveal the raw truth. But X-rank, Jaehan never saw that in the Aesir system before. It stands for extraordinary, basically existing completely outside the normal rules of that system. Thinking about why those rebel gods armed him to assassinate Odin brings all that heavy pressure rushing right back. He finally snaps out of it when he watches his guide casually drop 300 million won on a single mana blade. It's just a consumable. She pulls up a massive shopping list on her phone and Jaehan starts sweating bullets. Flashback to a few hours earlier, the woman, Park Hana, introduced herself as a Yunhwa Guild member. Sungwan wanted to gift him something before Mila's academy started. Jaehan figured they'd grab a few potions and artifacts. She suggests checking out more gear. But Jaehan stops her. He says armor isn't necessary since he's already packed. He flexes the shadow armor he looted from Nightshade. It grants stealth mode when equipped. Being B-rank gear, he highly doubts they'll find anything better here. That stealth effect makes it ultra valuable. Spotting that skill, Hana asks if he wants a stealth artifact too. Every raider craves one, but tracking one down around here would be super tough. Jaehan turns it down. He points out stealth items are crazy rare, mostly dropping by pure luck in dungeons since barely any raiders can even use stealth. Hana nods, mentioning the only raider nationwide with that skill is her brother. She just casually strolls off, leaving Jaehan yelling, "Wait, what?" She drops the bomb. Manager Park Sung-yi is her brother. Jaehan is completely stunned. As she leaves, he can't believe it. They act nothing alike. "You and I both know something crazy is about to happen." Suddenly, his eyes start glowing as the Nornir system warns an unknown entity is resonating. Feeling slightly sick, he spots that exact same trail of light from the treasure gate. He sprints after it while Hana yells out, promising he'll be right back. Chasing that trail, Absolute Eye of God instantly activates. It shreds the illusion, revealing reality. The system announces the first low-rank function of Absolute Eye of God is unlocked, granting a new skill, Detection. Detection is also extraordinary rank. It lets him scan unidentified items and instantly cancel out any enemy's stealth or illusion skills. While Jaehan stares in pure shock, the Nornir system triggers detection completely on its own. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a fierce close-range match wraps up with Han Hoyeon crushing his opponent. The crowd goes absolutely wild, praising Hoyeon's insane skills, noting the massive power gap. That's exactly why he's hyped up as a future S-rank raider. Post-match, his dad offers quick praise. Still, he warns Hoyeon not to get cocky since this victory was basically guaranteed from the start. Looking totally bored, Hoyeon says he already knows. His dad just tells him to hit the showers and prep for the next event, while washing up. Hoyeon broods over how much he despises this exhausting life. His own dreams, totally ignored. This isn't the raider he wanted to be, and he wonders where it all went wrong. Cutting back to the store, the Nornir system highlights an item called Mistletoe, a rare growth type weapon. It's the legendary mistletoe branch that assassinated Baldur. Packed with insane magic, it scales with the user and grants mana perception when equipped. Mana perception pushes his sensing abilities to the absolute limit. He's super hyped, but what do you and I make of this? Trust me, this sneaky Nornir system is definitely plotting another wild trick. Let's dive right into this crazy manhwa together. As he chases the light, he passes Hoyin, whose dad is grabbing tons of gear. Hoyin asks if they seriously need all this loot. His dad just brushes it off. Why go cheap when his kid is destined to be an S-rank raider? But dropping cash like this messes with his mom's hospital bills. His dad totally shuts that down though. He tells Hoyin to just shut up and focus on training hard. Like always, Hoyin caves. While his dad keeps shopping, the kid just zones out, wondering why he is even here. Random people spot him, whispering about why a total combat genius is just hanging out at the mall. Hoyin totally ignores the annoying flashes from their cameras. Is this really the epic raider life he wanted, or is he just an animal stuck in a zoo when he first awakened as a kid? His mom just smiled and patted his head. Living in that broke, gloomy house, he dreamed of being a raider to change their lives, but that hope died real fast once his dad started using him for clout. Now he is literally just a machine following his dad's orders. How will a pathetic guy like him survive 3 years at Milla's academy? Suddenly, the loudspeakers blare. A massive dungeon break just popped off near the mall, and monsters are everywhere. The voice says agency raiders are coming, so everyone needs to stay chill. A dungeon break means a zone was not cleared in time, letting nasty monsters spill out. The staff waves people over, desperately trying to stop a total panic, as his dad rushes toward the safe exit. He yells at Hoyin for just standing there like a statue. He reminds him he is a genius who could rule Korea's raider world someday. Getting hurt here could ruin his Milla's entrance exam. There is 0 point in fighting right now, but Hoyin still refuses to budge. Yeah, the pros will pack up these goblins fast, but until they get here, what happens to all the helpless civilians trapped inside? This is the moment. Ignoring his dad screaming his name, Hoyin sprints the other way. This is his one shot to prove he is a real raider. Now watch closely, things get intense. He needs to prove his worth to his mom right now, but mid-dash, he hits the brakes hard after spotting a goblin squad. He totally freezes up. Cold sweat drips down his face and his body locks up completely. Only his terrified eyes are moving. The monsters charge and he cannot even move a single finger. He tries forcing it, but a goblin steps up and swings its blade. Hoyin is completely lost. He knew this job was dangerous, but he wanted it for years. These are trash-tier monsters, so why is he paralyzed with fear? Right before the hit connects, Yeon absolutely body slams the goblin. Hoyin falls back in pure shock as this random dude asks if he is on Hoyin. Rewind a bit. Yeon just dropped 50,000 won on a store item when Hana suddenly yelled out in total panic. Asking why he sprinted to the mystery item section, all she saw was a dumb rock. Yeon guesses it looks worthless to normal people, so he just plays it off as nothing. Then that dungeon break alarm starts blaring through the entire mall, before Hana can even react. Yeon takes off and literally shatters a giant glass window to jump outside. Free falling, he spots a whole pack of ugly goblins down below. Boom, superhero landing. He instantly unleashes a rain of holy arrows, wiping out a bunch. While bystanders stare, Yeon realizes there are way more goblins than he thought. Keeping everyone alive might be rough, but he just goes crazy, ripping through the mob with lightning chain and more holy arrows. I know what you're thinking, crazy timing, right? Yeon crushes the goblin attacking Hoyin, then looks surprised and asks if he is on Hoyin. He never expected to see the unfortunate genius here. A shaking Hoyin asks who he is, but Yeon ignores him, demanding his help right now. Suddenly, Hoyin spots a sneaky goblin behind them and screams out, but Yeon stays totally chill. Without even looking, he pops lightning chain and literally vaporizes the goblin's chest. Hoyin's jaw drops. Yeon says they have to protect the houses, then asks if he is just gonna sit there. That snaps Hoyin up, grabbing his weapon. Surprisingly, the intense fear choking him completely vanishes after hearing those bold words. This is what a true raider looks like. Right now, his job is saving lives. Up ahead, they crash into another nasty goblin squad. Yeon asks if he knows taunt to pull enemy aggro. He tells Hoyin to grab all the attention in the area, asking if the kid can actually handle it. Hoyin gives a firm nod. Summoning his sword, he knows hesitation means death now. He slams his blade into the dirt and drops a massive taunting roar. A huge energy wave blasts out, pulling every monster within 50 meters straight to him. All the goblins lock onto Huoyin, leaving Yian genuinely surprised. It is stronger than basic taunt and spammable. He recalls that in his previous life, Huoyin only ever hit B rank. Was it because of that weak mindset from earlier or something else? Even with all the insane hype, Huoyin fell off super fast, earning him the title of unfortunate genius. But hey, a weak mindset is totally fixable. Unleashing Lightning Chain, Yian decides this kid is a valuable card worth playing. Mid-battle, he yells to wrap this up quickly, and Huoyin eagerly agrees. Yian's chains shred goblins while Huoyin slices the rest. Soon, the street is covered in monster bodies. An arriving pro-raider is left completely dumbfounded. The boys just stare back. The guy introduces himself as Park Kyung-hoon from the agency, asking if these two kids really soloed this entire horde. Glancing at Yian, Huoyin casually says yes. Kyung-hoon recognizes the famous prodigy, but realizes this kid is still just in high school. The other kid looks just as young. He literally cannot believe two teenagers handled this bloodbath alone, completely baffled. Kyung-hoon admits he has zero clue how to report this mess. Yian smoothly steps in, asking him to just say the agency handled it all, since nobody would believe the truth anyway. That is where we leave it, guys. Kyung-hoon says that is illegal, but Yian just smirks. It only matters if someone actually saw them. Stick with me here, guys. Kyung-hoon explains his government agency limits his moves, but if Yian really wants to stay off the radar, he promises to keep things quiet so the guys still get their hunting payout. But Yian, he passes. Instead, he tells Kyung-hoon to give the entire reward to Huoyin and scrub his name from the records completely. Yian already has plenty of cash kicking around, so money isn't a problem, and with the Mills entrance event coming up fast, laying low is the smart play. Besides having Huoyin owe him a massive favor, that is going to pay off huge later. After a quick pause, Yian basically asks if they are done here. As Yian turns to leave, Huoyin stops him, totally confused. I mean, Yian literally did all the heavy lifting. Yian just pauses, claiming he has his reasons, but honestly, the real truth is super simple. He absolutely cannot let his dad notice him right before Mills' enrollment. In his past life, he brushed it off because his combat skills were straight-up trash. Not this time. His dad still has zero clue he switched to the magic path, and who knows what kind of insane drama that would trigger. For now, staying a ghost is the move. Payback tastes best served quietly. He needs to level up completely off that man's radar, waiting for the perfect split second to absolutely destroy him. Meanwhile, Huoyin is stressing out. Taking all the credit feels super shady since he couldn't have survived alone. But that cash, that could actually help treat his mom's terrible illness, even just a bit. His dream was to become an honorable raider. But if letting this dirty money go meant losing his mom forever, he really isn't sure he could live with himself. Yian watches him closely, quickly realizing Huoyin isn't just struggling with his pride here. There's definitely something way deeper going on. Giving him a push, Yian tells him to think straight. His actions today completely earned that payout. If he hadn't jumped in to fight, someone definitely would have ended up dead. That hits Huoyin right in the chest. If he loses his mom out of stubbornness, his dream is pointless anyway. Giving in, he promises Yian he will 100% repay this massive debt. As Yian turns to head out, Huoyin quickly asks for his name and number. Hearing Huoyin use super formal manners, Yian laughs and tells him to drop the polite act. They are exactly the same age. Plus, he drops the fact that they are both heading to Mills Academy, so they are gonna see plenty of each other. Now pay attention, because here is where the real fun starts. It is enrollment day at Mills Academy, and students are already freaking out over Huoyin, hyping him as a genius warrior. The guy just radiates main character energy. Then right behind him, the crowd spots a gorgeous girl named Sioina. Yian watches her immediately steal the spotlight, exactly like she did before he regressed, when she was literally top tier in raider popularity. He knows if he can pull Sioina onto his team, he is bagging an absolute powerhouse of an ally. But she plays by her own rules, so no need to force anything right now, especially since his contact list is already stacked with super useful people. Suddenly, Yujung snaps him back to reality, calling him a creep for staring at the pretty girl. Yi-yun just rolls his eyes and asks what kind of crazy nonsense she is talking about. Then a guy steps up to the mic to welcome the Fresh Mills Academy meet. It is Chairman Guya in himself, and oh yeah, Yi-yun recognizes this guy's face instantly. In his past life, this absolute snake did something unforgivable to Kim Yu-shin. Yi-yun leans over, warning her to stay on high alert. This academy is totally unpredictable. She gives him a confused look but shrugs it off, confident she will be okay. And hey, she is a genius magician who eventually cracked the top 3 rankings. Yi-yun silently swears he will not let her die this time. Up on stage, Chairman Gu Yan kicks off the ceremony, casually dropping that they have a special event planned. You and I both knew peace wasn't an option. They are entering a demoplane to steal name tags. The second he declares the freshman hunt is officially on. A massive magic circle flashes under everyone's feet, sparking total panic. Kim Yu-shin jumps back, startled, but Yi-yun snatches her hand so they don't lose each other in the chaos. Meanwhile, manager Park Sung-yi suddenly remembers today is Yi-yun's entrance ceremony. He realizes the event has actually already started. The guild master wanted to text him good luck, but it is way too late now. She asks if the crazy freshman hunt lasts 3 days again. Sung-yi nods, confirming they are stuck in the demoplane the whole time. She absolutely hates being cut off from Yi-yun for that long, but Sung-yi smirks, saying Yi-yun totally predicted this and left a message just for her. Hyped up, the guild master asks what he said. Meanwhile, Yi-yun and the massive crowd get teleported straight into the demoplane. He quickly checks on Kim Yu-shin, who is looking completely dazed, making sure she is good. Glancing back, he spots Seo Ina, an absolute born prodigy with a magic aptitude of 92, back before he regressed. She single-handedly revolutionized magic and hit S-rank status, totally following Seongjun's footsteps. Cut back to the guild, Sung-yi reveals Yi-yun's message, simply told them not to sweat it. Over in the Mills Academy control room, the staff is watching the hunt unfold. Instructor Kim Seongjun hypes up this year's insane roster, mentioning An Hoyin is even making international headlines. Plus, heavy hitters like Seo Ina, Kim Young, and Lee Seo Hyuk all dropped aptitude scores of 90 or way higher. He mentions the stats for cadets who switched classes aren't updated yet, but the shady chairman immediately tells him to drop it. To him, kids who randomly switch paths are just gonna get crushed at Mills anyway. Sure, everyone here is talented, but a few are straight-up monsters, in the chairman's eyes. Average kids only exist as stepping stones for the real prodigies. He refuses to give the weak any extra chances. Honestly, when an awakened faces absolute death, sometimes they unlock a rare second wind called reawakening. Guyan fully believes creating just one A-rank beast is worth sacrificing 100 C-rank scrubs if they drop out. It just proves they were trash anyway. His entire dark mission is finding the ultra-elite and serving them up to his mysterious boss, and time is officially running out. This freshman hunt goes down in a magic-made demoplane, a crazy zone where real-world physics are completely broken. We are talking messed-up time flows and totally warped space. Roughly 5% of cadets fail out every single year. It is a wildly brutal reality check designed to completely shatter their egos. Inside the zone, the chairman pops up on a giant screen with the rules. Only C-rank skills or lower are allowed. You steal a name tag, you score massive points. Seniors bag 10,000 points for a freshman tag, but freshmen snag 100,000 for jumping a senior. Since points run the academy economy, it is a total bloodbath. Yi-jun immediately realizes his A-rank lightning chain is blocked. But wait, the chairman conveniently forgot to ban unique skills after laying down the law. The chairman claims all attacks are nerfed to 10% for safety. Yi-yun calls total nonsense on that, and trust me, you are gonna want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here, we are jumping into a crazy wild survival test. No skill limits, no stat caps. The chairman totally wants the weak out. Yi-yun immediately tells Kim Yu-shin they need to hustle and find a safe spot. They are stuck here for 3 whole days. This place is packed with nasty traps. Healing ponds, nightmare forests, and weird food spots. To survive those 3 days, finding shelter is step 1. While running, Kim Yu-shin asks if they should invite Seo Ina along. She is a magic cadet too, and an extra ally sounds awesome. Yi Yun gets super annoyed because honestly, teaming up with Si Uena makes total sense, but he cannot control that wild card. Everything he knows about her is from crazy news reports. Like that awful day she lost her temper and nearly blew everyone away. He warns Kim Yushin they cannot take a risk like that. Si Uena might totally backstab them. Plus, she is already giving them major side-eye. But Yushin says the girl just reminds her of a younger Yi Yun. Before he can even argue, she walks over and invites Si Huanel to join their magic squad. Si Huanel stays super quiet. Yushin points out this test is totally rigged against freshmen, so numbers matter. Si Huanel thinks about it, saying they will decide later. Yushin instantly realizes why she hesitated. Boom, a squad of seniors has already ambushed them. Shin Jushang laughs out loud, thinking these freshmen are free points. Meanwhile, Kwon Seoyeol looks super confused about their numbers. She stares at Yi Yun, completely and utterly shocked. She senses zero energy from him. Noticing they are warriors, Yushin screams for Yi Yun to run. Watch closely, this gets wild. He refuses, knowing escaping later would be literally impossible. He knows Kwon Seoyeol has a busted search skill that tracks targets across 300 kilometers. If they do not crush these two right now, they will bring an army. The senior jokes about feasting on their points, but Seoyeol warns him to chill. She feels something dangerously weird about Yi Yun, but Ju Shang. He ignores her completely, summons his blade, and calls Yi Yun a weak little freshman. Bragging about his veteran status, he charges in for an instant knockout. Yi Yun literally does not budge an inch. When that heavy sword swings down, he just casually leans back and dodges the whole thing. The senior is totally thrown off. He thought he had this in the bag, but no way. Yi Yun smirks, realizing it has been forever since someone tried slicing him. The senior tells himself it was just a super lucky dodge. Screaming that Yi Yun is just a squishy magic cadet, he attacks again, but Yi Yun smoothly slips past every single frantic swing. Soon, the senior is dripping sweat, totally mind-blown he cannot land one hit. Then Yi Yun effortlessly catches the swinging blade. Stepping right into the sweaty senior's personal space, he crushes the solid steel with his bare hand. Si Huanel is left standing there, completely and utterly speechless. Yi Yun promises to spare Ju Shang if he hands over his name tag, then starts a 3-second countdown. The weaponless senior shakes violently. He cannot believe a simple magic freshman is flexing on him so hard. Yi Yun tells him not to go crying later. He gave him a fair shot. Boom, one massive punch sends Ju Shang flying straight into Seoyeol. Instantly, the hunt system chimes in. Shin Ju Shang is out. Back in the control room, instructors are staring at the screens. Instructor Jang Yi-seul is freaking out. It wasn't their top student, but some totally unknown kid named Min Yi-yun causing this mess. She asks Park Ha-jun if the system is bugged. Stunned, he confirms those crazy results are 100% real. A smirk hits the chairman's face. You and I know what that means. Back in the game, Seoyeol screams, demanding what Yi-yun actually is. Instead of answering her, he just tells Kim Yushin to gear up for the next senior and casually drops a party invite. As she grabs her gear, Yushin wonders if Yi-yun was always this much of a beast. Seoyeol curses her knocked-out partner. Even without the absolute monster who one-shotted Ju Shang, fighting 3-on-1 is suicide. Si Uena decides she needs to drop one and dip. Gripping a dagger, she charges straight at Yun Shang. It completely catches him totally off guard. Yi Yun actually thinks it is a genius play. Rush in, cause total chaos, and use that opening to run away. Smart move against average students. But shockingly, Yun Shang pops a binding skill and totally strikes back, locking her down. Watching close by, Yi Hyan sees Yun Shang cannot solo a senior. Before he can jump in, Tian triggers Holy Light of Ulfheim. The light shapes into a glowing blade. Yi Hyan instantly recognizes Inae's unique skill. Then she unleashes a holy sword rain that makes Seo Poena cough up serious blood. Falling down, Seo Poena realizes all three of these freshmen are total freaks of nature. The system suddenly announces her massive elimination. Yun Shang scores 50,000 points, and Inae gets the exact same. Inae asks if she interrupted. Yun Shang is super hyped, shouting no way. Thanks to her, they bagged the win. Then Inae asks if that team-up offer is still open. That makes Yi Hyan rethink everything about her. Soon, the system locks in their brand new party. A bit later, out by the Nightmare Forest shelter, students spot footprints leading right inside. The seniors are hunting the crazy freshmen. Since they beat Kwon Seo Poena and Shin Junsung, the upperclassmen lock down the area. They know these cocky brats cannot hide forever. As they creep in, Yunshang suddenly pops up, and a literal light beam blasts through Kim Sung-hoon's chest. He is out instantly. Seniors chase her, that is where we leave it. Trust me, her huge smile means things only get wilder. Let's dive right into this madness. Counting 5 guys, she relaxes. The plan is working. She spins around and totally mocks them, calling them dogs chasing a juicy bone. She asks if they aren't totally embarrassed running around in such a massive pack. The seniors flip out, screaming at her to stop, but Yunshang just keeps sprinting. Man, these guys are ridiculously easy to bait. Flashback, Yi-yun laid it out straight. Shelters are safe, sure, but hiding forever won't work. They desperately needed grub and those sweet points. The girls were stunned, but he was dead serious. It was time to hunt the upperclassmen. Back to now, Yunshang sprints until she spots these weird-looking mushrooms. They are Class 1 organisms that completely wreck your stats. She stoked her bait worked flawlessly, but her stamina bar is flashing red. Hitting a wind boost, she launches herself out of there, leaving the rest to Yi Hyun. Instantly, the system dings. The seniors just walked straight into a paralyzing spore mushroom zone. Earlier, Yi Hyun asked how to handle those exact mushrooms. The advice: grab some ash tree sap. It's super common out here in the Nightmare Forest and works like a charm. But there's a catch: it only works as a cure, zero protection. You have to get infected first. Jumping back to the present, the upperclassmen freeze. Realization hits hard. Watching Yunshang sprint away, the system loudly reminds them they're standing right in the danger zone. One guy panics, telling their leader, Gi-yuk, they need to back off right now. But Gi-yuk, he's completely locked onto Yu-young. He totally snaps, asking if they are really chickening out now. His crew argues that one dumb mistake ruins the whole exam, but Gi-yuk isn't having it. Hard pass on retreating. That freshman brat already took out Kim Sung-hoon. Backing off isn't an option. His teammate nervously reminds him her being a rookie doesn't matter if they all get wrecked. Seriously, pride means nothing if they end up paralyzed. But Gi-yuk smirks. The blast radius is 50 meters. That means the girl is going down with them. He orders Park Sung-hoon to stay safely outside the debuff area as a lookout. The rest charge after Yu-young. Gi-yuk totally knows she is baiting them into a trap. But he thinks these rookies are out of their minds trying to play him. After sprinting through the trees, they finally catch her. Gi-yuk laughs, telling Yu-young she made them sweat. Where to now, huh? But instead of crying, she just smiles, says hello, and calls it game over. She casually asks which one of them cursed at her earlier, demanding a show of hands. The seniors just roar and charge with their weapons. Watch closely, this is where it gets absolutely insane. Gi-yuk laughs at her cocky attitude, but right as they swing, she smirks. She taps a mushroom and boom, it bursts. The system immediately announces the paralyzing spore mushroom has detonated. Every single organism within 50 meters is getting locked down for 2 solid hours. Flashback time, Yu-young is complaining. Yi-yun promised they were hunting for epic loot, but it's literally just trees everywhere. He tells her to chill. They hit the jackpot and he starts scraping ash tree sap. Li-yun points out this whole exam is completely rigged for warriors, and Ine totally agrees. Locking everyone out of skills above C rank, that crushes magicians. Warriors are already built like tanks, so they don't even care. Yu-young groans, saying Ine is lucky because her unique skill carries her through this mess. Meanwhile, literally all of Yu-young's heavy-hitting attack magic is completely locked. She's stuck playing support with simple buffs and basic spells. She frustratedly asks what she is even supposed to do. Yi-yun calmly says it is all about big brain plays. Then he asks the magic question, can she use change? Yu-young gets super proud, reminding him she was literally his magic theory tutor. He nods, explaining how change instantly swaps her position with any chosen party member. She asks what crazy idea he is cooking up. With his pockets full of sap, Yi-yun grins. They are about to pull off something hilarious. Fast forward to the present. Yi-yun tells Ine it is go time, and she nods. Back in the danger zone, Gi-yuk screams that Yu-young is out of her mind for detonating that spore. You and I both know what's coming next, right? Yu-young pops her change skill. In a flash, Yi-yun swaps in, slamming a brutal kick right into Gi-yuk's face. tag team. He absolutely shatters the upperclassman's nose, sending him crashing into the dirt. Completely paralyzed, Gi-yuk spits blood, shouting if Yi-yun seriously thinks this flawless victory will last. He calls him an absolute fool for jumping into the spore cloud. Gi-yuk planned for this trap and kept a guy safely outside. Once the 2 hours pass, it's over. Before he can brag anymore, Yi-yun smirks. That buddy he left outside, yeah, he's not coming. Gi-yuk looks totally lost, calling his bluff. But right on cue, a blood-curdling scream echoes from the perimeter. The system loudly announces Park Sung-yuk is completely eliminated. Sung-yuk is face down, Inae's blazing holy sword pinned right through him. Boom, 100,000 points drop for the squad. Gi-yuk is paralyzed and completely speechless. Yi-yun crouches down, gently reminding him his friend got permanently benched. Furious and coping hard, Gi-yuk screams they are all still stuck in this paralysis cloud together. Once Yi-yun locks up from the spores, Gi-yuk swears he will end him personally, but mid-sentence, Yi-yun casually walks forward. Wait, what does he mean by same situation? Yi-hyuk's jaw hits the floor. It defies all logic. How is this freshman just casually walking around? Yi-hyun just shrugs, telling him to go file a complaint with the gods. Here is the massive cheat code. Paralysis means absolutely nothing. His Hell's Blessing passive completely deletes any abnormal status effect. Cold sweat drips down Yi-hyuk's face as he desperately begs for mercy. His paralyzed crew just watches him get obliterated. The system chimes in OJ Hyuk has been totally eliminated. Another massive 100,000 points hit their accounts. Without missing a beat, Yi-hyun turns his attention to the 3 frozen seniors and casually wipes the floor with them too. Cha-ching 3 more payouts of 100,000 points. Instructor Yusu is watching the monitors, completely shook. The live leaderboards update instantly, rocketing Min Yi-hyun straight to number 1. Kim Yoo-jung and So Ina easily share second. An Hoyen takes third, Lee Suhyuk and Cha Yoo-won sit at fifth, while Jang Hasan lands in seventh, much later. Yoo-jung chugs the nasty ash tree sap and almost pukes her guts out, but tells Ina she is finally recovering. Walking away, Ina admits Yi-hyun's magic knowledge is kinda terrifyingly deep. That insane bait-and-switch change tactic, not written in a single textbook anywhere, Yoo-jung drops a bomb, saying Yi-hyun has only been studying magic for barely 3 months. She literally had to teach him all the beginner spells. Mind completely blown, Ina asks if he seriously used to be a warrior main. Yoo-jung nods, yeah, totally. A few months back he was all punch, no spells, so what do you and I make of this? How did he know about the sap and his paralysis immunity? Huge mystery. Stick with me here, we are jumping right back in. They finally regroup and Yi-hyun casually asks about the paralysis. Yoo-jung cheerfully claims she is perfectly fine. After running for her life and spamming spells, she still makes sure Ina is okay. Ina nods and Yoo-jung actually admits Yi-hyun had a pretty solid game plan this time. She jokes he usually looks goofy, but today, kind of cool. Yi-hyun immediately squishes her cheeks, asking who she is calling dumb when she is exactly the same. Ina just watches them goofing off. She honestly has zero clue why Yoo-jung calls him stupid. To her, the guy is seriously handsome. While those two keep loudly bickering, Ina snaps out of it. Yeah, definitely not the time to be crushing on him. A single tear drops as she reminds herself to stay alert. Back at their safe zone, Yi-hyun starts mixing some random ingredients together. Ina gets curious, and he casually drops that he is brewing up a health potion. He picked it up from an older bro figure, just in case. He remembers Yi-sung literally crying after wrecking ingredients over 100 times before finally nailing the recipe. Yoo-jung teases him, wondering how a total loner knows people with skills like that. Yi-hyun fires right back, asking how many friends she actually has besides him. Oof, critical hit. Yoo-jung admits that was totally out of line. Ina just says Yi-hyun is amazing. She says he does not act their age, more like he has 10 extra years of life experience. That sharp observation actually leaves Yi-hyun completely speechless. Yoo-jung cuts the chatter, declaring they need food for tomorrow's grind. She offers to cook, but Yi-hyun instantly shoots that down, suggesting they just stick to the fresh fruit they picked. Getting defensive, she asks if he seriously doubts her skills. Yi-hyun just challenges her to name the exact color of the cookies she baked in middle school home ec. Yoo-jung thinks about it for a second and guesses purple. Yi-hyun asks if she added blueberry jam. Nope, she is just a terrible cook. He reminds her the teacher literally passed out from eating one. But hey, he admits his own cooking is complete trash too. Hearing this, Ina shyly offers to handle the meal. Yihyun looks stunned, so she explains she cooked every single day back when she lived with her grandma. As Ina ties her hair up, Yihyun thinks back. Honestly, nobody ever knew much about Seo Yoonshik's family background. Hearing about the grandma makes him wonder if her parents had some tragic history. A bit later, Ina finishes up and serves the food. Yoojung takes one bite, instantly tackles Ina with a hug and calls it amazing. Yihyun completely agrees. He is blown away by the top-tier meal in this rugged place. The praise makes Ina smile brightly. She has not felt this happy in forever. Meanwhile, inside the mill's academy control room, Instructor So-ki is freaking out because super-hyped cadet On Hoyen is stuck in 4th place. Even Wilder, 1st and 2nd place, are both magicians. So-ki genuinely thinks the system is glitched out because nothing makes sense. But Chairman Yi Yun-yu, he is completely thrilled. Now pay attention, this is where everything changes. Usually, only warriors score this high, but a 3-magician team just crushed a senior squad and stole the lead. Hyped up, he orders instructor Kim Yi-yun to rewind the footage to that paralyzing spore attack. He watches Yi-yun literally kick Seok in the face. The chairman loves how ice-cold the kid's judgment is. Plus, he is physically overpowering actual warriors. Calling him just a freshman magician feels wrong. Right then, instructor Haeun nervously speaks up with Yi-hyun's profile file. He admits he is unsure if it is the right file. The chairman demands answers. Haeun stammers, so the boss orders him to chill out and speak. Finally, the profile drops. Yi-hyun has an insane 97 aptitude score and is officially classed as a warrior. The chairman is completely speechless. That shock quickly turns into a crazy villain grin. He loves this. He wants to test Yi-hyun's skills himself, and instructor Si Yun-young asks if he is personally intervening. Zooming in on Hoyen, the chairman wants to spice things up. Si Yun-young agrees to set the stage. Back inside, Yi-hyun's crew keeps dropping enemies and stacking points. Yoojung is absolutely shocked they just hit 1,100,000 points. Yi-hyun Chain says that easily locks down 1st place. Yoojung whines, asking if they seriously have to leave their cozy base. Yep, because the seniors are too terrified to approach them now. Ina backs him up, no moving means no more points. Yuyun finally caves and asks what the all-time freshman hunt score record actually is. Ina says it is 1,140,000. Suddenly, Zhao Beihun senses something off. He signals the girls, someone is coming. You and I both know this is bad news. A figure blurs past. Zhao Beihun senses crazy power and the system announces a player's restriction is gone. Zhao Beihun locks eyes with the newcomer, totally not expecting a rematch this soon. It is Hoyen, looking absolutely menacing. Zhao Beihun demands answers, but Hoyen is dead silent, just glaring at the ground. Is he completely deaf right now? Ina nervously screams at them to stay on guard. Hoyen looks super messed up, clearly mind-controlled. Instantly, Zhao Beihun realizes this has to be the chairman's twisted doing. Back before his regression, a similar nightmare ruined the Mills Festival. A fun day turned into an absolute bloodbath, all thanks to Gu Yihyun's unique indoctrination skill. Right before getting arrested for his crimes, that villain triggered a disaster just to cover his escape. Dozens of cadets died that day, and Gu Yihyun walked free. That was the tragic day Kim Yun died. Snapping to the present, Hoyen ignites his sword. Zhao Beihun knows he must snap Hoyen awake. Suddenly, the Nornir system pops a subquest, break the spell and save the mind-controlled cadet. Difficulty C reward is a 2-hour blank card. The quest surprises him, but that blank card is shocking. The ability to copy someone else's power. Oh, he is so hyped. Yuyun offers backup, but he immediately shuts her down, ordering both girls to run away right now. He tells them to get clear and maybe farm some points. Yuyun just stares, reminding him he is about to solo the most famous genius warrior in school. He smiles, asking if she truly believes he will lose. Ina hesitates but finally runs, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are not ready. All right, stick with me here. You and I are jumping right back into the madness. Yuyun is completely shook that Ina took his side. She groans, agrees to farm points, but begs him to stay safe. She literally drags Ina into the woods, screaming over her shoulder to smash Hoyen into the dirt, grab his name tag, and meet up later. With them gone, Zhao Beihun smirks, muttering it will be super quick. Flashback a few hours, right after Huiyin wrecked some upperclassmen. He calculates his score, 600,000 points maybe. Surviving 2 whole days was huge, but honestly, even sitting in 4th place, rank number 1 felt totally out of reach. Pushing his limits, he realized Mill's academy was just built different. He was honestly amazed by Zhao Beihun, a magician fighting with locked skills. Yet the guy still hit 1st place and carried his squad. But Huiyin, he refused to take an L. Time was ticking, gotta keep grinding. Suddenly, Chairman Zhao Beihun pops up on a giant screen, claiming he needs Huiyin's personal help. Then boom, the chairman uses indoctrination, calling it just a tiny favor. Huiyin's eyes go totally dead. System alert flashing wild, someone just hacked right into his brain. That sick energy hijacks him completely. He forgets where he is, what he's doing. System confirms mind corruption. Now, his brain only echoes one single command: destroy Yi Yunin. Jumping to the present, Huiyin pops the A-rank skill martial ascendance. He charges in swinging for a lethal strike, but Yi Yunin just slides right past him. Yi Yunin is stunned. Was Huiyin this insanely strong a few days ago? He dodges everything, but this guy feels like a totally new, terrifying boss. Now pay attention, this is where it gets crazy. Huiyin shield bashes hard. Yi Yunin jumps back, knowing a straight-up muscle and speed contest means total game over. Needing breathing room, he activates Wind Boost and blasts himself backward fast. The wind hits so heavy, Huiyin throws up his shield. Perfect timing, Yi Yunin teleports behind him in a flash. He charges up a massive lightning spell. But nope, before it even connects, Huiyin spins around, dodging backward flawlessly. That totally throws Yi Yunin off. Huiyin reacted faster than humanly possible. Yi Yunin realizes this dude's combat instincts are cracked. This won't be easy. He could cure the brainwashing using absolute calculation, but the real problem is who is watching him. Even blind to the cameras, Yi Yunin perfectly pictures the chairman smirking at this exact fight. So Yi Yunin just grins, ending this too easily, boring. If those guys upstairs want a flashy show, he will absolutely deliver, but it is gonna cost them. The moment he turns up the heat, Instructor Yeyu questions her own eyesight. A squishy magician fighting a warrior in close combat and actually winning. He is totally dominating the genius warrior with lightning chain. To Yeyu, this defies pure logic. She always thought magicians instantly lost in melee, but Yi Yunin is ripping that theory to shreds. Meanwhile, the chairman watches every move. Yi Yunin lands a deep cut, and in the demoplane, Huiyin crashes down next to his sword. Yi Yunin apologizes, swearing he didn't want it to get this far, but trusts his tough recovery. Glancing up at the hidden cameras, he knows the instructors are watching. Boom, he drops a flash bomb, completely blinding the live feed. Up in the control room, Instructor Soki spins around, demanding to know what just broke the screen. Smelling something fishy, the boss snatches the remote right out of her hand, frantically mashing buttons. He realizes that Yian used magic to block their sight. Recognizing the flash bomb, he mutters, "Oh, so that is how we are playing this," he angrily shouts for Instructor Soki, ordering him to drag Yian to his office post-match. Soki stammers, asking if deciding so quickly is smart, but the furious "You and I both know this is shady." The chairman grips his shoulder. Why would a winning cadet hide the broadcast? Soki nervously guesses Yian is flexing his value. Down in the demoplane, Huiyin is hunched over in that blinding light. Yian strolls up, placing a hand gently on his head, and activates absolute calculation. This totally deletes the mind control virus. Instantly, Huiyin's cloudy eyes snap back to normal. He blinks, finally recognizing Yian, who grins and asks if he is good. Huiyin tries standing up, but nah. Massive pain hits, and he completely eats dirt again. Yian chuckles an apology, reminding him he threw the first punch. Huiyin is clueless. Why would he attack? So Yian drops the bomb about the crazy mind control. Totally lost, Huiyin tries to remember. Flashes of a blurry face and a weird voice pop up, but it is fuzzy. None of this makes any real sense. Brainwashing takes an A-rank skill minimum, and the rules strictly capped everyone at C rank or lower in this zone. Yian just shrugs, playing dumb and saying he has no clue. Maybe a system glitch or outside interference. Huiyin goes dead silent, thinking, even with bugs, no normal student could ever cast magic that insane. Breaking the silence, he asks Yian if he knows who hacked the fight or why. Yi-yun just plays it cool, denying everything. But he hints that whoever pulled this off is untouchable. He keeps the name quiet, fully knowing that with just a bit more time at Mills, Hoyun will figure out who Gu Yi-yun really is. Suddenly, the Nornir system blares. Cha Hae-yun beat the sub-quest, saved the cadet, and scored a blank card. Hoyun tries standing again, feeling every single broken bone in his body, while Cha Hae-yun, literally spotless, not a single scratch. It hits him hard. Is this his limit? Finally on his feet, Hoyun swallows his pride, makes zero excuses, and apologizes. Cha Hae-yun laughs, calling him weird. Since Hoyun can walk, he casually waves goodbye, wishing him luck with the rest of this crazy tournament. As he turns, Hoyun shouts and holds out his own name tag. Cha Hae-yun is stunned, giving that up means instant elimination, but Hoyun just shrugs, it does not matter. He banked plenty of points already, even if Yi-yun has way more. He admits defeat, tossing the name tag over like it belongs to the winner. He swears next time will be different. At the festival, he is taking it back. Hoyun vanishes, and the system awards Yi-yun's squad 10,000 points. What do you and I take from this? He stares at the tag. 10,000 points on paper, but to him, it means everything. All right, stick with me here. We're kicking off with Hoyun finally getting the combat talent he craved, plus major respect. Since returning to the past, he's survived pure hell, but this hits totally different. Smiling, he knows this is just the warm-up. For the first time ever, he's fully moving on, ditching that pathetic, weak past version of himself and stepping right into his power. Later on, the 72-hour event officially wraps up, and the system starts calculating. Yi-yun Shin absolutely shatters the record with an insane 1.53 million points. Getting warped back to reality, Yi-yun Shin casually thinks scoring 1.53 million points is just a decent day's work. Yun Shin instantly roasts him for being totally chill about breaking the all-time record. She checks Ina for backup, but Ina just sighs, complaining they totally could have hit 1.6 million if they stuck around another hour. Yu Young suddenly realizes both her teammates are completely unhinged, trying to lighten the mood. She mentions they can live comfortably for a bit with those points. Yi-yun totally agrees, figuring the points act just like cash. If you multiply by 10, that means they just banked 15.3 million won, around $12,000. Yu Young is absolutely speechless. A is equally stunned by that massive payout. Yi-yun reminds them they took first place. Second place only hit 1.48 million, plus they'll snag bonus points. Hearing bonus points, Yu Young physically grabs him. Peeling her off, he casually explains the bonus alone should be about 1 million more. That crazy number makes Yu Young's face light up instantly. She starts spinning around celebrating, while Ina yells out they made 2.48 million points and 24.8 million won in 3 days. Yi-yun begs them to chill, totally embarrassed. He feels the other students glaring daggers. The girls keep partying until instructor Soki steps in to address the crowd. He introduces himself, announcing he needs a quick word with the top 3 winners. Wanting some privacy, he tells them to follow him immediately. Yu Young asks if this involves their hunt points. When Sugong nods, she eagerly follows, but the other girls hesitate, demanding to know where they're actually heading first. Yu Young already guesses it's the chairman's office. Sugong confirms it, saying the big boss officially summoned them. Inside, Ju Young carelessly sits down, crosses his legs, and demands to know where the chairman is, pointing out the guy isn't even here. Sugong is visibly annoyed but bites his tongue. Behind Yi-yun, the girls are stunned by his boldness. Now pay attention, because this is where everything changes. Sugong makes them sit, and finally, the chairman walks in apologizing. Both girls jump up to greet him. Yu Young loudly introduces herself, followed by Ina, while Yi-yun stays glued to his seat. The chairman cheerfully claims he already knows them. Yu Young loves the spotlight, but Yi-yun savagely cuts in, telling the chairman he took so long they nearly fell asleep. The girls are absolutely horrified by his disrespect. Even Soki completely stiffens, wondering if this kid has a death wish. The whole office goes dead silent. Breaking the ice, the chairman admits he has zero excuses for being late, claiming he needed time to prepare. Yi-yun instantly fires back that they had way less time. They got dragged here straight from 3 days in the demoplane, no shower, nothing. The chairman's face tightens up, but then he just bursts into laughter. Yi-yun sees right through the fake laugh, figuring the guy is testing them. Finally, the chairman announces good news, congratulating them for sweeping the top 3 freshman hunt spots. He praises Yeon for taking first place, but Yeon actually credits his teammates, admitting he couldn't have pulled it off solo. That makes the chairman pause again. He wonders why this kid refuses to show off, then admits he watched Yeon's every single move anyway. He points out they totally destroyed the old 1.14 million record. Clapping, he calls their score absolutely unbelievable. The girls politely thank him, but Yeon bluntly asks what his actual endgame is. Yoo-young starts sweating again. Pausing, the chairman reveals Mills Academy is offering them special benefits. First, a totally free academy dorm suite. Second, VIP priority access to training facilities that normally require crazy waiting lists. Third, if they ever bomb a school test, they get free retakes. Laying out this sweet deal, he asks for their thoughts, adding that accepting means signing a strict partnership contract with Mills Academy. Before he finishes, Cha Hae-bae flat out refuses. He admits the perks sound decent, but they could earn all that solo in a month. Mills runs purely on merit, so paying a useless price for free stuff makes 0 sense. I know exactly what you're thinking, free stuff, right? He snatches the contract, reading the fine print. They'd have to surrender 30% of their Raider earnings for 5 whole years. The chairman's expression turns super grim. Cha Hae-bae straight up calls it a trap meant to drag them down. He dares him to prove him wrong. After a tense pause, the chairman sighs. If Cha Hae-bae sees it that way, fine, since nobody can force a signature. The choice is entirely theirs. The girls nervously exchange glances, reading the room. After a heavy silence, Yoo-young apologizes and officially declines. Ina does the same. The chairman covers his face like he's thinking, but his hands' popping veins show pure anger. Finally, he calls it unfortunate, claiming it was his absolute best offer. He gives them more time to think, then locks eyes with Jang Hyun, secretly activating indoctrination and asking if his mind is still made up. Instantly, the Nornir system blares a warning to Jang Hyun. A foreign presence is invading his mind. He totally expected this. The system quickly confirms Hell's blessing completely blocked the mind control debuff. Simultaneously, Cha Hae-bae hands over his blank card, activating its hidden power. He literally provoked the chairman just to bait out this exact skill. For a second, the chairman just stares, completely confused that nothing happened. Cha Hae-bae casually announces they're leaving. Suddenly, the Nornir system chimes in. He just acquired the unique skill indoctrination, letting him control weaker targets. If both agree to a master-servant bond, it upgrades into subordination. Yeon Shin stands, telling the girls it's time to bail, exhausted after 4 days in the demoplane. Leaving the office, Yoo-young politely tells the men to have a nice day. Still totally confused, Ina awkwardly adds they'll be heading out first. With the students gone, the chairman dismisses instructor Sokyun too. Once he's finally alone, he seriously wonders. And that's where we leave it. He's fascinated the freshmen resisted. Outside, Yeon asks if they're okay rejecting the offer. All right, let's dive right into this mess. Yoo Do-young admits she was tempted, but agrees Yeon was right. That creepy chairman was definitely trying to play them. Ina totally agrees. She hated that contract and thinks walking away was the smart move. Plus, she'd rather grind for her wins than take special handouts. Yeon listens, thinking she is way more chill than the Ice Queen he remembers from his past life. Then Yoo-young asks if they noticed the chairman acting super weird. His face looked absolutely gross when they said no. Ina felt it too, pointing out that neither the chairman nor instructor So-kai brought up the demoplane issue. Yeon just listens, realizing Ina's instincts are crazy sharp. Later on, she asks if he knows some dirt on the chairman. Yeon plays dumb, but Ina says his normal chill vibe vanished instantly into pure hostility. Yoo-young totally agrees and pushes him to spill the tea. Yeon just says he isn't totally sure yet. Still, he warns them straight up, do not trust anyone here, not the chairman, not the instructors. Ina steps up, asking if they shouldn't trust him either. Yeon freezes. Yoo-young sneaks up behind Ina with a totally creepy stare, whispering that they definitely should not trust Yeon. She points right at his scary face, whining about how he once ditched her alone outside. Yeon sighs, asking why she is digging up ancient history. Super annoyed, Yoo-young grabs his hair, calling him a total jerk for putting her through that nightmare. After some struggling, Yi Yun shakes her off. He tells them to head inside and rest for the night, as they split up. Ina hesitates, asking if this is goodbye for now. An awkward silence drops and Yu Young just stares at them both. Suddenly, she tackles them into a hug, joking about teen romance vibes while demanding attention. Yi Yun drags her off, pointing her straight to the girls' dorms. She finally gives up. Ina follows, but tells Yi Yun to get some good sleep first. Yi Yun heads toward the boys' dorms. Watch closely because this is where the academy grind truly starts. At the entrance, old memories flood back before he crashes on his bed. To him, only the talentless stayed here. He plans to ditch this place right after classes tomorrow. Living that hell once was plenty. Bright and early the next day, Yi Yun hits the track. Once he gets a solid sweat going, he stops and heads back to gear up for his very first class. Soon. All the freshman magic cadets cram into one room. Their mana acclamation instructor, Kim Jae-yun, introduces herself, but as she talks, Yi Yun frowns hard. He literally does not remember her at all. Even as a former warrior, he'd know the staff. He figures she probably quit early despite the sweet gig. The ones who stuck around were usually greedy folks like Kim So-kai, desperate for whatever scraps Yi Yun tossed them. The instructor points out that they probably find it super weird to have their first class here instead of a normal classroom. Huge doors open as she announces a brutal mana sensitivity test. The cadets stare at the massive mana room in total shock, groaning about the crazy difficulty. Yi Yun realizes this just feels like that mana cube from before, only way weaker. She tells them it's called a mana room. It's built just like pro guild mana cubes. Breaking out of a real one is impossible for rookies, so they made this training version instead. And you and I know the hilarious part, right? Yi Yun already smashed through a real one. The room splits into different levels. The first feels like normal air, but it gets wildly dense. Freshmen usually hit level 3, while literal graduates max out at level 7. This class reveals their exact mana limits. She tells the cadets to line up. She adds that if anyone feels like passing out, just raise a hand. An assistant will pull them out immediately to safety. She steps inside, the cadets following behind. Once they are all in, the instructor sees that level 1 is a total breeze. They move straight to level 2. Instantly, a few cadets start gasping and get dragged out. The instructor pushes them to level 3. Half the class drops out, but Yi Yun, Yu Young, and Ina look totally fine. They hit level 4, and even more cadets tap out completely. Hitting level 5, massive crowds quit. By level 6, kids are literally getting dragged out from pure, absolute exhaustion. Yu Young asks Yi Yun if breathing is getting tough, but he shrugs. Ina sees he's still perfectly steady, so she stubbornly forces herself to push through the insane pressure. The instructor looks back. Only 4 monsters are left standing: Yi Yun, Yu Young, Ina, and Lee Soo-hyuk. They all crushed the freshman hunt. The chairman ordered her to spy on Yi Yun, but she has zero interest in being a corporate lapdog. She announces level 7, leaving everyone shocked. Graduates stop here, so who are these absolute beasts? At level 7, she asks if anyone wants out before level 8. Nobody speaks, even though Yu Young is obviously struggling. The remaining class watches in shock. They hit level 8 and the pressure spikes instantly. Everyone except Yi Yun feels it from here on. The mana shifts violently, just like a real dungeon. She knows even prodigies will crack under this insane weight, right on cue. Soo-hyuk and Yu Young finally tap out. Ina is sweating bullets, but since she and Yi Yun stay totally quiet, they are pushed right into level 9. Ina almost throws up, stumbling hard. It catches Yi Yun off guard. The instructor looks back, but she literally cannot interfere. The chairman's strict orders: never help unless they beg, no matter what. To him, extreme danger is a learning moment, and stealing that chance is just cruel. Yi Yun asks Ina if she's all right. Shaking like crazy, she swears she is fine. She can barely see straight, but losing isn't an option. So what do you and I take from this? Only the strong survive. She'd rather risk everything right here than ever bow to a warrior. Let's dive right in. The weak have zero future, and she just wants to prove herself, but her body totally gives out. Jang Bao Ti Ha Kal Ha Tu Ha Mi catches her mid-collapse, and she mutters she's lost again. While the assistants carry her off, Jang Bao wonders what she meant by again. Hitting level 10, Jang Bao asks if he's doing okay. She knows even she'd start feeling the burn right about now. Zhang Bao just smiles, admitting he's starting to struggle too, so he wants to stop. Hearing that, Zhang Bao tells him to step out with her. Walking back, she seriously questions what struggle even means to this dude. He doesn't look bothered at all, back inside. Zhang Bao asks everyone to clap for Zhang Bao clearing level 10, basically equal to a B-rank raider. She tells the rest to grind harder to catch up, and Su Hyuk shoots Zhang Bao an absolutely lethal glare. Ina, meanwhile, looks totally bummed out about herself. A bit later, Zhang Bao checks on Ina. She says she's fine, apologizing for making everyone worry. He says that's what matters since she's not badly hurt. Yunyong then asks if he's alright too. He looked way too chill in there. Zhang Bao says he's fine, then teases her to take that towel off her neck because she looks like a literal construction worker. That instantly sets Yunyong off, totally regretting she ever cared about him, while she's complaining. Zhang Baoyun asks if she's really unhurt, and she brags the doctor gave her a perfect bill of health. She's just built different. For a second, Zhang Baoyun studies Ina. At first he thought she was just super competitive, but now, it's bordering on obsession. She got lucky this time, but with that crazy mindset, handling her later is gonna be rough. Not that he wants to boss her around, but just like Shang Hun, Ho Yun, and Yi Sung, he can totally tell Ina's future is already shifting. He figures Yunyong is in the exact same boat. Catching his glance, she asks if he's staring because she's pretty. Zhang Baoyun fires back that she must have brain damage to say something that ridiculous. Now pay close attention here. While Ina tries holding Yunyong back, Zhang Baoyun realizes he has no clue how much his actions will actually rewrite the future. If things keep changing this insanely fast, he's gotta step up his game, while he's lost in thought. Yunyong breaks free and yanks the towel around his neck. Zhang Baoyun just grins, pulls it off, drops it on her head, and completely wrecks her hair. Instantly, Yunyong starts swearing like a sailor, her mana flaring up like wild flames. Absolutely furious, she demands to know if he has a death wish for ruining her perfect morning hair. Zhang Baoyun says sorry, then instantly makes it worse by claiming it doesn't look any different, now seeing red. She screams, asking if he's calling her ugly, and boom, Zhang Baoyun realizes he screwed up big time. He spins and sprints away with Yunyong hot on his heels, while Ina watches, highly amused. She can't help thinking those two are actually super close. They go zooming past Su Hyuk, who glares at Zhang Baoyun, wondering how that jerk ever cleared level 10. Then his buddy Kim Min-soo rolls up, says hey, and asks what's bugging him. Su Hyuk orders him to spill every single thing he knows about the guy currently outrunning that girl. Even though Min-soo is super weirded out by being ordered around like a servant, he explains Zhang Baoyun is the first magician ever to win the freshman hunt. Zhang Baoyun says he already knows that. He really wants to know where this overpowered guy suddenly popped out from. Min-soo just shrugs, totally clueless. You're probably thinking the exact same thing I am. The more Zhang Bao thinks, the less sense it makes. Zhang Baoyun is definitely hiding some major secret. Min-soo, meanwhile, thinks this edgy new Zhang Bao is acting super weird, remembering what he was like back as a kid. Ultimately, he points out that Zhang Baoyun has already proven himself twice, so digging for dirty secrets is pointless, especially since cheating at Mills is basically impossible, but Zhang Bao completely refuses to buy it. In his crazy ego, nobody can outshine him without hacking the system. That leaves Min-soo speechless, since Su Hyuk probably couldn't even beat Ina or Yunyong, but he wisely keeps his mouth shut. He finally warns Su Hyuk to chill out, bluntly stating he wouldn't beat Zhang Baoyun even if he respawned from the dead. Su Hyuk totally ignores him. Later on, Zhang Baoyun gets a video call from his teacher Song Yun, and he asks if she wants the scoop on the freshman hunt. She says yeah, it's way more fun hearing the details straight from him. Zhang Baoyun happily drops that he scored first place, making Zhang Yun super proud. She spots that his apartment is way too fancy for a freshman, guessing he farmed a ton of points. She hypes him up for surviving the brutal start at Mills Academy, telling him how proud she is. Zhang Baoyun jokes he's just relieved, thinking she'd totally roast him if he only got second place. She laughs, asking if any specific cadet caught his eye during the hunt. Caught off guard, he asks if she's trying to scout some new talent. She says maybe, promising a sweet reward for any solid intel. Zhang Baoyun says dropping names is easy, but getting paid for it feels a little too generous. Shang-gan insists there's a good reason for it. Later down the road, even 10 times the cash wouldn't buy his cooperation, so he drops in Ha, Yun-young, and Ho-yun as the top 3 Yun Hiwa needs to snatch up. When he pauses on a final name, Shang-gan pushes him to spill it. He mentions an upperclassman who's definitely worth scooping up, and Shang-gan promises to hear his pitch. Hanging up, she thinks hard about the guy Jang Baoyun named Li Yi-sang. She remembers he's the youngest son of the legendary S-rank raider Li Yi-sin. During the chat, she pointed out Jang Bao-sang isn't naturally gifted like his siblings. Pulling him into Yun Hai might just ignite massive drama with Li Yi-sin's Zephyr Guild. Despite the huge risk, she asked Jang Baoyun if he still wanted him recruited. He confidently said yes, claiming Jang Bao-sang is destined to become the world's absolute best alchemist. Right after, manager Jang Baoyun announces that Guildmaster Beek Yi-yun just rolled inside. Jang Baoyun tells him to send her in, and Yi-yun struts in with Yunju trailing behind. Spotting them, Seongun claims they showed up at the perfect moment. Yi-yun counters that merchant time equals money. She extends a hand, saying it's been a hot minute, but the guild master shuts it down, coolly stating they aren't nearly tight enough for that vibe. Unbothered, she tells Yi-yun to grab a seat. Keeping that smile, Seongun asks exactly what the curator guild master wants. Yi-yun chuckles at her totally blunt attitude, noting that getting friendly is gonna be tough, but honestly, she kind of respects the hustle. Yi-yun then casually brings up Jang Hua's new star talent, straight up asking for his price tag. And that's where we stop. The guild master snaps that Jang Hua doesn't sell people, so go shop elsewhere. Stick with me here, Yi-yun asks if the kid agrees. Seongun replies that money can't buy everything, and she probably wouldn't get it anyway. Yi-yun admits she never expected a yes anyway. She only showed up to be polite. The guild master just smirks, calling her courtesy super annoying. Yi-yun casually calls that a huge shame. Since it's late and the vibe is dead, she decides to just pack up and leave. Seongun jokingly says she's glad Yi-yun finally caught on. Yi-yun fires back that having sharp eyes is a merchant's biggest flex. The very next day, the Mills Academy endurance test wraps up. Everyone waits for the system scores. An Hoyun bags first, leaving Yibyuk in second. That makes him click his tongue in annoyance, though beating a combat prodigy like Hoyun was tough. Still, second place, not bad at all. He doesn't need to rush things, even if he's far from his goal. Looking over, the girls are completely shook. Yunjong demands to know what he is. How does a magic raider take second place and actually keep up with An Hoyun? Yibyuk shrugs, saying it makes sense since he started out as a warrior class. She isn't buying it. He tells her to stop ignoring physical training for magic. That totally ruins her mood. She snaps, swearing she'll prove he isn't all that special. Intella quickly grabs her before a real fight breaks out. Watching nearby, instructor Soki thinks the chairman was totally right. Yi-yun is super dangerous. A mage shouldn't have that crazy stamina. What is he hiding? A loud bell rings. Soki steps up and announces the second trial, the AR evasion test. Yi-yun remembers this exact exam from before his regression. It pushed everyone and exposed real talent. Pay attention here, a system grades their virtual fights against AR monsters. Hearing that, Yibyuk realizes Seki definitely isn't taking it easy on them. Usually they'd smash drone monsters while reading attack patterns, but since this is purely an endurance exam, the main focus today is just dodging. Still, crushing monsters earns you bonus points. Seki then hands everyone weird gadgets that look like earphones. Yibyuk explains their receivers to analyze the simulation. Seki nods, adding that these stimulate the brain and project monsters to make everything feel completely real. Drone cameras beam 3D images right into the zone, making the enemies look insanely lifelike. The whole setup prevents actual fatal injuries. What he conveniently skips over, the receiver still makes them feel 20% of the pain. It's designed to keep them on edge for real dungeon raids. Seki mentions the system has 100 levels, but today stops at 10. They're running 4-man squads, called up one by one. Team 3 gets stacked with 2 warriors and 2 mages, throwing Yi-yun and Sahyuk together. Yi-yun thinks it's a totally solid lineup. Then Sahyuk walks up, asking if he's Min Yi-yun. Sahyuk heard Yi-yun took first place during the freshman hunt, but he's super skeptical. How does a squishy mage actually pull that off? He's convinced there's some secret trick involved and demands Yi-yun teach him. Yi-yun pauses, then asks if he ever considered there's no trick at all. Sahyuk scoffs, threatening to beat the truth out of him. Yi-yun just smirks. He tells him he should have just asked for a fight from the start. Sahyuk grins. You and I both know this is bad news. The girls get super nervous, wondering why they're clashing instead of teaming up. The shorter girl tries to calm things down, but Soki calls them to the field. The countdown hits 5, spawning a nasty skeleton warrior. The monster spawns in, and Soki gets ready to back up and make space. But Yibyuk suddenly bursts forward at crazy speeds, shocking his team. Soki yells out, asking what kind of mage rushes the front lines. Charging in, Yi-yun wonders why people are still so narrow-minded. Time to show them how it's done. Mana explodes in his hand, and he absolutely crushes the skeleton's skull. The team is stunned. Even instructor Soki and the watching cadets are left completely speechless. More skeletons spawn, but Jang Bao smashes his knee into one. Landing cleanly, he activates a mana weapon, a rare skill letting mages deal physical damage. It's basically useless for normal mages who stay far back. But Jang Bao is built different. Watching this absolute madness, Sahyuk calls him insane. The girls can't believe their eyes as the system announces a level 1 clear. Jang Bao scores 100%. Level 2 kicks off against a Draugr. Jang Bao actually sounds excited, welcoming the challenge, after a totally brutal string of fast hits. The system announces they cleared all 10 levels, setting a new record. Sahyuk is utterly dumbfounded. Jang Bao Jin feels pretty awesome about it. His body feels way lighter since mastering that new combat method teacher Yunjin taught him. Moments later, Sahyuk marches up, demanding to know what dirty cheat he used. Jang Bao Jin denies cheating, but Sahyuk just refuses to accept reality. Charging past the defense line to solo everything shouldn't be physically possible, he's convinced it's a hack. Jang Bao Jin repeats he's hiding absolutely nothing. When Sahyuk keeps pushing, Jang Bao warns him to drop it. He steps up real close, offering to let him test that power right here, right now. Startled, Sahyuk curses at him, but before punches can fly, instructor Soki steps in, asking if there's a problem and totally killing the tension. Sahyuk grumbles that things would be way easier without teachers around. Jang Bao turns to leave, but Sahyuk yells out that this isn't over. Jang Bao casually fires back that he definitely didn't lose either. Before parting ways, Sahyuk challenges him to an all-out fight at the festival. Jang Bao rejects him cold, saying he already made a promise to someone else. Later, Hoyun remembers that exact rejection. He remembers promising to win his tag back. He starts training hard, and trust me, you definitely want to see this upcoming festival rematch. Let's dive right back in. Soki is walking with his assistant instructors, and everyone is absolutely buzzing about this year's insane endurance scores. These cadets are something else. They start hyping up a magic cadet named Jang Bao, which is wild. Soki knows this kid is ridiculously talented. His polished combat moves, way too slick for a mage. Entering the big boss's office, the chairman praises their hustle and demands those endurance test results. Soki names 3 perfect scorers on Hoyun, Cha Yuan, and Min Yi-yun, but honestly, Jang Bao totally stole the show. The chairman nods, pulling up Jang Bao's footage on his screen. A massive grin slowly spreads across his face. He orders Soki to monitor every single move and grade Jang Bao gets. Any weird behavior, report it immediately. Soki is totally on board. The boss dismisses them to prep for the next big event. Later on, Jang Bao crushes the AR evasion test, instantly clearing level 27. That's his cap, but get this, a full 6-person C-rank squad usually struggles there. Our guy is literally flexing the power of an entire team solo. Next up, the freshman dungeon practicum. As he gears up, dark memories hit him. This exact test was Mills Academy's most horrifying tragedy. So many cadets didn't make it. His old squad got totally wiped out, leaving him as the only survivor. People actually had the nerve to tell him he should have died instead. Still, he refused to quit the academy. He couldn't disappoint his few remaining supporters. Yibyuk heads out to grab some supplies, wondering if things will actually change this time around. In his past life, he literally couldn't save anyone. You and I know he won't repeat that miserable life. Treated like disposable garbage before, never again. one lifetime of heavy regret is enough. The day before the big practicum, classes wrap up as usual. Right after the bell, Yi Byuk, Sheng, and Ine group up with Yi Bei. Yi Yun-jong is stressing over their first dungeon run tomorrow, and Ine straight up admits she got zero sleep last night. Yi Yun plays it cool, saying those first dungeon jitters are totally normal. Of course, Yu-jung instantly starts roasting him for acting so tough. She sarcastically asks if he's been casually strolling through dungeons already. He fires back, maybe no dungeons, but he's definitely met monsters, and one is standing right in front of him. Yu-jung totally loses it, cursing and swinging at him. Ine watches their goofy little squabble and just smiles. Noticing their nerves, Jang Yun hands over some extra potions he bought himself, telling Yu-jung to use them if things go wrong. Yu-jung jokes that she'll spare him this time, while Ine sweetly thanks him. In his past life, Jang Yun only survived this practicum through pure luck. This time he'll survive on skill. Morning hits and Jang Yun warms up early. That's crucial before a dungeon run, no matter how much mana a mage has. Drop a massive spell too fast without stretching. A nasty mana rebound can literally wreck your body mid-cast. Mages spamming heavy spells are crazy vulnerable, and Yi Byuk knows his lightning chain and sacrifice moves are super risky. Plus, he has zero clue how deadly today's test will get, or if his squad will even survive. Still, by pooling mana in his core right now, he can instantly boost his body or spells. This makes him remember the exact moment right before he regressed. The system said time would rewind. As he zones out, the Nornir system suddenly activates a brand new main quest. Watch closely here because this is where everything flips for us. He's back at his biggest turning point. His choices now will literally save lives or end them. Difficulty, rewards, and failure penalties, completely unknown. Even the final loot changes. Based on picking route A or B, with just 12 minutes to lock it in, Yi Yun realizes the Nornir system is aggressively pushing him to level up fast. The gods still need him for their plans. Still, he doesn't fully understand what choosing a route actually implies. He wonders what their actual endgame is. Soon, the freshmen pack into the academy's underground mock dungeon. Instructor Yi Yun announces they'll draw lots for 4-person squads. The crowd immediately starts complaining about it being unfair. With real monsters lurking down there, your survival literally depends on random team luck. A stacked team clears it fast. Pull an unlucky squad of weak cadets and you'll barely survive the run. As the complaining gets louder, Instructor Yi Yun shuts it down, reminding everyone this is an official exam. She claims only beatable monsters will spawn, but listening to her, our MC realizes this is totally the chairman's trap. Sure, most mobs are low level. But if history repeats, a massive boss monster is hiding inside. He clearly remembers that D-rank nightmare, the Kobold Lord. That boss is a joke to him now, but he refuses to play along with the chairman's twisted game, unless this test gives him the perfect opening to strike back hard. Soon, the cadets step up to pull their lots. Against all odds, Yi Yun and Ina actually end up on the exact same squad. He's glad to have one familiar face, and Ina agrees. Yi Yun is relieved to have someone skilled he can comfortably talk to. But as he starts cooking up a battle plan, he absolutely freezes seeing their last 2 teammates. The girl is warrior Kim Jina and the boy is warrior Park Sungwoo. Sungwoo cheerfully asks if they're Team 3, but Yi Yun's blood runs cold. He knows them. They were his old teammates. Back then, they both died holding off the boss monster, literally sacrificing themselves so he could escape. Suddenly. You feel that, right? He finally understands the route choice. The system purposely set this up, making him face his past head-on. Swallowing his shock, he introduces himself as Yi, then covers for the super shy Ina. Sungwoo just laughs a little at how timid she is, but says they'll all get along great once they hang out. They are exactly the same heroes as before. Seeing them warmly include Ina just makes him so happy. Stick with me here, we are diving back in. Intros finish up, Yi Yun calls for a solid plan, and the team instantly votes him leader. With that Nornir system quest still eating at him, Yi Yun breaks down the strategy. He tells his crew to stay ice cold, no matter what crazy stuff jumps out inside that dungeon. If their front line cracks, it is game over for everyone. The 2 warriors listen, completely blown away by his incredibly sharp battle tactics. Sungwoo grins, exactly what you would expect from the guy who totally dominated the freshman hunt. Realizing this is no joke, he says he already memorized all 6 parts. Ina nods and says she did too. Right after, the instructor announces prep time is totally over. The real dungeon test starts now. She calls all the team captains up front. Yeon steps forward, glancing sideways to see Hoyeon stepping up for Team 4. Yep, the exact same squad Yoojung is running with. That definitely helps him relax. With Hoyeon running the show, Yoojung is way safer, once all the captains huddle up. The instructor tells the captains to take their squads into the assigned gates, wishing them luck. Hoyeon marches his crew inside, and one guy immediately complains about the gross, damp air. This is their first taste of a real dungeon. Yoojung wonders out loud if kobolds will spawn since they are underground. The other dude nods, saying there is tons of ore here, so probably. Yoojung gets super hyped, dreaming about finding actual diamonds, but mid-sentence she freezes. Her instincts flare up, something is totally wrong. Hoyeon feels it too. He snaps into action, yelling that something is coming and ordering formations. Yoojung shifts instantly, but the rest look completely panicked as an entire pack of kobolds surrounds them. Even worse, these monsters are carrying nasty digging tools as weapons. Hoyeon shouts that kobolds are weak alone, but totally deadly in huge numbers. Without missing a beat, he charges straight in, yelling to end it quickly. Yoojung flexes her holy power and drops a flash bomb. A massive burst of light blinds the monsters, giving Hoyeon the perfect opening to slice them up. As the other cadets handle the stragglers, Yoojung casts Wind of Helheim, chaining it with an air blast. She shoots rapid-fire bursts right into the kobolds, knocking them totally flat. With the monsters wiped out, Hoyeon checks on the squad. The girls say they are fine, but when they look over at the other guy, Seiyu is literally gasping for air. They rush over, completely confused since kobolds do not use poison. Then Yoojung looks up and realizes, oh no, this is not poison. Get ready because things just got crazy. A giant kobold boss drops in, crushing them with raw mana. Shocked, Hoyeon asks why a kobold lord is even here. Meanwhile, over in Team 3's dungeon, Gina tells Yeon she knew he was tough, but his skills are honestly way beyond her wildest expectations. She asks how many beasts he has already smashed on their run. Yeon chuckles, making a joke about finding diamonds, and suddenly realizes this girl is just incredibly shy. Rumor had it Ina never even spoke more than 3 words at once. A bit later, the squad walks right into a massive room loaded with shiny ore. Yeon instantly knows this is all wrong. His butterfly effect must have messed up the timeline. Suddenly, he feels a huge monster approaching, probably the kobold lord itself. He orders the squad straight into Plan C, heavy defense, then counterattack. He warns them this boss is on a completely different level than the trash mobs. Sungwoo starts sweating, especially since they were promised this gate only had weak enemies. Just a second later. Boom, something absolutely annihilates the wall. The cadets freeze in pure terror. A freaking kobold lord, a boss monster should not be here, as Ina nervously backs up. She remembers Yeon's warning, if the front line snaps, it is a total party wipe, so she quickly hits the vanguard with a magic armor buff. Sungwoo is barely holding it together under the boss's insane pressure. Yeon drops a taunt, and as the lord smashes into the shield, Sungwoo screams for backup. Yeon charges in, pure mana exploding from his hand, and blasts the lord point blank. Ina is totally shocked by the firepower, praying that hit actually did some real damage. But nope, the boss stands right back up like it was nothing. Yeon just laughs out loud. Watching the monster literally regenerate, he admits this glitch is totally unexpected. The massive lord fully heals and flashes a sick grin. Yeon actually starts wondering if a regenerating boss is too much for his squad. I know what you're thinking, it can't get worse, right? Wrong. The Nornir system chimes in, dropping a special quest called Raven Hunter to slay Odin's spies working against the rogue gods. 5 objectives, straight up S-rank difficulty. The rewards are huge, a blank card and class upgrade, but failure equals instant death. Meanwhile, outside, Instructor Jin is watching playback of Yeon's fights. She is completely baffled by how a mage is throwing hands like that. Even as a rank mage herself, those moves look completely impossible. She bets Team 3 will easily take first place, but suddenly one of the dungeon gates swings wide open. She's stunned to see Hoyun dragging Seiyu out while Yujung yells about a massive problem. Jin demands answers and they drop the bomb. A kobold lord just spawned. She is completely lost. A boss like that should never be in a training gate. Now she is flying blind with zero clue what is happening to the other students. The assistant instructors sprint over to Seiyu, treating him for mild mana sickness, coaching him to just take slow, deep breaths. Yujong frantically asks if Team 3 is still inside, and Jin nods. Hoyun is totally shocked, convinced Yian and Ina are more than strong enough to run from that boss. Jin quickly dials Chairman Yi. He acts totally surprised, though he is visibly smirking. She reports the rogue B-rank monster and urgently requests a heavy rescue squad. Playing the shocked card perfectly, the chairman tells her to chill out, promising to deploy a team ASAP while ordering her to hold her position. Hanging up, Jin gets a seriously bad gut feeling about this. Cut back to the dungeon, where Ina, Gina, and Sungwoo are running completely out of gas. The system warns Yiyun that Odin's raven is controlling the boss. Odin famously had two of these birds, Hyujin for thought and Munin for memory. They spied on everything to help him rule Asgard. Catching on, Yiyun loudly calls the beast Odin's little servant, totally flexing that he knows the ravens are watching. The monster's mana is basically B rank, and with that crazy healing factor, it is a nightmare even for him. Yiyun seriously considers just bailing out. Running is the smart move, but what do you think he'll do? In his past life he hid, but this time he is done with regrets. Alright, stick with me here. You and I are about to see how a second chance changes everything. Test or not, Yiyun is protecting them. He yells for everyone to bolt for the exit while he distracts this massive monster. Sungwoo is totally confused, asking how he will survive solo. But before he can even finish that sentence, two kobolds jump him right from behind. Yiyun instantly blasts them away using his holy arrows. He tells Sungwoo to shut up and just run, right as the kobold lord swings again. Yiyun explains he just cannot fight full out while guarding everyone. Ina screams his name in a total panic. He turns toward the attack, but suddenly a magical shield pops up and completely blocks the heavy blow. Startled, Yiyun looks over. Ina actually cast it. She tells him she can help fight. Looking into her fierce eyes, he knows she is dead serious. He honestly wonders if this is just another future he managed to change. So he tells Ina to stay right by his side. The rest need to hit the entrance and report this mess to Instructor Yi. Sungwoo tries arguing back, but Yiyun shuts it down. He cannot protect everyone and fight. Suddenly, Ina screams out his name in pure panic. He whips around to face the attack, but boom, a shiny shield blocks the deadly blow. Yiyun is stunned, realizing Ina cast it. She insists she can help. Her fierce eyes tell him she absolutely is not backing down. With the others gone, it is just Yiyun and Ina against the monster horde. He tells her he will cover her back. She summons this glowing holy sword and slices right through the smaller kobolds. That is Yiyun's perfect opening. He charges the massive kobold lord head-on. But wait, he notices the kobold lord's body is literally melting. He stops dead. Everyone has a mana limit, right? Something completely hidden is pumping way too much raw power into this beast. Now watch closely because we are about to see the real mastermind exposed. It has to be Odin's raven. Yiyun equips mistletoe, widening his vision and triggering his mana perception skill. Now he can literally see the magic flowing. Tracking that raw energy with his new skill, he follows the bright trail from the giant monster straight down to Hidden Claw. Smiling because he finally found it, he waits for the boss to strike. Then he unleashes lightning chains, promising this thing is done for. Cut to the Aesir Gathering Hall. One of Odin's scout ravens flies back to Asgard. Hyujin reports straight to Odin, saying they finally located the legendary mistletoe weapon. The exact weapon missing from his stash, Frigg demands to know where it is. Hyujin tells her it is down in Midgard, Earth, probably held by that legendary prophesied enemy. This freaks her out enough to call Mimir an old fool. Thor steps in, trying to chill her out, reminding her they are watching Earth closely after making that treaty. You know, the treaty with the anti-Aesir rebels. Frigg snaps back, calling Thor careless. She brutally reminds him they lost Baldur in the last war because of that exact mistletoe. Taking a second to think, Odin orders Hyujin to find out if this fabled enemy is teaming up with the anti-Aesir forces, so the raven immediately flies back to Earth. Over in the chairman's office, Gu Yi rubs that weird ring he held during Yiyun's call. Saiki walks in, and the chairman casually asks for a status update. The instructor says nobody suspects a thing yet. Yian loves hearing that. He laughs, totally glad he borrowed some extra power early. He is positive Yian will be his. His pawn, no matter how much the kid fights it. He claims this is all for Odin and the Aesir. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Yian blasts his lightning chains. But the giant kobold lord actually catches them, taking 0 damage. It swings right for Yian's neck. He bends way back and jumps, dodging a literal beheading by an inch. Standing next to Ina, he asks if she can run interference so he can dodge its wild attacks. She promises to try, but man, she is already looking super pale. Yi-yun realizes she knows a mana rebound could strike her. Even if they win, Ina could die here, yet she's still choosing to risk it all for him. I know what you're thinking. Yi-yun swore to never trust anyone again, right? But seeing her bravery, his cold resolve cracks. He glares at the monster, ready to end this. He only gets one shot at this. He fires off a massive barrage of lightning chains, while Ina throws up a heavy mana shield. Fully protected, Yi-yun charges right in. Ina is fading fast, biting her lip as her hands shake violently. The furious monster locks dead onto Yi-yun. Rushing forward, he suddenly remembers some advice from a past life. An old friend said nothing feels worse than dying because you refuse to trust your squad. Yi-yun leaps into the air, signals Ina, and finally decides to take that leap. He's going to see if trusting a teammate actually matters. He literally steps onto his lightning chain and surfs it forward. Ina is completely mind-blown by this insane move. Riding magic like a skateboard means his mana control is god tier. The monster braces itself as Yi-yun rides in, but get this, he does not attack it head-on like you would expect. Instead, he parkours right over its giant head. Instantly, the kobold lord twists its arm and blindly swats at him, obviously still being puppeted by that hidden force. That tricky raven, Ina panics, thinking he is about to get swatted like a fly, but Yi-yun dodges the hit and smirks. Using mana perception, he tracks that invisible thread. Straight back to Odin's raven, he slams his blade into its hiding spot with absolute max power. The impact is so heavy his sword literally explodes, but it works. The mighty kobold lord screams in pain. The system flashes a message. The magical link to Odin's raven is officially broken, as soon as Yi-yun hits the ground safely. The giant boss just faceplants behind him. He walks right over to the real troublemaker and finds Hyujin crumpled on the floor. Yi-yun fiercely demands to know what Odin wants. When the stupid bird stays quiet, Yi-yun straight up steps on its head, but then he spots a necklace on it with 3 triangles. Wait, that is the exact same logo. From Chairman Yi-in's weird ring, he stomps down harder, demanding to know how Odin connects to Gu Yi-in. Silence. He quickly realizes this magic bird is practically brainless. Holding it hostage is totally pointless. He lifts his boot, letting the battered raven escape back to Asgard. Suddenly, Ina comes sprinting over, shouting Yi-yun's name in a panic. He yells that it is not over, they have to prep for mana backlash, but before he can even warn her, she just freezes. The Nornir system triggers a huge warning. Corrupted mana is overloading his body. Intense pain hits Yi-yun and he grabs his chest. Ina is hurting too. Luckily, the system cleanses Yi-yun's dark mana because his core is pure. He finally stabilizes. Plus, the system says his max mana just got a permanent +5 boost. Yi-yun sighs in relief. His crazy gamble actually worked. The system chimes again. He officially crushed the first target in the special Raven Hunter quest. His epic loot, 5 stat points, a blank card, and a sweet level up. Catching his breath, Yi-yun realizes they barely survived, but when he looks over at Ina, red alert. The system flashes that his teammate is dying. He sprints to her side as the warning blares. Without healing, she will die. Later, Ina wakes up sweating, head pounding. Seeing Yi-yun, she asks what happened. And trust me, you and I aren't ready for what comes next. Let's dive right back into the madness. He wakes up when she calls his name, surprised she's up. Checking her stats, pure shock, both her health and mana are totally maxed out. She clearly remembers that brutal mana rebound, but she says she's fine and asks about him. J1, totally chill, saying he just took a quick nap. Then she looks over, the Cobalt Lord, dead on the floor. She asks why he didn't just leave. He says he was waiting for her to wake up because they have serious stuff to discuss. Curious, she asks what's up. J1 pauses, saying they must get their story straight. That instantly makes Ine blush hard. Classic misunderstanding, the phrasing sounded way too romantic. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, chaos. Yu Young is screaming, demanding to know why only 2 cadets returned. The instructor tries to calm her down, totally getting why she's freaking out. Nearby, Ho Yeon is stressing, wondering how he can even help Yi Yun and Ine. Suddenly, the dungeon doors swing open while Yu Young is yelling. Yi Yun and Ine casually stroll out, dead silence. Yi Yun smirks, asking if they were fighting over them. Even the instructor is absolutely floored. The inspection squad swore those two were dead meat. I mean, the boss inside was at least a B-rank monster. Tears flood Yu Young's eyes instantly. She sprints over, arms wide open, sobbing as she pulls them into a massive hug. She cries that the inspectors all thought they were total goners. She's just so happy they survived. Ine gives a warm smile, but Yi Yun gently pats her, asking if she can let go now. Even Sungwoo and Gina look like they're about to bawl. Yi Yun thanks them for having faith. He tells the crowd those two only left to get the instructor, so nobody better blame or trash talk them. Yu Young is still fuming though, asking how they could abandon their squad, but Yi Yun steps up, saying he would have made the exact same call. He tells her to drop the anger. Not everyone is as fearless as she is. He asks her not to lash out on his behalf. That hits her hard. She lets go of him, clinging to Ine instead, pouting that she was mad for Ine, back inside the dungeon. Now pay attention, this flashback is huge. Ine asked if he actually healed her. Yi Yun said she must be confused, but he couldn't explain. He didn't want anyone knowing about his crazy power. When she asked why hide it, he flipped the script. Wasn't she wondering why a cobalt lord randomly spawned here, putting innocent students in lethal danger? He says it all leads back to Chairman Gu Yi Yun, absolute garbage, who treats students like disposable tools. His public image, completely fake. He literally doesn't care if weak students die. Ine puts it together. That's why Yi Yun fights the chairman and hides his strength. He nods right after a quick pause. She brings up their office visit. Back then, he warned them not to trust a single soul, not the chairman, not even the instructors. She asks how much he really knows about Gu Yi Yun. He already knew the chairman was dangerous, acting like he saw the future. That's exactly why she's demanding answers. When he stays quiet, Ine literally begs him. Yi Yun is speechless. He didn't expect her to push this hard, knowing she could be in serious danger if she gets involved. He actually considers using mind control on her, but he scraps that idea. Her magic level is way too high, it'd fail. Plus, brainwashing your allies, horrible move. Ultimately, he apologizes, saying his lips are sealed. When she asks why, he admits the truth would only put her in the crosshairs. He begs her to drop it. Boom, back to the present. Instructor Yi Yun bows low, apologizing for failing the rescue mission. She's just so relieved they survived, but Yi Yun plays it cool, saying it's fine, she wasn't the mastermind who set this whole trap, as he turns to leave. And finally get some sleep. Ine chases him down. She asks one last time, can he really not share his secrets, especially when another disaster could strike? Again, he apologizes again, still a hard no, but he hopes she'll keep her promise. As Zhang Bao walks off, the Nornir system suddenly chimes in. He's cleared. You and I both know system rewards are the best part, right? He cleared the main quest. Since he took Route B, totally changing his past timeline, the reward shifts. Because of his choice, he scores Aiden's golden apple. Later, Chairman Zhang Bao tells Soki he's severely disappointed. Soki quickly apologizes, but the chairman says he'll let it slide once, though he hates useless subordinates. With a freezing glare, Zhang Bao asks if he understands. Shaking, Soki swears he won't mess up again. Zhang Bao warns him he'd better not. Then he orders Soki to bring Zhang Bao Haiyan to heal at the next event before his patience completely runs out. Next morning, Zhang Bao Haiyan grabs a shower. Staring at his gear, he thinks about Ine's brutal mana rebound. In his past life, Kim Yu Yong died and An Ho Yao didn't even reach half his true potential. That's exactly why he's stepping up to rewrite the future. Ine is different though. He thinks she'll be perfectly fine without him. He decides to play it super safe around her. Messing with timelines is risky business. Chilling on the couch, he flips on the TV, hunting for any useful intel. Watching the news, he realizes he has to expose the shady link between Gu Jiang and the Acer Guild. ASAP, that dungeon mess, just the appetizer. Way worse threats are coming, and he desperately needs to level up his power to handle whatever nightmare spawns next. Suddenly, a news segment grabs his attention. A host is asking about weird, non-standard dungeons. The guest expert explains that theme Dungeons are a whole different beast. Normal ones, beat the boss, grab the loot, and dip. But theme dungeons, the absolute worst part is that you are literally trapped until it's cleared. Hearing this, Jang Bao-hyun remembers Love and Loopy's insane dungeons from his past life. A wild idea hits him, the expert says. Raiders have to literally roleplay inside the dungeon to clear specific conditions. It's crazy, but the main reason hunters risk their lives in these is for the ultra-rare drops. There's also a hidden piece, basically called God's arrangement. That's why raiders endure the brutality. Jang Bao-hyun is absolutely hyped. Jang Bao-hyun quickly calls Solange, setting up a score goal for Kim the Paulo. At the exact same time, Ine has tea with Yu Young, apologizing for making her stress out. Yu Young waves it off, she's just thrilled they survived. But then she admits Jang Bao-hyun can be a total jerk, so she worried he might have treated Ine like garbage. Ine smiles, saying that's just his personality. Then she goes quiet. Yu Young instantly snaps, asking if he actually was mean to her. Ine quickly says no, it's just that Jang Bao-hyun trusts Yu Young so much. She wishes he would lean on her too. So what do you and I take from this? Trust me, our girl is about to train like an absolute beast to prove she's strong enough for him. All right, jump into this one with me. Her voice trails off, making Yu Jung super worried. But Ine finally stands up and Yu Jung immediately takes charge. She tells her to completely forget about Jang Bao Bei and just grab some awesome food. There's this one spot she's dying to hit up. Ine stammers a bit, but Yu Jung snatches her hand, promising a totally fun distraction. Caught off guard at first, Ine finally breaks into a sweet smile. Meanwhile, Kejun inspects Idan's golden apple, a literally legendary consumable item. It slices aging by 50%, bumps healing by 50%, and permanently spikes magic aptitude. Plus, it's totally account-bound. He realizes crazy stats like anti-aging and super healing are ultra-rare, easily worth over $1 million. Since he can't sell it, his mind jumps to other epic loot. He suddenly remembers a massive A-rank-themed dungeon dropping soon at a Seoul amusement park. That is exactly where he can snag Thielfi's Thunder Steps, those insane speed-boosting kicks worn by Thor's actual servant. Because they massively buff dexterity, martial arts raiders drool over them. Fully hyped up, Kejun takes a big bite of the apple. Bright light explodes around him, though it tastes super basic. Suddenly, the Nornir system chimes in. Idan's golden apple activates, permanently boosting his stamina by 20. Mana by 20, and spikes his delayed aging and natural healing by 50%. Plus, his magic aptitude receives a massive permanent upgrade. Kejun is absolutely stoked it lived up to the hype. Feeling completely weightless, he grabs his phone, makes a quick call, and heads straight to the Seoul theme park. Looking at it post-regression, the place feels kinda cheap. Strolling up to the booth, the staff asks what ticket he is buying. Instead, Kejun slaps down his Lotus Guild card, flexing his raider status. He immediately warns her a massive theme dungeon is about to spawn right here. Meanwhile, the instructor swings by Kejun's hostel but finds him gone. The front desk mentions he had plans today, nervously asking if the kid is in any trouble. But she waves it off. Still, she is completely amazed. How does a rookie bounce back from that kind of trauma so fast? He isn't just naturally gifted, his mental game is unbreakable. She realizes this kid has absolute guts of steel. Before leaving, she tells the worker to send Kejun her way later. Outside, she hooks up a communicator, secretly dialing up senior manager Song Jae-suk. Jae-suk answers, asking for updates. She confirms the crazy truth, Kejun was definitely involved. Jae-suk wonders if the kid really survived that brutal dungeon trial, guessing he's traumatized. He orders her to monitor everything and report any sketchy vibes. She agrees, adding that student Min Yi-yun definitely knows some hidden details. Cut back to the park. Officials are desperately evacuating all the guests. Kejun is completely shocked by their speed, realizing the Lotus Guild's massive influence. He flashes back to calling teacher Song about the sudden dungeon spawn. Since he was so sure, she let him use the guild's name, but strictly ordered him to prioritize his safety if things went south. That rule makes him smirk. She clarified she wasn't doubting him, but no teacher wants their student walking blindly into a totally unpredictable dungeon. Watch closely now. The Nornir system suddenly announces the Neverland in Ruins themed dungeon has spawned. Clear 3 back-to-back missions for a special item. The big 3 quest drops. He has to crush 3 A-rank missions and the ultimate prize, Thielfi's Thunder Steps. He gets 24 hours, but the failure penalty is hidden. Xiao Beiyun realizes everything perfectly mirrors his past life. Flashback time, he recalls a cocky raider showing up, confidently claiming the Viking zone was a guaranteed mission spot. She bragged about already predicting the other locations. The rides, the haunted house, even the parade route. Her name, Xiao Ahayan, a 16-year-old theme dungeon specialist. She constantly flexed her cognition accelerant skill, calling it absolutely god tier. In her mind, she could outsmart literally any dungeon puzzle thrown her way. Xiao Beiyun remembers this self-proclaimed genius with a 150 IQ. She loved flexing, but jealous haters straight up murdered her eventually. Giving Thielfi's Thunder Steps to some random player, but this time around, he is absolutely stealing those kicks for himself. You and I both know he's diving in, right? The system prompts the Viking mission. He accepts, teleporting instantly, and a crazy message pops up. The story's ending is changing. He completely vanishes from reality, only to suddenly spawn inside the dungeon near his original drop point. Boom, full character sync. The system confirms he is now role-playing as Thielfi, a hardcore warrior who barely survived a massive Viking invasion. The first big 3 quest drops, Thielfi's Grudge. Turns out Thor, super jealous of his speed, kidnapped his little sister Roskva to enslave him. He has to embody Thielfi and save her. It is a B-rank mission rewarding the awesome commander's shout active skill. If either dies, it's over, and failure equals real death. Thielfi, Thor's servant and the absolute fastest across the 9 realms, was actually human, holding a massive grudge against the Aesir. Cultist Vikings slaughtered his family. Xiao Beiyun is stunned. That completely wrecks the original mythology. He wonders if the Aesir and Nornir are beefing again. Suddenly, a voice shouts Thielfi's name, violently snapping him totally awake. He bolts upright, head pounding, completely disoriented. Then it clicks, he is riding the exact ship he hijacked to hunt down Roskva. And the guy shaking him, Frederick, the mastermind behind the heist. Frederick checks on him, but before he can answer, an enemy ship violently rams them. Pirates instantly swarm the deck, turning things deadly in seconds. Xiao Beiyun is still confused, but rescuing Roskva is officially on hold. He tells Frederick to step back and let him cook, instantly leaping onto the enemy ship, while Frederick desperately screams at him to stop. The second he touches down, the pirates totally freeze in pure shock. A pirate mocks him for jumping straight into enemy territory while the rest threaten to butcher him. He stays dead silent. Then he spots a tied-up girl, and guess what? It's Xiao Ahayan. Trust me, you and I are gonna want to see how this plays out. It's that same girl who kept bragging about her skills, so he's completely baffled she's even here. Then, alright, let's dive straight into the madness. The system pings, this tied-up girl is Thielfi's little sister, Roskva. See, Xiao Ahayan always thought she was an absolute genius, a future top-tier raider. But somehow she ended up totally trapped inside this dungeon. Literally 3 minutes before the park's emergency alarm went off, she just went to the bathroom. Now she's stuck, desperately crunching the numbers. 0.6% chance of a dungeon spawn, and a 0.0003% chance it's a theme dungeon. Cursing her absolutely trash luck, she forces herself to snap out of it. She has to find an escape route, even as tears start welling up. Seriously, she refuses to die in a place like this. Praying a raid team is already on the scene. She thinks she might be saved when she spots Min Yi-yun right in the middle of the park. Naturally, she starts secretly tailing him. Dude totally doesn't look like an official raider, which just makes her even more curious, so she keeps creeping behind him. Snap back to the present. Min Yi-yun is absolutely mind-blown he bumped into her again, out of all people, especially after the massive evacuation order. Before he can even process it, pirates take aim. But boom, he throws up a mana shield, completely blocking the arrow volley. As they keep shooting, he seriously questions why he's a magnet for weirdos. Charging his fist with raw mana, he literally drops them all in one epic hit. Looking on the bright side, sure, Xiao is insanely annoying, but she might actually be super useful for this raid. Suddenly, a massive pirate charges, swinging a heavy sword, but Min Yi-yun casually slips aside, dodging the slash completely. Since he can't just ditch Xiao, he decides he'll put her to work instead. Right after dodging, he plants a brutal punch straight into the big guy's face, sending him tumbling backward. But first, he needs to take out the trash. Then he'll figure out what to do with Seo. When more pirates rush in, Min Yi-yun straight up tells them he has 0 time, so just attack together. And yeah, not long after. Every single one of them is knocked out cold. He casually strolls over to Seo, telling her to stop faking sleep. Then he straight up asks if her role here is Roskva. She clicks her tongue busted. Flashing a super sly smile, she asks if that makes him Thielfi. He just says yes and squats down right in front of her. Now pay attention, this is where it gets good. He punches the post she's tied to, cracking it wide open and making her flinch hard. With an absolutely deadly glare, he warns her not to try anything stupid. Message received loud and clear. Seo nods frantically, literally hiccuping from fear. A second later, the system chimes in. He just cleared the first Big 3 mission, teleporting him back to the main field. Soon enough, he and Seo are back outside in the park, sitting directly across from each other at a table. To Seo, this guy is a total puzzle, a magic-type raider brawling like a hardcore martial artist. He looks her age, but his personality, absolute garbage, while she's trying to read him. He cuts through the silence, flat out asking what her skills are. Seo completely stammers, making up some lie about her skill just boosting basic swordsmanship. She's desperately trying to play him. Kids their age almost never have awakened skills, and considering his nasty attitude, she wants to use him as a meat shield. But he instantly shuts her down. He knows she's lying, and he absolutely despises liars. Panicking, she doubles down, claiming it's totally true and that she has a D-rank skill called Beginner Swordsmanship Revision. Then, after a heavy pause, Min Yi-yun drops a bomb. He says her real skill is Cognition Accelerant. It literally slows down her perception of time while supercharging her brain. It's God tier for leadership, reading the room, and predicting enemies. He smirks and asks if he missed anything. Xiao Bei is completely floored. How on earth did he figure that out? Min Yi-yun stands up, straight up telling her he's not carrying a liability who plans to backstab him. He's definitely not that stupid. He turns his back, but she instantly shatters, sobbing and begging him to wait. If he ditches her here, it's game over. He asks why he should ever trust her, and she screams she'll do literally anything. That actually makes him smile, so he proposes a magical contract. At first she's confused, but as he writes out the terms, it all clicks. The rules, she can't do anything to hurt him, and she has to follow every single command. In exchange, he'll keep her alive through the Neverland dungeon. Oh, and she can literally never talk about this deal. Reading the absolute madness, she rips at her hair. This brutal deal is bound by his terrifying subordination ability. It's a dark part of his indoctrination skill, and honestly, it's the only safe way to handle a wildcard like her. Cornered, she signs the paper. Instantly, magical binding chains lock around her neck and arm. The system officially announces Seo's subordination, and because this whole thing was sealed by a magical contract. You and I both know that's wild, right? It won't fade after the dungeon. He tries playing it down, claiming it's not literal mind control, but she snaps back. Having someone inside your head is just super creepy. Shrugging, he says she can easily rip it up. He isn't forcing her. He can just leave her here alone. Before he can even finish that sentence, she frantically yells that she'll do her absolute best. Meanwhile, inside Hiliv Temple, someone whispers to Hel that the little adversary is working extremely hard. Especially with those Asir gods watching their every move. Leaving now would definitely trigger the Asir's rage, so he begs Hel to keep an eye on things. He needs to buy time until this adversary is totally ready. Cut back to the park, Siwoo lags behind Minjun, asking what's next. When he casually says they're hitting the haunted house first, she lets out a massive scream. Turns out, she's absolutely terrified of horror rides. Minjun asks if she's seriously that spooked, but she instantly plays offended, scoffing and demanding to know what kind of middle schooler gets scared of fake ghosts. He smirks, saying someone exactly like her probably would. When she fiercely denies it, he just shrugs it off, as they finally approach the entrance. Minjun tells her to brace herself, but she practically begs for a second to catch her breath. Too late, the system blares the start of the haunted house mission, instantly teleporting them straight inside the nightmare. The objective, escape alive without breaking 3 specific rules. Plus, the absolute worst part, some of their skills are completely sealed. Minjun asks what role the system gave her. Staring at the heavy camera suddenly in her hands, Siwoo guesses she's the cameraman. Then she nervously asks what his role is. He sighs, saying he's supposed to be some wild horror streamer, and that it's been a while since they've had a boom, before he can even finish, a massive guy appears beside them to say hello. Siwoo looks like she's about to pass out, but the giant calmly introduces himself as Alfred, the mansion's head butler. He serves Countess Flandier and was sent to officially welcome our duo. Right on cue, the Nornir system drops Minjun's second major quest for this creepy Flandier mission. Trust me, you're gonna want to stick around for this. They've gotta explore this terrifying mansion, use the camera to expose its dark secrets, and survive an A-rank mission to win the illusion skill. Stick with me, we're diving into a literal death trap. Miss the secrets, game over. Alfred invites them in. Saying the Countess ordered him to roll out the red carpet, Minjun stays on high alert while Siwoo is absolutely sweating bullets. Alfred leads them to the dining room. Inside, Minjun spots a vase tagged as a gift for the most beautiful, foolish little girl. Meanwhile, Siwoo notices this painting of a young kid with her dog. Alfred casually mentions it is a portrait of the owner and her dog, Sean. Minjun figures the kid is maybe 12 or 13. He points out the Countess must really miss her childhood to keep a painting like that. Alfred totally agrees, saying she treasures those dreamlike memories. But the dude sounds so incredibly creepy. It puts Minjun on absolute edge and almost makes Siwoo cry. Before long, the weird butler tells them to just keep following him. As they walk, Minjun stays sharp. The system explained the first mission setup, but left them totally blind here. So he has to uncover these secrets totally solo. He checks on Siwoo, calling out her obvious lie about not being absolutely terrified right now. She snaps back that she is just nervous about the creepy vibe. Soon, Alfred shows off this massive feast the Countess apparently whipped up. Staring at them like a complete psycho, he tells them to enjoy and slowly sneaks out. Yeah, he is definitely waiting for them to get poisoned. After he leaves, they just sit there in pure silence. Siwoo points out that eating this is a horrible idea, so Minjun decides they should snoop around immediately. But Siwoo tells him to hold up, they need intel first. She focuses hard and pops her cognition accelerant skill right on the spot. That skill cranks her brain power up to the max. A second later, she claims she has already figured out some secrets about this mansion. Minjun is honestly shocked she learned that much so fast. She explains the owner is definitely a 12-year-old kid. When he asks why, she points right at the lobby chair. The main seat is propped way higher than the rest, meaning the boss is way smaller than everyone else. Plus, get this. The lobby shelves are low and only the bottom handles look used. Minjun admits she is totally right, so they decide to check out another spot. As she follows, Siwoo jokes about keeping that super expensive-looking camera for herself, but suddenly, Minjun stops dead in his tracks. Now watch closely, this is where things get real. Yi Hyun, looking super tense, tells her to stop joking around. They are officially locked inside. Meanwhile outside, reporters and raiders finally show up 2 hours later. A reporter confirms 2 people are stuck inside, a Lotus Guild raider and a middle schooler, Siwoo. She worries if the kids can even survive. Nearby, a raider named Sunbinim is swearing up a storm, realizing this missed early entry might just completely destroy their promotion. Kang Hyun, the same guy from that crazy goblin incident, points out that literally nobody could have predicted a themed dungeon popping up here. Sunbinim warns that if the civilian council gets angry, Kang Hyun might actually lose the rank he earned back then, and his own promotion is toast. Kang Hyun just sarcastically thanks him for the pep talk. Sunbinim knows they're taking the blame, ordering Jaehyun Shun to ID the victims. Jaehyun Shun absolutely panics when he sees Yi Hyun on that list. He remembers Yi Hyun getting into Mill's academy and wonders if the Lotus Guild already recruited him, seeing his shocked face. Sunbinim nervously asks if there are really only 2 people trapped instead of 3. Kang Hyun says he actually has a feeling this dungeon will get cleared. Meanwhile, back in the haunted house, Siwoo completely freezes up. Shaking like a leaf, she asks what happens if they are stuck forever. Yi Hyun just tells her to chill out. If it is a dungeon, an exit definitely exists. With no other choice, she forces herself to stay calm and starts frantically hunting for a way out. Left alone, Yi Hyun realizes the owner definitely hates guests. Plus, a flimsy door like this shouldn't be able to hold him back with his insane stats. Before his regression, Siwoo escaped this place completely solo, so it can't require crazy stamina. Something else has to be going on here. While he thinks, Siwoo shouts for him. He asks what is wrong and she says the camera is glitching out. At first, he thinks she is just paranoid. He steps closer and you and I can clearly see Alfred's dead body on the camera. The butler who led them was a total fake right away. The system announces they have unlocked 70% of Alfred's secret. Yi Hyun instantly realizes this camera reveals things totally invisible to the naked eye. That makes it an absolute key item. If the Alfred they met was fake, the camera has to be showing either the real present or the past. Siwoo points out that since they need to find secrets, it can't be the future. It has to be the past. The camera is literally replaying the mansion's hidden history. Meaning that massive feast was never real food. Yi Hyun remembers sensing weird mana earlier, proving this whole dining spread is just one big, fat illusion. Illusions are classic dungeon traps. He touches the table and tries to trigger absolute calculation, but the system hits him with a big, fat error message. It is completely blocked here. After that fails. He spots Siwoo crawling under the table and asks what she is doing. She says she is hunting for some kind of hidden switch to open the door. The camera only shows Alfred's dead body instead of food, so the escape clue has to be right here. That sparks a genius idea for Yi Hyun. He immediately fires up his mana detection and hyperfocuses on the table. Bingo, a strong stream of mana is radiating from a single pudding plate. That confirms everything. Locking magic is always tied to a physical object or formula. Break the object and the magic completely shatters. He tells Siwoo the exit key is hiding inside the pudding, but she totally freezes, too creeped out to grab it since the camera still shows Alfred's mangled corpse right on top of it. Yi Hyun totally roasts her, asking if she is too scared. She angrily snaps back that she isn't, proving it. She just shoves her bare hands straight into the pudding. Digging around, she actually yanks out a key. Immediately, the system announces they have cracked the second secret. Illusion magic unlocked, plus a sweet bonus reward later. But trust me, we aren't safe yet. That fake Alfred is still watching them through a pearl in another room. Let's dive into this absolute madness together. The creepy butler mutters about treating guests properly, swearing he will never fail the Countess. Then he walks out laughing like a total psycho. Out in the hallway, Yi Hyun and Siwoo approach a bright room, but when she checks her camera. Pure nightmare fuel, total darkness, blood everywhere, and creepy toys. Using the screen, they spot a door Yi Hyun figures is the guest room, when he suggests going in. Siwoo totally panics at the blood, but Yi Hyun reminds her, find an exit or they are trapped in this mansion forever. That finally gets her moving. He whispers to stay quiet, keep watching, and holler if she spots anything. Once inside the room, Yi Hyun immediately hunts for clues. Suddenly he turns, bam, a girl in white drenched in blood. Looking closer, half her face is completely ripped off and her mouth stitched totally shut. She points at him and the fake Alfred creeps up behind Yi Hyun completely unnoticed. Smash cut to later, Yi Hyun wakes up, totally startled by a shadow, but it is just Siwoo. She checks on him, but he groans to stop shouting because his head is pounding. He expected trouble. But he has absolutely no clue how he got knocked out. Is this standard dungeon script? Siwoo says she used a cognition boost to pinpoint exactly where they ended up. Based on the damp air, slimy moss, and sketchy torture marks everywhere, she bets they are locked in an underground prison. Yi Hyun checks the heavy bars, guessing there is a key somewhere. But watch closely here, guys. He casts silence and absolutely blasts the huge gate with a massive mana punch. Siwoo is totally stunned. The bars literally shred like wet paper, cracking the solid wall behind them. When she yells out in pure shock, Yi Hyun shushes her fast. Or that creepy fake Alfred might find them. She snaps back that exploding a wall wasn't exactly stealthy. He ignores her complaining and plans their next big escape move. Suddenly, a bark echoes. Yi Hyun is totally stunned when a tiny puppy leaps right into his arms. What is a dog doing down in this dark dungeon? Then he spots a shiny key in its mouth. Siwoo completely panics, screaming at him to drop the dog right now. Yi Hyun is just like, wait, why? It looks totally normal, its mana is fine, and maybe it got trapped too. Siwoo argues no dungeon just hands out keys, so it is obviously bait. But then the tiny puppy actually growls right at her. That shuts her up real fast. Suddenly, a system window pops up, new quest, Flandier's diary. They need to reach the Countess's 4th floor room and read her personal journal. It is a B-rank quest. The reward, removing the theme dungeon skill locks, but they fail if they die or miss the strict 2-hour limit. Yi Hyun figures that insane reward is totally worth it. Plus, her room holds the mansion's secrets. The trio sneaks through the creepy halls until hitting the 3rd floor. He stops there, straight up admitting he is totally lost. The dog hops down and Siwoo sighs, complaining that losing their camera is really screwing them over right now. But she freezes mid-sentence. Yi Hyun has gone completely stiff. She nervously asks him what the heck is wrong. He stays quiet. She turns around and boom, it is the same bloody girl in white, only this time her gouged-out eyes and stitched lips are perfectly clear. Yi Hyun tries talking to the spirit. Siwoo yanks his shirt, yelling they cannot just casually chat with ghosts. He completely brushes her off, asking the bloody girl why she stayed. He asks if she has lingering regrets here. She shakes her head. You and I know where this is heading, right? He asks if she wants to help. She nods. So Jang Hyun asks her how to find the 4th floor room. She points right behind them. He actually thanks her, promising to help her pass on if he gets the chance. He tells her to wait. They turn to leave. The dog returns and Jang Hyun signals Shabri to move. Still, she looks completely unconvinced by all this weird ghost stuff. Meanwhile, back outside the dungeon, Sunbi Nim sits with manager Sung Yi, demanding confirmation that the massive Lotus Guild will take full responsibility for this entire theme dungeon mess. Sung Yi completely agrees. He promises to shift the blame from the National Raider Association and civilians straight onto the Lotus Guild, but only if they accept one strict condition. Guildmaster Yu Sungjin wants Min Jang Hyun's name kept entirely out of the public eye. Sunbi Nim pauses. Admitting it is crazy that the legendary Lotus Guild would go this hard for some kid from Mills Academy. Sung Yi just smiles, saying he cannot explain the actual reason. Sunbi Nim accepts anyway since it is a total free win for them. But he asks, what if Jang Hyun fails the raid? Sung Yi coolly replies they would never back a weakling who would fail right here. Back inside the dungeon, Jang Hyun literally one-shots the final living armor. Shabri is absolutely mind-blown, since those heavy things are supposed to be tough C-rank monsters. Jang Hyun just shrugs. This is the fastest route and trash mobs like these are zero threat. Then they push open the next heavy door. A system alert pops. They have officially entered Flandier's room. The vibe in here, instantly terrifying. Shabri immediately makes a beeline straight for the main desk. But Jang Hyun quickly stops her. The desk is way too obvious for a hidden item. He checks the weird spots instead and boom, he finds exactly what they need. The system confirms it is Countess Flandier's daily journal. First entry, May 7th, 1474. The Countess writes that her skin just keeps getting strangely paler. Doctors are completely useless, and she is terrified of dying without ever seeing the outside world. By May 10th, she is super hyped for her parents bringing a city doll back. Then on May 12th, absolute tragedy hits. A letter arrives claiming her parents were killed by ruthless thieves. The pages are literally soaked in tears. She blames herself, wondering if asking for that doll killed them. By May 15th, the dark funeral ends, as the final living Flandier. She inherits the massive mansion, feeling completely, utterly alone. Then, on July 4th, she notes that a stray girl was caught picking flowers from the private garden. Looking exactly her age, the little girl reminded the Countess of her lost doll, so Flandier generously let her stay. By July 20th, she officially named the nameless girl Sally. They played together constantly, and for once, the Countess was genuinely thrilled to have a real friend. On September 8th, things get really weird. Flandier notes Alfred vanished without a single word. Sally claims he ran to town, but the Countess feels totally sketched out. September 10th, Alfred returns, but his vibe is completely wrong. Even Sally is hiding something now, and Flandier knows some dark secret definitely went down. November 9th, she writes that absolute nightmare screams keep echoing through the mansion. The maids will not stop shrieking. So what do you and I make of this mystery? Trust me, the real nightmare just started. Stick with me, she hopes it's a nightmare, but this sheer terror feels way too real. Blood covers the diary page. Later, she writes that Sally and Alfred are literally pounding on her door. She knows they want her dead and she is totally freaking out. Boom, the system announces his skill restriction is totally gone. Our guy immediately pieces it together. Flandier was absolutely murdered, probably by the exact same monster haunting this crazy mansion. He realizes the monster is a shapeshifter. Turning around, he suddenly gets it. The dude standing right next to him is actually the fake in disguise. And get this, a squad of creepy Alfred clones is right behind it. The system pings, he just cracked the first major secret about Alfred's true identity. It also clears the Flandier's Diary side quest. Another pop-up hits, he found all the mansion's hidden secrets and now, time to make a clean getaway. Puppy by his side, our boy squares up with the freaks. The monster strikes first, literally launching deadly pieces of its own body straight at him. He snatches the dog and dodges fast. He smirks, telling the freak he is so glad the fake act is over because he was sick of it. The monster chuckles, calling him pretty sharp for a human. He claps right back, it wasn't hard, he's just way smarter. Plus, with his anti-illusion skills, he saw its true form the entire time. Or he jokes maybe the monster is just incredibly dumb. Oh man, that hits a nerve. The creature completely loses it, screaming about how he dares disrespect it. Throwing a massive tantrum, it wrecks the lamp and busts straight through the ceiling. Our guy sprints for his life with this thing hot on his heels. Mid-run, he whips around and blasts it with a wicked lightning chain. The spell blasts massive chunks out of the freak, but it refuses to stay down. Meanwhile, the poor pup is getting super dizzy from the roller coaster ride. See, the shapeshifter is B rank just for its copying tricks, but in a straight-up fistfight, it's basically C rank garbage. Now pay attention, things get wild here. It pieces itself back together, demands his body, and just straight-up charges at him. Even with this ugly beast up in his face, our boy doesn't even flinch. At the absolute last millisecond, boom, he locks it in another brutal lightning chain. He casually asks how it feels getting played after scamming everyone else. High-voltage electricity absolutely fries the thing, making it shriek in pure agony. Melting into gross goop, the creature finally confesses pure jealousy drove it insane. It just wanted to be human. The crazy heat melts the floorboards and it drops into the darkness below. He looks down, telling the dog her barks were totally believable, figuring the dungeon transformed SAEU into this pup. Moving to the next room, he suddenly spots Flandier's ghost one more time. Only now, she looks exactly like her beautiful painting, giving him a warm, happy wave. He smiles right back, throwing up a peace sign and saying goodbye as he opens the door. Ding, the system confirms he crushed mission 2, plus every single hidden objective. That means sweet, sweet bonus loot is coming his way. A split second later. Our dynamic duo gets warped back to reality and he pulls up the loot screen. First up is Commander's Shout, an awesome buff for team morale, magic power, and stamina. The second drop is Illusion, making fake holograms to trick enemies. Honestly, he doesn't care much about the shout skill, since playing support isn't his style, but Illusion, that's a massive game changer. He glances at SAEU, who starts totally whining that he should have told her he knew her doggy secret since she was panicking the whole time. He coldly reminds her she survived, but she's still super salty. Sighing, he tells her to quit crying and get on her feet. You and I both know rest isn't happening. They have to keep moving. She's completely stunned, wanting a nap. He sarcastically asks how she's tired when she's barely done squat since the dungeon. She dramatically claims it's mental burnout. He just rolls his eyes, yeah, right, but walking will totally fix that. Then boom, he pops his subordination skill and literally forces her legs to march. Dragged kicking and screaming to the next stage, she loudly curses his name, vowing absolute revenge. Eventually, panting hard, she asks if they just stumbled into a literal theme park parade. Chugging a potion, he nods, but tells her to stay razor-sharp because things could go south any second. Suddenly, an announcer's voice booms out, hyping up everyone to Neverland. Looking ahead, a massive crowd is totally swarming around a huge stage. The flashy host calls himself Bruin, begging the crowd to join the fun. Spotting our heroes, he waltzes over, hyping them up for actually surviving the first 2 insane trials. Our boy cuts the fake smiles and demands the final objective. Bruin laughs, the last game is just a simple round of tag. He points straight at a massive gate. The rules, just outrun whatever nightmares crawl out and hit the finish line. Our guy calls bluff, there is zero chance it's that easy. Bruin practically claps at his sharp instincts. The host explains the system literally spawns monsters scaled to the player's power levels and party size. Red flags immediately go off in our guy's head. If it scans his absurdly overpowered stats, these mobs are going to be absolute titans. Plus, babysitting SAEU in a war zone, yeah, that's a nightmare waiting to happen. Bruin scans their power levels and happily screams they've hit S rank. The guy is totally mind blown, swearing he's never seen anyone rock numbers this insanely high. But our guy is like, wait, that math doesn't add up. Bruin just wishes them good luck, then literally self-combusts. Instantly, the Norner system drops a crazy new quest called Last Festival. The goal: survive an apocalyptic fire demon named Surtur and cross the finish line, or beat him. It's a brutal S+ rank mission dropping the legendary LP's Thunder Steps. If they fail, they get roasted alive. Oh, and the system casually mentions 3 distinct targets to kill, plus a super mysterious hidden quest pops up. The secret objective: erase Surtur completely. The loot is a total mystery, but hints at an unbelievable performance. Honestly though, hearing there are 3 enemies makes our guy freeze cold. His gamer instincts scream that things are seriously wrong. Suddenly, another massive magma giant stomps out. Bruin wasn't kidding, Surtur is literally destined to scorch the entire planet. Older than literal gods, this absolute unit wields a flaming sword so nuclear it could turn the entire world into pure ash in record time. He grabs SAEU and sprints for his life while Surtur turns the map into a fiery hellscape, dropping literal meteors. Sobbing her eyes out, she screams about how survival is even possible. He yells that he's brainstorming, snapping at her to shut up and just run if she doesn't want to get cooked. Hellfire rains down, turning the whole parade ground into an absolute inferno. Cut to somewhere else, a cat lady casually tells Hell this chaos is probably her fault, asking if they should interfere. Hell just smirks, openly admitting she never planned to help them anyway. And that's where we leave it. Hell just wants to watch him fight for survival, while Surtur literally nukes the map. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. You and I are jumping right into the madness. Jang Hyan is running. Fighting Surtur head-on is straight-up suicide, so he's dodging him to find the goal instead. Suddenly, SAEU yells out. She spotted the finish line. Jang Hyan books it straight toward her, shouting at her to just hold on. Popping haste for a speed boost, he dashes for the exit. His game plan, dead simple: keep Surtur distracted while SAEU reaches safety. Meanwhile, Surtur is absolutely raging, demanding to know what idiot summoned him. He goes berserk, raining down fire as our duo barely dodges getting roasted alive. Cursing out loud, Jang Hyan tells SAEU to focus up and listen close. They need to split and run. He orders her to bolt straight for the merry-go-round. She asks if he's really playing decoy against that absolute monster. He snaps back, asking if she wants to be bait instead. Run. While she sprints away, Jang Hyan steps right up to Surtur, calling him a bastard. The giant glares and blasts a massive fireball, but our guy dodges just in time. Landing on a nearby tower, he clowns Surtur for being way too slow. Completely furious, Surtur breathes raw fire and obliterates the tower in one hit, but Jang Hyan slips away. Meanwhile, SAEU is literally inches from the exit when Surtur nukes the whole thing with fire, totally wrecking it. She freezes up, totally lost on what just happened. Jang Hyan is equally stunned. Then, the system coldly announces the escape route is gone. Normal victory, impossible now. Only the hidden quest is left. Surtur calls him a pathetic bug, mocking him for even thinking he had a chance. Jang Hyan realizes there's only one option left: kill Surtur. He stops running completely. When the next fireball hits, he blocks it head-on without even flinching. Surtur actually praises him, admitting very few survive that attack. Then the giant grabs his massive sword and swings, curious if Jo Hyun can tank that too. Now watch closely. Jo Hyun refuses to dodge, bracing for impact. Nearby, Sep realizes they might actually get wiped out right here. She triggers Cognition Accelerant, desperately looking for an opening. As Jo Hyun struggles against the flames, Sep screams out that she found a way to win. Jo Hyun falls back. Surtur roars, furious that a human dares run away. Ducking into a ruined building, Sep quickly breaks down her crazy plan. There's a giant water tank at the edge of Neverland. Lure Surtur over there, drop the water on him, kill the flames, and expose his guard. Jo Hyun clicks. No fire means they can smash his head or heart. Sep points out this Surtur has to be a fake, not the actual mythic giant. If so, hitting those weak spots equals an instant kill. She promises to predict his movements and navigate Jo Hyun straight to that tank. Seconds later, Jo Hyun is sprinting for the water, following Sep's every call, counting steps, taking sharp turns, and perfectly dodging Surtur's brutal incoming attacks. Suddenly, Jo Hyun slams on the brakes. Searcher laughs, calling him weak and asking if he's finally giving up. Jo Hyun smirks, he was never running. He roasts Searcher, saying he's nothing next to the Aesir gods. If he's just playing gatekeeper, he can't call anyone weak. Oh, that definitely struck a nerve. With Searcher throwing a tantrum, Jo Hyun pushes further. Is he scared of a simple human? Eyes burning with absolute fury, the giant snarls, cursing him out. He blasts more fire, but a massive tidal wave crashes down on him instead. Jo Hyun used an illusion. The giant just nuked the water tank. The flood absolutely drenches the boss, killing his fiery armor. Jo Hyun instantly jumps, channels pure mana into his blade, and stabs it straight through Searcher's heart, dropping him hard. Bleeding out, Searcher calls it a cheap shot. Jo Hyun doesn't care. A win is a win. Searcher warns him not to get a big head. He was just a clone, and the real deal won't go down easy. Then he turns to dust. You and I both know what's coming, huge loot. The system announces he cleared the hidden route, scoring crazy bonus rewards and an item called Searcher's Undying Flames. Nearby, Sayo breathes a massive sigh of relief. Meanwhile, that mysterious cat watching from a distance realizes Jo Hyun never needed saving. He finds the kid fascinating, loving his insane drive for power. Hill claims Jo Hyun is just a vessel, but the cat calls bluff, she's the one constantly watching him. He adds that the Aesir can't know about this boy yet. For now, they need to power him up enough so he can eventually assassinate Odin himself. The leader of the Aesir. Meanwhile, Jo Hyun snags the S-rank Healthy Thunder Steps, tied to a human who literally ascended to a god of light. It buffs strength, dexterity, and grants the S-rank Step of Light skill. Jo Hyun is totally mind-blown, but then catches Sayo Bei making a super sketchy face. Thinking she's holding out on him, he straight up uses subordination, forcing her to cough up her reward info. It's Rosk's seal. This boosts strength, grants courage, blocks fear, and buffs dexterity. Sayo Bei whines that he's abusing his boss privileges on her again. Jo Hyun honestly couldn't care less about her item. He really wants that cognition accelerant skill, but decides to chill since he can summon her whenever. Suddenly, Brune pops up to say congrats, but right before leaving, he calls Jo Hyun the Great Adversary, the exact same title those gods use. Jo Hyun is totally blindsided. He spins around to ask why, but Brune ghosted him. Outside, the crowd is waiting until the dungeon barrier finally shatters. The second our survivors walk out, the crowd goes absolutely wild, but Sun Bae Nim pushes through the hype. They need real answers right now. Getting to the front, everyone gasps. Jo Hyun is completely gone. Sun Bae Oh stands frozen alone on stage with all eyes locked right on her. Someone guesses he used stealth like an assassin class, but Sun Bae Nim shoots that down, since Agent Kim Jo Hyun clearly stated he's a magic type, specifically a battle mage. Meanwhile, Sayo Gun is honestly impressed that Jo Hyun just vanished after pulling off something that epic. Later, Jo Hyun is thrilled to see zero news articles about it. The Lotus Guild definitely buried the story. He escaped so smoothly thanks to Dale Fire Thundersteps making him ridiculously fast. Plus, he bagged Searcher's Undying Flames, a wild one-use item that slaps a fire attribute right onto any weapon. So what do you and I take from this? Jo Hyun knows he's still too weak. No more cheap tricks, no more relying on others. Time to get seriously strong. Listen up, you and I are about to watch the ultimate glow-up. He wants to become someone nobody dares to challenge. Time to bury that weak past, protect his squad, and get insanely strong. Meanwhile, Chairman Sayo Bei steps up. She takes on the job of reporting everything about Sayo Bei Yun to instructor Jiang Yasu, swearing she totally won't mess this up. After she bounces, Sayo Bei Tian gets super hyped about the next event. Why? Because he plans to completely wipe out every single annoying obstacle in his path. Creepy photos of students scatter the floor, every face crossed out with a huge X the next morning. Sayo Bei Tian tells the girls why he ghosted them yesterday. Yu Jiang totally thought he was dodging her calls and texts on purpose, but Sayo Bei Tian swears that wasn't it. On the flip side, in Ah. Simply asks if he got hurt anywhere. He tells her he's totally fine. Yu Jiang just thinks his luck is absolute garbage since he always ends up in crazy messes. Honestly, she wonders if God just hates the guy. Right then, Su Yuk struts over. He smirks and says he spotted Sayo Bei Tian's incredibly annoying face from miles away. Sayo Bei Ju-won warns him that cheap little tricks won't fly this time. Yu Jiang asks who this complete weirdo is, but Sayo Bei Ju-won admits he has zero clue. That makes Ju-ij completely snap. He screams that his name is Lee Su-yuk. Instructor Ju-fo instantly orders him to pipe down, so he grudgingly backs off. Stepping up to the front, Yasu introduces herself to the entire class. She announces she'll be teaching the basics of magic calculations this semester. She tells everyone to grind hard because she plans on doing this right. Sayo-bei Ju-won notices she looks insanely young for an instructor. Then, Yasu asks what they actually know about magic. Su-yuk proudly says magic uses math to control mana and trigger supernatural effects. The instructor nods, saying he totally nailed it. So Su-yuk shoots Sayo-bei Yun the smuggest look ever. Next, Yasu hands out textbooks packed with basic D-rank formulas and the core concepts for high-level magic. That is their main focus. As soon as the books hit the desks, kids start whining that the pages are completely blank, but Sayo-bei Yun knows better. When Yasu asks if he knows what is inside, he casually says it is written in rune. That pisses Su-yuk off again. It also shocks Yasu, since this text only appears after you solve the magic math. Watch closely, here is where it gets wild. Newbies need a whole week just to see the text, but Sayo-bei Yun reads it instantly, immediately. She realizes he is way more gifted than the chairman claimed. Testing him, she asks what the cover rune says. Sayo-bei Yun honestly has no clue why reading this stuff is so incredibly easy. Is it the Nornir system helping him out, or just the fate of the Aesir? Who knows? Still, he calmly answers that the cover reads Odin's life and the basics of rune. Back at her apartment, Sayo whines that Sayo-bei Yun Yi, that absolute jerk, made her walk so much that her legs are totally killing her. She is extra mad about facing those reporters all alone to explain the theme dungeon chaos. Before leaving, Sayo-bei Yun used his subordination skill on her, making it literally impossible for her to spill his secrets. Just thinking about that makes her blood boil. She seriously wonders when he will finally let her off the hook. Then it hits her she can just track him down. That sparks a pretty wicked idea. Later on, Sayo-bei Yun studies Yasu's book and actually ends up enjoying it way more than he expected. He learns that formulas shift depending on how you use them. Nailing these core basics means he can flex low-rank magic in crazy new ways and level up so much faster. Then he spots Yu Jiang literally passing out from sheer exhaustion. Even so, he gives her props for actually managing to read the book's title. She groans, super annoyed since she literally taught him magic. Yi Yun just laughs, joking that the student totally surpassed the master. Meanwhile, In-ah cheers happily, saying she can finally read the very first page. He tells her she worked hard. That little praise makes her blush, so she hides her face right behind the book. Yi Yun totally notices In-ah acting weird around him. He wonders if it is because of the boundary he set after they cleared the dungeon, outside the library. Odin's creepy crow spies on the kids, then flies off to snitch to Odin. Later, Yi Yun's song kicks off a naming contest for his potion shop. The prize, top-tier potions. Yi Yun, In-ah, Yu Jiang, Yi Sung, and Yi Yun all sit around the table. But yeah, they instantly realize naming a business is way harder than it looks. In-ah points out there are basically 0 potion shops around here. Yu Jiang immediately stresses out, wondering what happens if they get 0 customers. Yi Sung argues that raiders only care about surviving, meaning a potion shop is foolproof. He reminds everyone how insane those potions were before, claiming this business will change everything. A few days back, Yi Yun realized raiders would do literally anything for power, but honestly, cash rules this world even more than raw effort does. You and I both know going back in time means one thing, getting rich. Since he knows the future, he has endless business and investing chances, right now. He desperately wants Yi Yun on his team. Why? Because future Yi Yun controls half the global potion market. Suddenly, Sei violently bursts right into their private meeting. She instantly whines that Yi Yun broke his promise. He wonders how she tracked him, then remembers the system told him. Yu Jiang angrily asks why he would blackmail a kid. But Yi Yun just tells Sei to sit down so he can use her brain for ideas. Minutes later, Sei pitches the absolute edgiest name ever, Heavenly Demon Potion. Yi Yun immediately uses subordination to shut her up because that name is straight-up garbage. The rest of the crew tosses out ideas too, but nothing impresses him at all. He seriously thinks brainless dungeon monsters could brainstorm better. Before long, Yunjiang gets super salty that he isn't even asking for her input. He only avoided her because he figured her ideas would suck too, but he lets her shoot. She suggests workshop elixir. That immediately makes Yi Yun think of true elixirs. The legendary philosopher's stone, famous for healing anything and reviving the dead, he absolutely loves it. For the first time ever, Yi Yun actually thanks Yunjiang for saving the day. Later in Yasu's class, Yi Yun perfectly explains that rune is both the language and the foundation of magic. He nails it flawlessly, making Su Yuk boil with even more jealousy. After class, Yi Yun approaches Yasu to ask about something he read. The second her eyes lock onto the book in his hand, she completely freezes in shock. It is a crazy 4-star magic text, stuff even elite instructors struggle to read. Right then, she seriously starts wondering what kind of absolute monster Yi Yun really is. Later, hitting the library, he realizes he is completely stuck on this book. Even Yasu couldn't help much. Meanwhile, he totally misses the librarian nearby scribbling secret notes about him. She notes his 4-star text. He leaves to ask his teacher for help. We pause here, trust me, you will want to see what happens next. He explains the basics. Creation makes new magic, destruction wipes it out, and amplification buffs it up. You and I both know these formulas are way too crazy to learn alone. Before, he just used Odin's eye to cheat. But now he actually has to use his brain. After hearing him vent, Seong-eun admits she can't give a straight answer either. She tells him straight up, if he wants that A-rank raider status, he has to crack these 4-star magic concepts totally solo, but seeing his completely clueless face. She decides to throw him a bone for amplification. She spawns a cloth wrap and hands it over. Yi Yun is just pumped to finally get stronger. Later on, our guy hits the AR battle room, brawling with monsters while rocking that new sash tied to his wrist. He is absolutely exhausted, but he fires off a magic arrow anyway. The monsters deflect it like nothing. Seong-eun's advice, spam one single spell while wearing that item. It is a B-rank item called Gleipnir, a knockoff of the legendary string that locked up Fenrir, and the catch. It tanks your stats by 50%. Her plan was super simple, spam one skill and memorize its formula. When he asked how that helps amplification, she basically said, figure it out. Fast forward to now, and his whole body feels like lead thanks to that massive stat drop. It is way worse than he thought. Days later, Yunjiang spots his dark circles and asks if he is all right. He claims he is fine, but she can literally smell the pain patches. She knows he has lived in the AR room all week. Inafal looks super stressed. And Yunjiang warns him to stop going so hard. Yi Yun appreciates the love, but reminds them the big quiz is only 2 days away. They still have not decoded that text, and failing means terrible extra classes. The second those words drop, both girls completely sprint off to study. Back in the AR battle room, our boy casually flawlessly clears level 41. The Nornir system chimes in. His understanding of the formula just skyrocketed, massively boosting his magic arrow efficiency. The skill hits level 2 and it finally clicks. He actually understands what amplification means now. You master a skill by truly getting its formula. He guesses he is hitting peak B rank now, or maybe even scraping the bottom of A rank. Seong-eun was right. They started out just using each other, but now, they actually have a totally legit teacher and student vibe going on. Over with the bad guys, instructor Soki visits the chairman, who looks absolutely thrilled. Not. Soki desperately needs to fix his trashed reputation after that mock dungeon mess. He promises the guild experience event is ready to roll. The boss asks if there are any hiccups. Soki swears it is perfect. Now watch closely, the chairman flashes this super evil smirk, and you just know he has a nasty trap set. Yi Yun walks into the woods and tells his stalker to show up before he drags them out. Boom, a flash of light, and this freaky bird thing dives straight at his head. He dodges, then kicks it so hard it literally bounces off a tree. He taunts the thing, guessing it missed the memo about the last guy who attacked. Suddenly, more of these ugly creatures drop from the sky for an ambush. Yep, Chairman Yi Yun is already making his big move. Nobody else would dare jump him on academy grounds. He spawns a ring of magic arrows, warning these birds they messed with the wrong dude. He lets them fly, blasting the monsters away, but then he spots something that completely kills his vibe. One of them is his dad, Min Sungwoo, saying it has been a while. Yi Hyan goes into pure rage mode, shooting lightning chains right at him. But his dad just casually dodges. Then, hand on his sword, he launches a crazy flying slash. Yi Hyan eats a cut to the side because he did not even see the blade move. That strike carves a massive trench in the dirt. 1 second slower, and our boy would literally be sliced perfectly in half. After a tense pause, Sungwoo claims he was excited to reunite, but his kid has gotten way too spicy. Yi Yun barks back to drop the son act since he never played the dad role. Sungwoo acts shocked, blaming it on teenage rebellion. But Yi Yun tells him to cut the garbage and spit out why he is here. Sungwoo stares him down, realizing his son actually holds the prophecy's power. I know what you're thinking, crazy Lord Drop, right? He asks if the Acer resistance reached out, and Yi Hyan's shocked face says everything. Dad instantly spams more sword waves. Yi Hyan barely pops a barrier in time, but the wild slashes crash right through and torch his jacket. Yi Hyan is sweating, wondering if this is the true power of an A-rank raider. His old man admits the kid got tougher. But Yi Hyan only cares about one thing. How does Dad know about the Aesir and what else is he hiding? He asks if he is here to kill him. Dad says nope. But mentally, he thinks this kid is leveling up way too fast. Soon, he will be a massive headache for his plans and the Aesir gods. So he decides to cripple him with divine energy, threatening to slice off his limbs. He charges up and launches an absolutely massive strike. Yi Hyan is basically a sitting duck. Then boom, that talking cat blocks the hit. Yi Hyan asks if the Aesir contract is busted or if Kitty is betraying Odin. The cat completely plays dumb. Honestly, Yi Yun is mostly just tripping over the fact that a cat is speaking. A second later, it shapeshifts into a woman. She tells Dad to beat it because they still have business here. From her raw mana alone, Yi Yun knows she is stronger than his dad. Honestly, he is completely lost right now. Dad asks if she really wants beef. In response, she slices her finger and drops some blood. Those drops instantly morph into giant monster hands attacking him. Sungwoo blocks, but these hands just keep growing and smashing harder. Mid-fight, he talks trash, saying Loki must be pathetic if he needs a mere human to end the god war. She claps back that he is just a human hunting Odin too. Dad finally retreats. So what do you and I make of this insane family drama? Stick with me here. Before leaving, he warns her, interfere again, and she will pay dearly for breaking that Acer contract. She basically says, go ahead and try, but she reminds him she can slice his head off whenever she feels like it if he blocks her path, leaving a glowing mark on his neck. She casually drops that the contract only covers the main Aesir and the resistance. Nowhere does it say Odin's personal crow can't get completely wrecked. Right after that, Yi Yun vanishes. Beaten and bloody, he straight up collapses. The mysterious woman just walks over, smiling, and says it is nice to finally meet him. She introduces herself as Hela, well, her alter ego anyway. She's officially his observer and guide for the 5 epic trials. Later on, he heads back to the academy to heal. Hela tells him to ask away and she will answer what she can, so he asks who Yi Yun actually is. Boom, she drops the bomb, that guy was never his real father. His real name, Hyujin. He is one of Odin's infamous crows, a nasty being that controls and literally feeds on human minds, using stolen memory powers from another crow. Munin, this fake dad, stayed close just to spy on the prophesied great adversary. Yi Hyan is absolutely shook hearing his whole life with his dad was a complete lie. So Hela figures showing him is easier than talking. She points a finger right at him, blasting his sealed memories wide open. Flashback time, he is back in his childhood home. He watches the guy he thought was his dad call him totally useless, literally cursing the day he was born. The fake dad despised his awakening. The second he got mana, his life turned into an absolute nightmare of beatings and trash talk. Through all the chaos, his mom tried so hard to protect him. Suddenly, he gasps for air. It hits him hard. He forgot something he never, ever should have lost. Then the good stuff floods back. Real memories of his actual dad. He remembers his father sneaking him candy behind his mom's back and just how perfectly happy their family used to be. Tears just start pouring down his face. Staring at an old photo of his real dad, he completely breaks down crying. Sick over how he could ever forget him. Snapping back to reality, his mind is his own again. Hela tells him the nasty memory tampering is finally gone for good. Still crying, he asks why Sungwoo would do something so sick. She says it is simply because he was born as the fated great adversary. Hearing that stupid title again just makes him furious. He demands answers. What does it mean, and why did it ruin his life? Now pay attention here. Hela starts explaining what really went down 10,000 years ago. That was the start of the first Ragnarok. For the gods, Ragnarok is game over, the absolute final chapter of their existence. The resistance Aesir fought a brutal war of extinction, but Odin's gods and the crazy Valkyrie army crushed them. Afterward, Odin actually let the surviving gods and giant races live. But only if they signed a strict contract admitting defeat in Ragnarok. From that second on, zero attacks on the Aesir, and absolute total obedience to Odin. That rigged deal brought pure misery to countless worlds. But then, the three Norn sisters dropped a massive prophecy. They claimed that 10,000 years later, during the second extinction, the weakest being alive would completely destroy Odin and Asgard, creating a brand new world. And that legendary adversary, it is him. Realizing the resistance wants to use him as a weapon to kill Odin, he asks what the big boss actually wants. Hela explains Odin is greedy, he wants all 9 realms strictly under his thumb, including the human world Midgard. Cut to Asgard, where Odin is super annoyed, babysitting some inferior human over a stupid prophecy, not his vibe. Heimdall, standing nearby, chimes in, saying a mere human could never even compare to their godlike power. But since the resistance is making moves, Odin can't look weak, so he hands Heimdall some temporary authority. Heimdall is pumped. It has been way too long since he got to leave Asgard. Fast forward a bit, and our guy hits the gym to train, his mind racing over everything Hela revealed about those 9 realms. Odin has already conquered a bunch of them, like Vanaheimr, Jotunheimr, Svartalfheimr, and Muspelheimr. Now he wants the whole set by starting a second massive war. Back in the memory, he asks why Odin hasn't just killed him yet. Hela explains the literal power of the prophecy is keeping him safe. Even gods can't bypass that magic, but it isn't a permanent shield. Once the second Ragnarok actually approaches, that protection is completely gone. You and I both know what that means, right? The Aesir will strike, and Hela drops a bombshell. They already killed him once. His past death was Odin's plan. They murdered his family, totally scrambled his brain, and made his life pure hell. Hela looks at him. Does he want revenge? Does he want to protect his people? She reminds him she is the guide here. She is giving him trials designed to turn him into the ultimate god killer. Right on cue, the Nornir system flashes a wild new main quest, God Murderer's Path. To shut down Odin's insane ambition, he has to claim the raw power of the resistance Aesir throne. Hela's trial is done, but 4 mysterious, probably brutal trials are left before getting that blessing. Cut to Hwoyin, who is grinding through special training until his muscles are absolutely screaming. This hardcore grind earned him an S-rank skill, but it is taking a huge toll. He can't forget that Yi Hyun is miles ahead of him in power. And right now, beating him at the Mills Festival is a complete joke. Still, he refuses to quit training. Suddenly, an intercom announcement summons him straight to the chairman's office. Inside, Chairman Yi Hyun is plotting with a congressman, talking about kicking out all the low-rank students to funnel every single resource to the elite tiers. The chairman tells the suit to handle the cleanup once the weak links are gone, but the congressman argues back. The recent mock exams were already a total disaster. And Raider Management Headquarters is definitely sniffing around. The chairman rolls his eyes. This guy is too slow, and he honestly considers just eliminating him from the board. Instead, he smirks and says preparations are totally complete. During the upcoming Guild Experience event, they are going to force a gate wide open. That definitely gets the politicians' attention. And he quickly agrees the government will wire the support funds to Mills, exactly as planned, shortly after that shady deal. Hwoyin walks in, sweating bullets. He is still traumatized from the Demiplane madness. He is highly suspicious this chairman hacked his mind back there and caused the whole mock dungeon disaster. Standing at that door, he takes a deep breath. No reckless moves. He knows for a fact he can't fight this monster all alone. Later in class, our guy zones out, remembering Hela's warning. Odin probably knows they talked, meaning Ragnarok is coming early. Trust me, you and I aren't ready for what's next. Instructor Yesu wraps up class and tells everyone, even an A, to wake up the sleepers for a big announcement. The guild experience kicks off in exactly 3 days. Stick with me here, we're about to see how real raider guilds hunt monsters. She also mentions a special guild set up by Chairman Yi Hyun. Yi Hyun absolutely hates the idea of visiting any place the chairman picked. He remembers exactly how things went down back in his past life. He checked out some trash E-rank guild, sat on a gross old couch for a second and bilayed, but things are totally different now. His insane achievements give him options. He's aiming for Neptune, literally the #1 guild in Korea before he regressed. Then instructor Yisu starts reading the VIP list. Guilds can use special points to draft the exact students they want. Yisu drops the bomb. Yi Hyun, Ine, Yoojun, and 3 others got scooped up by Lotus. Meanwhile, Lee Soo-hyuk just got drafted by Neptune. Yoojun is absolutely hyped to make the Lotus cut. Yi Hyun finally connects the dots on why their teacher wanted a list of the absolute strongest students. Yoojun is so crazy excited to meet Guild Master Yoo Seon-yoon, she almost chokes Ine with a massive hug. She only stops when an emergency text from Hoyin tells the trio to rush over to Yi Seong's workshop immediately. Once everybody regroups, Hoyin drops a total bombshell. Chairman Yi Hyun's sick plan: slaughter the lower-ranked students during the guild experience to force mass reawakenings. Yi Seong points out the chairman's corruption pops up every year, but this time he's totally lost it, treating human lives like literal toys. Yi Hyun realizes this event is way more deadly than he originally guessed. Hoyin admits they are the only people who know. Now pay close attention here. Yi Hyun warns that charging in blind will just get them all killed. Heavy, absolute silence drops over the entire table. Then Yoojun snaps, asking why they are even hesitating when kids' lives are literally on the line. Ine totally backs her up. Honestly, that makes Yi Hyun super proud. In his eyes, that raw drive to fight and protect is what makes a true raider. Right on cue, the system hits him with another huge main quest, second turning point. The mission: crush the chairman's greedy scheme and save those students. It's an A+ difficulty, rewarding him with a blank card and a totally sealed magic text. The Nornir system adds that the resistant Aesir are watching his every move, so Yi Hyun tells the squad they need a bulletproof plan to take Chairman Yi Hyun down forever. Fast forward, instructor Yisu is absolutely floored when Yi Hyun casually drops that he mastered a 4-star magic text. It clicks in her head: this kid is crazy dangerous, and something is seriously off about him. She knows the chairman wants to play him like a cheap pawn, but right now, she totally doubts Yi Hyun can be controlled by anyone. Then Yi Hyun points out she looks super rattled after teaching him, straight up asking if she plans to snitch to that bastard chairman again. The exact second she demands to know how he figured it out, boom, he slaps her with a brainwashing skill and asks for a tiny favor. It totally works. Suspicions confirmed. He's officially way stronger than his own teacher. His game plan is inside sabotage, so he orders Yisu to spill every single dirty trick the chairman has lined up for the guild experience. 3 days pass and the guild experience finally begins. Yoojin is totally freaking out over getting to visit the famous Lotus Guild. Soon enough, manager Sung-yi welcomes the hyped students, stepping up as their daily guide. He walks them through the massive base until they finally meet Guild Master Sung-gun waiting right there. A bit later, everyone chills with some tea and snacks. Yoojun is literally so starstruck she can barely even lift her head up. She eventually works up the nerve to ask for an autograph, fangirling hard. Sung-gun happily signs it, saying passionate rookies like Yoojun genuinely inspire her right back. When Sung-gun mentions Yi Hyun clearly made some awesome friends, Hoyin gets confused and asks if they know each other. Sung-gun casually reveals Yi Hyun is her actual student, and Yoojun completely loses it. Sung-gun admits she's heard tons about the squad from Yi Hyun, which is exactly why they got invited. She reveals Lotus and a few top guilds already know about the chairman's gross corruption. But his influence is so incredibly massive, they couldn't make a move. Most of his busted abilities are kept totally top secret. Even Sung-gun admits she's pretty much in the dark about his powers. Meanwhile, a different group of students is touring another guild. One of those guys, Shang Chan, thinks everyone else was a total moron for calling him untalented. Now, he's convinced he hit the jackpot, all because the chairman personally handpicked him, finally recognizing his epic potential to become a legendary raider. But then, a girl bumps into Shang Chan, whispering that this place feels super sketchy. "You and I both know something's wrong, right?" She points out a real guild should be packed with gear, but this dump looks like an abandoned wasteland. He glances around, spotting the creepy cobwebs and stacked boxes, and panic sets in. Right on cue, their shady guide announces they have finally arrived. As the guide turns around, his entire face literally melts off, revealing instructor Soki. Soki didn't expect his disguise magic to glitch out so fast, so he decides to just trigger the nightmare early. Boom, he triggers a glowing pink magic circle right under the student's feet and waves a creepy goodbye. Total chaos hits as they try running. Cut back to Yi Hyeon's crew using Sungun's mana map to track that weird energy. But when they pull up to a busted, abandoned building instead of a legit guild base, they seriously wonder if they got lost. Behind them, Yi Hyeon uses telepathy to talk with manager Sung-yi, confirming he is secretly following them. When Sung-yi asks how he learned telepathy so crazy fast, Yi Hyeon casually shrugs, saying he just skimmed some magic texts. Sung-yi is totally mind-blown because telepathy is ridiculously hard. Back at the Yunhwa Guild, Guild Master Sungun suddenly senses a heavy, dark mana wave nearby. She flashes back to our Yi Hyeon warning her that the chairman's sketchy target guild was called Kane. Sungun knows the chairman secretly owns Kane, but it feels super weird since it's right in Central Seoul. Being that close to Lotus, starting a massive public incident just isn't the chairman's usual sneaky style, so our MC admitted the intel actually leaked from the chairman's own inner circle. Snapping back to reality, she asks Hana if she dug into that Kane guild. Hana nods, dropping the truth. Kane is 100% a fake ghost guild. Basically, it's just a totally empty shell for tax evasion and mega shady underground deals with zero paper trail. Hearing this huge red flag, Sungun realizes our MC was dead right, even if she can't figure out the chairman's exact twisted endgame yet. Playing it safe, she orders Hana to gear up. Meanwhile, those students step inside Kane. Yoojun thinks this empty dump is a mistake, but Yi Hyeon locks in. The rotten mana is here. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right in, guys. The energy here feels completely off. He realizes he and manager Sung-yi might have to take care of this themselves. Moving deeper, they spot traces of some insane, high-level magic that was just triggered. While searching the zone, that weird pink aura flares up again. Yi Hyeon screams for everyone to run, but man, it is way too late. They are completely trapped in the magic circle. Some voice mocks them as fools, banishing them to Svartalfheimr, the dark elf realm, as the transfer kicks off. The system flashes a huge warning. It tells Yi Hyeon this dungeon is way out of his league and screams at him to bail out. Meanwhile, the dark elf boss orders his crew to rise up. Time to hunt some fresh meat. The squad gets dumped right into Svartalfheimr, and Yi Hyeon suddenly recalls a wild piece of Norse mythology. Dark elves basically had god-tier strength. Sure, those powers tanked when this place turned into a dungeon, but still, Hoyin is absolutely stunned that the chairman can pull off teleportation magic like this. He wonders what that guy really is. Yi Hyeon nods. A regular dude definitely could not mess with the 9 realms transfer system. Someone pulling the strings from the shadows has to be involved. It hits everyone at once. They are in serious trouble. While they are still panicking, manager Sung-yi pops up out of nowhere. He says Yi Hyeon told him to drop in if things went sideways. Yoojun lets out a huge breath, thinking, hey, maybe we actually live through this. But Sung-yi shuts that down fast. Just because he is here does not mean they are safe. Even rank raiders get wrecked in this dark elf world. Drop your guard for 1 second and it is game over. Now pay attention here. Yi Hyeon knows there is no easy fix for this dungeon, not in this timeline anyway. But get this, he has memorized all the clear guides from the future. He promises they will survive, but first, they need to locate the other victims. Meanwhile, the shady chairman meets with Hoyin's dad. Mr. An Seok-won is furious, claiming the chairman broke his promise to turn Hoyin into a powerhouse. The chairman just brushes him off, saying, relax. He claims Hoyin will dominate the next round, but Mr. An knows this guy is a total snake. He demands to know how Hoyin got totally outplayed by a magic class newbie during the freshman hunt. The chairman finally drops the bomb about our MC, a freak of nature with 97 magic aptitude. That insane stat leaves Mr. An speechless, and he just walks out. Fun fact, An Seok-won used to be a military big shot. His heavy connections to the government are exactly why Jane keeps him around as a pawn. Still, that is not nearly enough to make Jane risk his neck right now. He never plays a game if the odds suck. Meanwhile, back in the dark elf nightmare, Ine tries casting Flash to cut through the absolute darkness, but Yi Hyun stops her and casually drops a level 3 Flash, lighting the place up like daytime. Yu Jun is totally mind blown. Yi Hyun just casually mentions he upgraded Flash from D rank. Ine is flipping out because, hello, skills are only supposed to level up once you hit rank A. Hoyin is shook. He cannot believe Yi Hyun is already built like a cheat code. Manager Sung-yi cannot stop obsessing over this crazy growth rate. He has trained tons of rookies, but this is unheard of. Quietly, he wonders just how high Yi Hyun is going to climb. Pushing deeper into the zone, Yi Hyun calls for a quick timeout. Sung-yi backs him up since they are exhausted, and dark elves can instantly cancel out flash magic anyway. So Yi Hyun kills the lights, letting their eyes adjust to the pitch black. The crew chugs some mana potions that Yi Seong packed to get their stamina back to full. Hoyin points out the missing students should be past the fork ahead. Yi Hyun fires up his mana perception to scan the layout, realizing the middle path goes straight to the boss. You and I both know ambushes are coming, right? Suddenly, he snatches an arrow right out of the air before it impales Ine. Yi Hyun triggers absolute calculation as dark elves swarm them from every shadow. Everyone freezes for a split second as Yi Hyun literally crushes the arrow in his bare hand. Yu Young instantly pops a mana shield around the squad, while Ine hits the elves with a slow debuff. Then she summons her blinding radiant divine sword and goes on the offensive. Hoyin busts out martial arts polar extreme, pulling massive aggro to create openings for his team. The second he signals them, Manager Sung-yi dashes in, clashing daggers with a dark elf in a brutal face-to-face fight. Yi Hyun jumps right into the madness, whipping out a level 5 lightning chain that absolutely fries multiple elves. Thanks to those future cheat codes, he knows their gear is pure magic. That means absolute calculation can shatter their weapons and armor like glass. He yells at Yu Young and Ine to spam fire magic only. They do not even question it, just start blasting. Suddenly, one of the elves hurls a spear straight at his head. Yi Hyun orders Hoyin to use provocation to make the mobs predictable. While Yi Hyun literally incinerates the incoming spear, Hoyin taunts the monsters, pulling all their rage right toward him. Yi Hyun shouts for Sung-yi to execute the slow ones. The manager slices them up perfectly, but in his head, he is seriously questioning how this kid knows all their weaknesses. Popping level 5 stealth to turn invisible, Sung-yi carves right through their ranks. Meanwhile, Yi Hyun drops a devastating fire strike and completely blasts one of the elves into ashes. Yu Young follows up with Flame of Eternity. She drops a massive fireball that engulfs the zone, forcing the panicked elves to scramble out of the way. As they rush in, Ine snipes them down with a brutal flame arrow. One elf is screaming, totally shocked these humans know their exact weakness. But before he can blink, Hoyin shoves a sword straight through his spine and out his chest. The monster spits blood, furious a mere human hit him. But the second he glares at Hoyin, Yi Hyun hits him with lightning chain and finishes the job. Just like that, the bloodbath ends. Yi Hyun warns everyone to hustle because the clock is ticking. He can still sense the survivors' mana, and if they do not sprint right now, those kids are dead meat. Back at the academy, the evil chairman rips into instructor Soki for messing everything up. Soki begs for mercy, swearing he never expected outsiders to crash the guild building, but the chairman is absolutely not buying that lame excuse. Soki nervously claims they can easily cover this up. I mean, people die in surprise gate spawns all the time, right? The chairman calls total bull on that. Suddenly, Soki violently coughs up blood. The chairman reminds him the spell only works on mana users, meaning actual awakened fighters went in. He coldly tells Soki to pray this ends well, because if even one student makes it back alive, he is completely finished. Under the chairman's terrifying aura, blood literally pours from Soki's eyes and nose. Meanwhile, Guild Master Song Gun bolts toward the Cane Guild to investigate that toxic mana spike. She realizes this spell has to be S-rank level. That means the kids and Song Gunner are walking right into a total death trap. Her earring has not reacted, so nobody is dead yet. She tells Hana to call backup if she does not return. So what do you and I take from this? The chaos is just starting. Alright, stick with me here. Pedaling her bike, Song Gun swears total payback if Yi Hyun hurts her crew. Meanwhile, a beat-up Song Chan gets dragged to safety by his friends. They trip up and the girl completely loses it, crying for a way out. She just straight up blames herself, calling herself totally worthless. Suddenly, a hand grabs her shoulder. It is Yi Hyun. He tells her she did awesome and that his squad will take over. She passes out right after, so they use some heavy-duty potions to wake her and Song Chan back up. When Song Chan finally opens his eyes, they drop the bomb. He is stuck in Svartalfheim, the dark elf turf. Yi Hyun asks for the scoop, and they explain falling down here after hitting the Cane Guild. Creepy dark elves ambush them, kidnapping everyone else while Song Chan and the girl manage to hide, only to pass out from a nasty mana overdose. Hearing her talk, Yi Hyun realizes she feels like a total coward, wishing she had gone down fighting alongside her classmates. But to Yi Hyun, that is just pure ego. Taking on an unbeatable enemy is strictly movie logic, not reality. Flashing back to his past life, he remembers bailing on his own crew, so he looks right at them and promises the kidnapped students are absolutely not their fault. When Yi Hyun demands to know where the others went, the crying girl reveals they got dragged straight to the Dark Elf King. He asks who dragged them down here, and Song Chan drops Instructor Soki's name. Taking a second to think, Yi Hyun orders the squad to chill while he scouts ahead. Yu Young instantly pushes back, asking what kind of crazy stunt he is pulling. Yi Hyun explains he is sensing nasty dark mana exactly where the others went. That is totally where the big boss is hiding, and their friends are fading fast. Yu Young calls him suicidal, and Ine begs them to stick together, but weirdly enough, Ho Yeon actually backs Yi Hyun up. Yi Hyun points out they cannot win solo fights against these elves, and somebody needs to babysit the wounded. Yu Young wants to keep arguing, but shuts her mouth since she is out of ideas. Song Keo gives a grumpy nod, ordering Yi Hyun to sprint back if things get sketchy. Yi Hyun leaves the injured in Song Keo's hands, who swears on his life to keep them totally safe, as our boy marches deeper into the dark. Song Chan's buddy stresses about him surviving, but Song Keo swears Yi Hyun is an absolute beast. Meanwhile, Yu Young wipes her tears, promising a shaken Ine that he will be perfectly fine. Now pay attention here. Suddenly, Sung-yi senses extreme danger, ordering everyone to stay dead silent. Enemies inbound. The second he grabs his daggers, a crazy energy beam blasts right past his head, ripping into his body and instantly dropping him to the dirt. The creepy dark elves step out, their leader mocking the humans for buzzing like annoying bugs. Meanwhile, Yi Hyun pushes forward, knowing he needs to finish this quick before his crew gets jumped. He shoves open a massive door and finds the Elf King, just sitting there with a deadly welcome party ready to go. Right as Yi Hyun opens his mouth, his earring burns like fire, warning him the manager's energy is basically gone, but before he can even flinch, the heavy doors slam shut. The king smirks, saying he only leaves if he beats his elite soldiers. Yi Hyun is totally torn right now. He desperately needs to save his friends, but remembering Ho Yeon's promise, he decides to trust his boys while he handles the king. The elf boss just laughs, asking what his grand plan is. So Yi Hyun just summons a massive firewall and straight up tells them they are all dying today. Back outside, Song Keo is bleeding in the dirt next to the sword that tagged him. Ho Yeon sprints over, realizing the manager is totally wrecked, probably even poisoned. These dark elves literally studied exactly how to perfectly counter a super fast assassin class. The smug elf leader yanks his sword back, bragging about crushing the weaklings now that the main threat is grounded. Ho Yeon realizes the sick truth. They waited until Yi Hyun left. Ine chimes in, hoping the guild master sensed Sung-yi hit the dirt. She remembers that song gun-handed Yi Hyun a fancy Avaldi earring as an absolute panic button, promising to warp in if things went sideways, back inside the spooky dark elf palace. Yi Hyun is literally blazing with anger and real flames, ripping the dark elves apart. Completely wrapped in fire, he walks right at them. Spotting fresh blood on their mouths, "You and I know what comes next," he demands they cough up whatever they just ate. He flashes back to Ho Yeon's super intense game face. The look of a guy crazy enough to own his reckless choices. That exact expression reminds Yi Hyun of his absolute best bro from his past life and the friends lost in the Moke dungeon. Thanks to that trauma, he seriously cannot trust eyes like that anymore. Outside, Yu Young drops a heavy mana field, while Ine blasts glowing holy swords right at the dark elves. Their boss just laughs at them trying so hard, joking they will be the king's dinner before calling the strike. Ine sees him move like a literal blur, but Ho-Yeon jumps in and smashes the attack away with his shield. Then he pops Polar Extreme, swinging back with so much force the elf gets shoved away. The leader actually admits humans are not totally useless after all. Ho-Yeon can already feel it. This elite squad is on a whole different level from the previous grunts. So as the boss strolls closer, Ho-Yeon asks what he even is. The guy introduces himself as Kel, captain of the Royal Guard and actual Dark Elf royalty. Everyone is totally stunned. An elite Royal Dark Elf is basically past a rank. Ho-Yeon remembers his very first meeting with Yi Hyun, watching him step up like an absolute wall to protect him. That totally fearless vibe became the ultimate goal Ho-Yeon wants to hit, and he is absolutely not dying here. No matter the cost, he is catching up to Yi Hyun. Suddenly, Ho-Yeon just tosses his shield away, shocking the entire squad as he walks right up to Kel. Honestly, he thinks he should have done this earlier, because a real raider carries more than one heart. So he just forcefully pops open his upper, middle, and lower Kai centers. The raw mana explosion is so completely insane that Kel takes damage just standing there. Kel throws up a guard, screaming to know how a human can do this. Ho-Yeon stays quiet, locking in unity of body and sword. Dark blood instantly spills from his mouth. Ine screams for him to stop. The system flashes red warnings. The skill is way too high level and his blood is flowing backward. If he doesn't drop it fast, he is dead in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Seeing him bleeding out, Kel orders his soldiers to grab him alive, even if they have to chop his limbs off. But Ho-Yeon keeps the power surging, facing them straight on. He earned this ultimate state where body and blade merge. He easily swats the charging guards. Trust me, you and I really want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me, we're jumping straight into the madness. Swords crash and Ho-Yeon instantly realizes he is completely outmatched by Kel. His new power-up is super unstable. Right now, all he can do is stall and fight for his life. Kel just laughs in his face, mocking how wrecked Ho-Yeon looks. But our boy is not backing down. He has a promise to keep, man. He straight up tells Kel he would never understand this kind of drive. He charges in for a head-on strike, but Kel easily dodges and counters. Luckily, Ho-Yeon's hyperfocus kicks in just in time. Letting him barely dodge, Kel calls him a total rat, but Ho-Yeon pushes back hard and almost overwhelms the guy. But then his body literally starts falling apart. The system flashes a massive red warning to stop immediately. His muscles are literally tearing, his blood channels twisting up. Blinding pain hits him hard. Kel moves in for the kill, but Ho-Yeon somehow blocks it. He is coughing, gasping for air totally at his limit. Yet he still holds his skill, charging up one final, desperate attack. Boom, he blasts a massive wave of mana that tears the ground apart. It hits a dark elf, sure, but Ho-Yeon realizes way too late that Kel just used his own dude as a meat shield. The dying soldier begs his captain, but Kel coldly smirks and says he was useful. Ho-Yeon completely collapses, coughing up blood, and spits out that Kel is a massive coward. Before he can even speak, Kel dashes in and runs him right through with his sword. Yu-Young totally breaks down, screaming Ho-Yeon's name. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Yi Hyun is absolutely wrecking dark elves with fiery chains. He still needs to save the students. Remembering he asked Ho-Yeon to hold out for 10 minutes is seriously stressing him out. Right then, a dark elf charges him with a spear. Yi Hyun just waits for him to get close, then blasts his face point blank. The dark elf king just laughs. He calls Yi Hyun an idiot, asking if he seriously thinks he can beat this many soldiers. Now watch closely, his response is epic. He just says, why not? The king snaps back, calling him a worthless, arrogant human. But Yi Hyun has heard that trash his entire life and he is officially done. Suddenly, the dark elves start choking for air. His flames burn incredibly bright, dropping guys left and right. The king screams at his troops, demanding to know why they are freezing up. He has zero clue. Yeon just activated Chains of Inferno. Yeon totally slaughters them with fiery chains as they panic, and sarcastically thanks the king for letting him test drive his new skill. Hundreds of dark elves get totally roasted by the Inferno, leaving the king absolutely fuming. The king swears Yeon is not making it out alive, but Yeon just walks right up to him like, "Are you serious, bro?" The king is totally stunned by this human's crazy strength. Still trying to talk tough, the king warns that Yeon will regret this. He promises the other 7 kings will completely destroy him if he dies. Before he can even finish his villain's speech, Yeon uses Step of Light, teleporting instantly. He clocks the king right in the face, triggering a massive fiery explosion that launches the guy backward. Yeon coldly says the other kings are not his problem. If they want smoke, they can come get it themselves. Meanwhile outside, Kel's sword is still stuck deep in Hoyin's chest. Indomitable just watches in total despair, beating herself up for being too weak to help out. She is terrified of losing someone else with basically nothing left. Kel struts over, grabs her right by the throat, getting ready to eat her. Yujung screams in panic, while Ina shakes in his grip, desperately telling herself to fight. I know what you're thinking, game over, right? Well, think again. A blinding wave of mana crashes down as Guildmaster Sungwon steps up. She asks Kel if he hurt them, warning him that if he did, he is dead meat. Her crazy aura suffocates the whole room. A bleeding Hoyin is just super relieved he actually stalled long enough. Sungwon asks again, did he hurt the people on the ground? Her insane pressure has Kel sweating bullets. Just feeling that mana, Kel realizes he is totally outmatched, so he decides to take the kids hostage. He cockily brags that this gruesome scene is his masterpiece. Sungwon calmly asks, is that so? Boom, she instantly drops sacrifice, burning her own life force to heal literally everyone at once. Kel is completely mind-blown. He cannot process how she is casting God-tier healing this fast. Sungwon coldly states she absolutely hates when people touch her crew, then blasts him with pure energy. The massive beam sends Kel flying, literally melting his flesh away until he disappears. Yujung's jaw drops when she realizes Sungwon didn't even use a fancy skill, just raw, brute force mana. Sungwon quickly rushes over to the injured guy and heals him, totally stabilizing his vitals. But the real issue here is Hoyin. She can instantly tell he is in super critical condition. When she tries fixing him, her system warns the damage is insanely bad and needs time. Bro pushed way past his limits, completely shredding his nerves and energy pathways. If she was even a second later, his mana days were over. She heals him anyway, draining so much of her own life force she knows she would be dead without Yeon's prior help. Yujung asks about Hoyin and Sungwon promises he'll live, just knocked out for a few days. The squad sighs in relief and Sungwon asks where Yeon went. They nervously admit he went to the boss room entirely solo. Instead of freaking out, she just calmly says he will be totally fine. Yujung is freaking out that he is completely alone, but Sungwon smirks. Yeon is not built like a normal dude. Since dark elves spam magic, they are basically a joke to him. Meanwhile at the palace, Yeon tells the king to invite his bros, but only if he survives today, with blood dripping down his face. The king is losing his mind that a puny human is beating him. He actually turns tail and runs to warn his squad, but Yeon totally blitzes past him, popping up right in his face. Whipping out lightning chains, Yeon wraps him up and violently slams his face into the dirt. Furious, the Elf King screams he is not dying alone. He promises to drag Yeon straight to hell. He activates Frozen Earth, this ultra-secret boss move for Elf Kings, totally expecting Yeon to start crying. But now Yeon just smirks and actually thanks the guy for the epic gift. The king is super confused. Yeon pulls a blank card, thanking him for showing off that skill. He never thought he'd bust this out here. In a flash, he copies Frozen Earth onto the card, then spams absolute calculation to completely shatter the king's original move on the spot. The king is completely dumbfounded as his ultimate attack crumbles. Yeon brutally yanks his head up, reminding him, "You gotta know yourself and your enemy, bro." He torches the king's head with roaring fire, and the Nornir system officially confirms Kanan is dead. Just like that, Yeon casually snags the badass title for killing the Dark Elf King. Plus, he scoops up the king's essence ingredient and some sick new gear, the Dark Elf Pauldron. Beating Quest 2 scores him a card, text, and a crazy skill. You and I just witnessed peak cinema, guys. Can't wait for next time. Let's jump right back into the madness. He sprints to the captured students, totally relieved to find one still breathing, but his stomach completely drops seeing the others already dead. He immediately triggers sacrifice to save the survivor. While he is healing them, Sunghun shows up, pooling her energy with his. She casually drops that being a healer is incredibly cruel. She says the best case is nobody needing a heal at all, and the runner-up, ripping someone right out of death's grip. Across town, Sunghun Bercius is losing his mind over his ruined master plan. He swears they will die screaming even if they escape the dungeon. Out of nowhere, Yeon smashes straight through his car window and grabs his throat. Glaring like an absolute psycho, Yeon curses him out. But wait, flashback an hour earlier. The hostages from the Dark Elf world escape through the Cane Guild. Sunghun thanks Sunghun for the rescue. She casually jokes they can just join her guild if they are that grateful. Yoojung gets super hyped to join instantly, but Yeon tells her to seriously read the room. She kicks his shins hard, demanding he shut up all day for terrifying everybody. Yeon winces in pain, totally confused how that hurt so bad when her strength stat sucks. Sunghun pulls up in a corporate van, telling the guild master she sped over after hours of radio silence. Sunghun apologizes, promising a full explanation later. For right now, she just tells Hana to take all the injured students and kids back to the guild base. She stays back because her and Yeon have messy business left. Hunhin orders manager Sunghun Yi to tag along, and Yeon is completely caught off guard seeing Sunghun Yi's shredded arm. Before he can even speak, Sunghun Yi uses telepathy. Keep quiet, because it will be way worse if his sister Hana finds out about this. These two siblings clearly have a totally messy love-hate dynamic going on, and when Sunghun Yi hesitates, Hana almost ditches him, forcing him to sprint for the van. Once they speed off, Yeon and Sunghun corner Sunghun Heesung, who is creeping nearby. Now watch this, he is absolutely shook they survived and panics seeing Sunghun. Desperate, he triggers an emergency magic item Chairman Yeon handed him. He teleports right behind Sunghun for a backstab, but she smoothly dodges. She completely roasts his cheap item, mocking how it barely moved him a few dozen meters. She demands to know who ordered the hit on the students. Sunghun Bercius refuses, sneering that mages are totally inferior anyway. He clicks on a mana suppression device, which Sunghun calls purely pathetic. Yeon just watches quietly, deciding Sunghun Bercius candy is completely useless to him now. Even under the suppression field, Sunghun charges up a massive mana blast. Did he honestly think a cheap toy could take her down? It finally clicks for Yeon. He could not sense the Cane Guild's magic seal earlier because Sunghun D literally used the exact same suppression gadget there. Sunghun casually tells the instructor she could not care less if he spills. She already knows Yeon pulled the strings. She brags that suppression devices break easily if you just overload them with mana, promising him a brutal death. Instantly, insane lightning streaks form and completely fry his body. Yeon recognizes it as lightning fall and a rank skill that scales with the user's magic. The way she casts it, absolutely next level and totally off the charts. Later on, Inta heads back to her lodge, replaying the epic moment Yeon saved her life by catching that lethal spear bare-handed. He reverse-engineered the spell in literal seconds, making her realize she is miles behind him. Still, she promises to properly thank him later, meanwhile at the exact same time. Crazy reporters swarm Mill's academy, demanding answers from Chairman Yehyun. Instructor Yasu warns him that the school's reputation is absolutely tanking right now. With rumors flying that he formed the Ghost Guild to ditch the students, Yehyun is literally boiling with rage, wondering how this leaked. Stone-faced, Yasu mentions the media mob outside and the endless ringing phones, casually asking for his next move. You know someone snitched. Annoyed, he orders a total lockdown with 0 interviews. Once alone, he realizes a rat inside Mills definitely leaked his plan. And with Sokyugi likely dead, he chooses revenge. The chairman immediately makes a shady call, offering endless cash for a massive media cover-up. Days later, Yehyun purposely bumps into Hoyin, mentioning he looks way healthier. Hoyin smiles, crediting his recovery entirely to him and the awesome guild master. Yehyun pauses, asking why he pushed himself to the brink of death. When Hoyin struggles to answer, Yehyun gently says keeping that brave heart moving forward is totally enough. He tells Hoyin to follow his gut first and worry about reasons later, but right before leaving. He reminds him to stay safe because the team worries. For some crazy reason, hearing that gives Hoyin a massive energy boost. Yehyun reviews his stats and knew a rank title, the one who killed the king of the dark elves. It boosts his mana and attack power against dark monsters. But the catch is all dark elves will hunt him. He equips it anyway, deciding to give the dark elf king's essence to Yisun, who loves fresh ingredients. He also gets the active skill realization of magical artifact, letting him forge mana armor mid-battle. Shocked, he equips it right away. Yihyun realizes its true value is the utility. On the black market, even C-rank armor costs tens of millions of won. That means he literally prints money every cast. Suddenly, the knife Miss reacts wildly, and the system announces all its hidden effects are fully unlocked since he met every condition. Boom, he snags the passive skill genius of armor making, which automatically bumps the rank of any gear he crafts up by an entire level. Yihyun is totally blown away, finally realizing why Miss Sletin's full power was sealed. He simply had not cleared all the crazy requirements yet. Hyped on new loot, he immediately starts training. The next morning, students all across Mashal Bay are freaking out, pulling late hours prepping for exams. These exams are so savage they are literally called the student graveyard. Testing covers intense theory, potion crafting, and live broadcasted pocket dungeon raids nationwide. Meanwhile, Yujung violently shakes Hoyin awake, threatening to absolutely wreck him. He panics and apologizes, admitting he always passes out while reading heavy theory. Yujung warns midterms are days away, so do not flunk. That is where we leave it, guys. Think they will survive these brutal exams. Alright, stick with me here. Hoyin figures out they completely suck at theory, even with Yujung offering to tutor, so they just give up and plan for a retake. But Yujung instantly shuts that nonsense down and starts hammering the next subjects into their heads. After a test, some random students spot an A, Yujung, and Yihyun chilling. They automatically assume these three are absolute geniuses who breezed through the exam with zero effort. But when Yujung asks Ine about her score, she totally freezes. Yihyun and Yujung joke that books are basically their mortal enemies, making Ine chase them around in rage. Meanwhile, Sehyuk glares at Yihyun, promising Minsu he is definitely crushing that arrogant jerk this time. Minsu just figures the guy is going through some weird emo phase. Later, Yujung completely blows up a potion in the workshop. Yihyun laughs at her, bragging his own brew is way better. He tries getting back up, but someone points out the harsh truth: they are both definitely failing at this rate. Apparently, neither of them has an ounce of talent for alchemy, which absolutely crushes them. Realizing he needs a miracle to pass, Yihyun begs Yi-sung for a way to save their grades. After thinking it over, Yi-sung suggests tracking down a rare monster drop from moonlight fireflies. They only chill in super clean areas, and barely 100 even hit the black market yearly. Grinding their shells into powder heavily buffs the potion. Desperate, the crew goes to meet Senior Kwon Soil, one of the upperclassmen they actually defeated during the freshman hunt. When Yihyun acts all friendly, Soil looks totally thrown off, demanding to know why they are here. He straight up asks her for a massive favor. She instantly tells him to get lost. No way is she helping. Yihyun asks if she is seriously refusing before hearing the deal, but she assumes he is only paying in school points. Then he drops 30 million won in cold cash, leaving Yujung shocked. Hearing that insane number, Soil's eyes completely light up. Soon they head to Mount Daegu, with Yi-sung tagging along. An hour prior, Soil had heard their crazy plan and admitted it was actually possible. But she warned her inspection skills still needed a physical trace to follow. When she asked for solutions, Yihyun promised a top-tier alchemist was coming. When Yi-sung finally shows up, Soil is super skeptical. He definitely does not look like some legendary alchemist. Yihyun asks if they know each other. Turns out, they were literally on the same team during the freshman hunt. Back then, she had zero clue he liked alchemy, just thinking he was dead weight in martial arts. Later in the woods, she admits he feels way different now. She says he looks like he's having fun, surprising him. These firefly monsters literally blend in like normal bugs. Using his big brain, Yihyun leads them to a promising spot. Soil warns the darkness makes it impossible to see, but Yujung notices Yihyun is not bothered by it at all. Someone explains that he actually likes bugs, which completely grosses poor Yujung out. After some digging, Yihyun spots a literal firefly trace. That is all Soil needs to activate her tracking. Now pay attention, this is where it gets sketchy. They follow her inspection trail straight into an unfamiliar, seriously creepy part of the woods. Still, Soil trusts her skill. Pushing past weird plants, they finally discover a magical glowing waterfall completely surrounded by dazzling fireflies. Yi-sung gets super hyped. The massive size proves these are the monster fireflies, but they are zipping around way too fast. Yi-sung drops some gravity magic to slow them down, but these bugs totally resist the pull. Soil yells at him to increase the pressure. He says his skill is not perfect yet, worrying they will lose the bugs, but he suddenly promises they won't. Boom, he creates a literal mana room, trapping the insects instantly. Soil is totally speechless, flat out calling this guy an absolute monster. The whole squad is wildly impressed, rushing right in. Yujung, meanwhile, clearly hates every single second of this bug hunt. But they shove her inside anyway. The rest follow, and he is already scooping up the glowing bugs. While gathering them, Soil realizes pulling off a mana room like that is insane. Not even most third-year academy elites could do it. Mission complete, they rush back to the workshop and brew the potion again. This time, flawless victory, 0 explosions. Hoyin and Ine are mind blown. Yi-sung proudly flexes his hard work, claiming the potion purity is around 70%. Yujung and the squad immediately start celebrating. But here is the catch. Yi-yun's potion is only 50% pure and Yujung's is 47%. Is that even enough to pass the test? Days later, post-exam, Hoyin laughs, joking that their ingredient pot looked more like a sketchy monster summoning cauldron. Yujung takes rank 42. Yi-yun gets 31, Hoyin hits 29 and Ine grabs first. After roasting them, Hoyin heads to class. You and I both know it's not over. The catch, their upcoming practical test is absolutely brutal. It combines the freshman hunt, fake dungeon, and every single lesson so far. Worse, the team point system. On exam day, Yujung whines because her cost is 14. That makes building a strong team a huge headache. Each student's cost is based on their current academic grades. Squads of 4 must stay under 50 points. Hoyin is 17, Ine 15, and Yujung 14. In his past life, Yi-sung was just a 6. Back then he thought being cheap was great for joining strong teams, but it ended in disaster. Now, he knows this system is total garbage. High rankers just grab low-cost kids as cheap filler. Suddenly, a guy from his past life walks up. It is the exact same dude who relentlessly bullied him for being low-ranked. Now, he is all fake smiles, asking if Yi-sung is that famous fake dungeon genius. Let that sink in. This same jerk once told him to know his place. Now he cheerfully introduces himself. You know payback is coming. Yi-sung totally brushes the guy off. But Han-sung won't quit, begging to team up since his skills are way better than his 20-point cost suggests. He claims finding teammates is tough, so it's a win-win deal. But stick with me here because Yi-sung knows this guy is pure trash, just a total coward who bullies weaklings. So he shuts Han-sung down hard, telling him to bounce. Completely rattled, Han-sung tries desperately pitching his low-cost and high-tier skills. Yi-kyan says whatever, he can easily solo the test since Han-sung is basically weak sauce anyway, then he ditches him to meet friends. He asks if they thought his sweet offer over. Meanwhile, Han-sung glares at them with absolute venom. Gina and Sungwoo both say yes. Han-sung instantly recognizes them as the total frauds who ditched Yi-kyan back in the mock dungeon. Yi-kyan says he's super relieved. Seeing Yi-kyan pick those two makes Han-sung completely lose his mind, storming off swearing revenge. Later on, Yi-kyan meets his new squad. Gina asks if he is seriously sure about this, considering they completely choked in the mock dungeon. Sungwoo reminds him they were totally useless. Yi-kyan just smirks and says losing isn't on his schedule. He knows their point costs dropped like crazy just because they ran away. Honestly, they are the real steal here. The two finally agree and ask about their 4th member. She is on her way. Right on cue, Yujung struts in. Gina and Sungwoo instantly sweat, remembering how the instructor literally had to stop her from destroying them earlier. The second she drops in, she demands to know why they are teaming up. Elsewhere, Chairman Yi-yun is looking at some brutal reports. Miles Academy is dropping from Korea's #1 spot and his job is on the line. He rages. He violently trashes his computer, cursing the greedy reporters who took his bribe money, then backstabbed him. He just knows the Lotus Guild is pulling the strings here, so he decides to totally lay low and eat the massive loss until the crazy media storm completely blows over. Flashing back to the cafe, Yujung is shooting absolute daggers at the warrior cadets. Eventually, she agrees to chill out, but asks Yi-yun if he is genuinely positive about this squad. he calmly explains that telling them to run was honestly their smartest move. Yoojung kinda buys that logic, but then drops the real question: why even carry them when he could effortlessly solo the whole exam? Now pay attention, because here is the real kicker. Keban totally picked them because they all have massive beef with Jamjin, total secret squad. He drops the bomb. He is using this entire exam to ruin Jamjin. Everyone is absolutely shook. Exam day arrives. Instructor Park Hajin steps up to run part 2. Yi Hyun spots Hansung acting like a total lapdog, totally filling in for Sulky. Hansung hypes it up, announcing the exam is broadcasting live on national TV. He pumps up the crowd, telling everyone to go crazy. Boom, the students get teleported into the pocket plane. It is a literal lava dungeon. Yi Hyun's squad is Team D, the goal: survive every stage and snag the boss core. First floor mission is just wiping out local monsters. The heat is insane. Keban notes it is modeled after Muspelheimer. He says they gotta map the zone out first to handle any crazy surprises. Plus, they need loot. Yoojung mentions they desperately need frost grass. Without it, the insane heat will totally melt their stamina. Sungwoo hypes up their massive brain power, but Yi-Yun says it is just basic dungeon survival. Rule number 1 is not dying. He pops his mana detection and hunts for grass. Tracking the mana juice, they stumble onto a massive patch of frost grass. Yi-Yun orders them to completely fill their inventories. Since Sungwoo bragged about his alchemy skills, Yi-Yun makes him the dedicated potion guy. Suddenly, an alert pops up. The live stream viewers are dropping in now. I know what you are thinking. Performing for the whole country sounds super stressful, and Keban agrees. But hey, free clout is free clout. While grabbing grass, he spots 4 C-rank baddies pulling up. He yells to swap into formation B immediately. Youngbo pops a taunt to grab aggro, while Keban yells at everyone to keep their distance. Those spicy lava slimes explode if you poke them. They grip their weapons super tight, freezing in place as the fiery blobs roll up. Yunjiang screams for Yi-Yun to attack, but he tells her to hold up, right as the slimes get basically point blank. The live stream clicks on. Chat goes wild asking if this is the freshman hunt MVP. Yi-Yun gives the green light and Yunjiang blasts one. As Gina jumps in, Yi-Yun realizes this scorching floor is literally the ultimate setup for his frozen earth skill. He smirks for the camera. He totally refuses to show his full hand just yet. Instead, he casually drops ice rain, blasting the zone. The chat completely loses its mind. People think it is a glitch because that is a straight-up a rank move, but Yi-Yun sees these hyped fans as the perfect tools to bring his enemies down. Meanwhile, manager Sun Bae-nam is watching the stream, absolutely mind-blown that Yi-Yun can spam an a rank skill like it is nothing. Agent Kim already tipped him off that Yi-Yun despises his enemies and has massive Lotus backing. This kid is gonna make his job easy. So he grabs his popcorn and keeps watching. The ice rain absolutely deletes the lava slimes. Yujiang is not even surprised by his crazy overpowered moves. Yi-Yun calls out that the heat is getting ridiculous, ordering everyone to chug potions while they look for shade. Chungwoo spots a nice chill zone, so Yi-Yun calls for a quick pit stop. Somewhere else, Ine is absolutely shredding monsters with holy arrows, but you and I both know she is totally right when she says this dungeon feels way too easy. Stick with me, we are diving into pure madness. He agrees they're way too weak. The squad is just staring, stunned. One slip meant game over, yet they tanked lava slimes without a scratch. Back with Yi-Yun, he pitches a tent for the crew. Meanwhile, Sungwoo is grinding out some potions, saying it will take about an hour. Yi-Yun teases that Yu Jiang's little remarks are just her trying to rush Sungwoo. She instantly denies it, and boom, they are right back to bickering. Gina laughs at how close they seem, though Yu Jiang swears they aren't. Soon after, Yi-Yun drops his secret master plan on the group, once he finishes explaining. Yu Jiang steps outside and asks if this crazy idea will actually work. He smirks, yep, perfect time to cause a massive scene. So he blasts some power, destabilizing the pocket plane and totally canceling the voice transmission block. The chat goes wild, asking what Yi-Yun is doing alone with Yu Jiang. Some viewers are even panicking, wondering if the rest of the team failed. He casually says his team is fine, blowing everyone's minds. Students definitely weren't supposed to have mics on. after tweaking the pocket plane's formula. Yi Yun greets the audience, announcing the real stream starts right now. Meanwhile, the chairman is watching this, literally shaking with pure rage. He cannot wrap his head around how Yi Yun hacked the formula. I mean, dozens of top-tier raiders and academy instructors built that thing. Instructor Ha Yun suggests punishing him, but the chairman says his hands are tied. There is zero rule against this because nobody thought it was even possible. Still, students absolutely cannot leak Mill's sensitive info to the public. Breaking that rule, yeah, that is a fast track to getting expelled. Now watch this. The chairman hears Yi Yun name drop him live, directly tying him to that guild incident and some super shady dealings. He tells the chat not to stress about him getting expelled, leaving the chairman totally speechless. Yi Yun smirks, mocking the chairman's favorite catchphrase about the strong surviving and holding power. After laughing at how absolutely rotten the kid is, the chairman orders Ha Yun to expel Yi Yun the second this exam ends. He even orders him to hire 2 seasoned ranked killers to eliminate Yi Yun once the hype dies down. Walking off, he swears brutal payback. Yi Yun tells the chat the chairman is a hypocrite for expelling a top-grade student like him. The audience absolutely eats it up. And people start realizing something is seriously messed up at this academy, especially since the rumors about Yi Yun were never investigated. Earlier, back at the shelter, Yi Yun told his squad he would hack the formula so the viewers could hear everything and take their side. Yu Jiang panicked about the chairman fighting back. But he reminded her the audience was their shield and no rule banned hacking the formula. Cut to the present, Yi Yun announces the real raid stream is live. A little surprise to make the broadcast way more fun, the chat gets hyped. But Yu Jiang feels totally exposed when people critique her skills. Soon, Yi Yun leads her to a lava fall, telling the chat they'll find the hidden piece right here. That alone sends the chat into an absolute frenzy. Yu Jiang kicks off with her heist skill, while Yi Yun uses wind boost and gravity magic. He wants to show everyone how a true raid aggressor speedruns a dungeon. Meanwhile, back at Mo Yi Base Academy, you and I both know the big shots want him now. Instructor Kim promises to connect manager Sun Bei with Yi Yun after the exam. He orders her to recruit the kid immediately. He even says Yi Yun can name his own price. The instructor agrees, knowing snagging him for raid management is a massive long-term win, even though the chairman is definitely hunting him too. Back in the pocket plane, Yi Yun grabs Yu Jiang and pulls her toward the boiling lava. She panics, begging him to wait. But he just sprints right at it while she screams. The chat is freaking out, completely confused why they're jumping into lava. Boom, Yi Yun lands perfectly on an invisible foothold. Yu Jiang lets out a massive sigh of relief. He tells her to hold tight and cast her spell carefully, making sure her timing is absolute perfection. Yi Yun actually respects whoever found this hidden piece in his past life. I mean, Chairman Yi Yun hid this thing so incredibly well. Heavily funded and never meant for students. Following the hidden steps, they finally hit solid ground. Yu Jiang asks if the glowing object ahead is it. It's a set of marbles, and Yi Yun confirms they are essential for clearing this dungeon. By now, the chairman is sweating bullets, completely clueless how Yi Yun found his secret stash. On stream, Yi Yun claims he used mapping. Though even he admits it was hidden insanely well. He casts ice rain over the lava, freezing a solid path straight to the loot. Then the two of them head down to grab it. He asks chat if they recognize it, but everyone is clueless. When they demand answers, he reveals it is fire essence. This bad boy is a super important tool for clearing the dungeon. The system confirms it is a B-rank consumable. You swallow this and your flame resistance skyrockets for a short time. Only catch, it is a one-time use. Academies usually hide loot to make tests feel like real dungeons, but come on. This one was tucked away so deep that a normal student would literally never find it. The chat loses their minds. Fire essence costs a fortune at gear shops, proving Mill's Academy casually dropped over 10 million per team just for these midterm exams. Snagging the first one, Yi Yun immediately pivots to the next target on his list. He wishes he could see the chairman's face right now, especially when he exposes the remaining secrets. Come nightfall at camp, Yu Jiang gags on an awful tasting potion. Yi Yun agrees it is gross, but she has to chug it for an easier dungeon clear. She forces it down, but then bam, Yu Jiang suddenly collapses. Startled, Yi Yun asks Sung Woo if he literally just poisoned her, but Sung Woo swears he didn't. Yi Yun announces stage 1 is wrapping up, and now they gotta find a path to floor 2. Meanwhile, over in the academy control room, instructor Yi Yun strolls in, asking instructor Ha Yun for a status update. He casually jokes that he is the boss here, asking why she even showed up. Does she not trust him? After a tense pause, she admits maybe she doesn't. His smile instantly drops. With Sabai Cog, the second practical should be his to control, but Ha Yun shoved in and snatched that authority right out of his hands. He drops a super sarcastic apology for surpassing her, even though they started as equals. She brushes it off. Trust me, you and I know this rivalry is far from over. All right, stick with me. He pressures her, bragging that anyone would kill for his spot, but she just ignores him, which totally ticks him off. Still, Ha Yun thinks he is the boss now, not her. But before leaving, Yi Yun drops a warning to check if his lifeline is actually rotten. She walks out, leaving Ha Yun to scoff. He thinks she is just being arrogant, fully knowing she meant his sketchy ties to the chairman. But hey, he thinks the old man will bounce back fine. Meanwhile, Team T and D hits floor 2, grabbing a quest to hunt elite monsters for sweet loot. Cut to Heimdall absolutely wrecking people. He chats with Hyujin, who asks if he is off to fight the so-called great adversary. Heimdall totally brushes it off. To him, the guy is just human and an easy kill. What actually annoys him, though? He will be stuck playing gatekeeper at the Bifrost again. He tells the evil bird to back off, but Hyujin just thinks gods and humans are total idiots, quietly remembering Munin. Spacing out, he talks to his missing bird buddy, swearing that absolutely nothing has changed and nothing ever will. Back on floor 2, Gina complains it is insanely hot. Yun Jiang agrees the quest sounds brutal. Yi Yun knows the routes perfectly, but something feels super off. An hour ago, they crawled through a tiny cave to get here, and Sung Woo questioned why the path was literally buried underground. Yun Jiang points out that stage dungeons are notoriously hard to navigate, so how did Yi Yun find the stairs so fast? She is totally suspecting him now. Suddenly, she spots a bug and screams, jumping out of her skin and clinging to Gina. Yi Yun just casually grabs it, telling Chat it is for later. Before moving forward, he tells the squad to prep up and hands them fire essence to eat. Naturally, everyone is completely grossed out. Yi Yun jokes they're being dramatic, adding he is still playing nice. Then he flashes a downright terrifying glare. Eat it, they instantly surrender. This dungeon has 3 floors, with the boss at the bottom. Yi Yun also plans to handle some extra baggage before they even start hunting here. Now pay attention, here is where it gets crazy. He hypes Chat up about a secret treasure, but his real goal is something else, a hidden salamander. This thing hoards shiny loot like a crow, sending the chat into a total frenzy. One viewer points out salamanders can actually purify corrupted gear. When Chat asks how he knows all this, he just smirks and says he studied. The second hidden piece is a replica of Bameng, an epic German sword. It is a literal dragon slayer weapon, similar to the Thunder Step's skill. Famous for pure destructive power, the original belonged to a raider named Balak. Gina asks for the monster's weak point, and Yu Jiang says aim for the stomach. You basically blast its gut with ice magic to secure the kill, so they push deeper inside. Sung Woo groans about the insane heat. Without that fire essence, he would be totally cooked right now, since Yi Yun secretly knows the layout. He fakes looking around to dodge suspicion. Suddenly he stops, sensing mana near a giant pile of swords. Yun Shin doubts any are special since there are tons. And they all look unregistered, but Yi Yun grins, that makes it the absolute perfect hiding spot. Even if someone rigged this to trick students, it won't work on our guy. He pops his detection skill, scans the pile, and yanks the real deal from the stone. The system pops off. He just scored the tainted Bameng copy, a rank a weapon, and the signature blade of Dragon Slayer Siegfried. Its sealed stats give plus 70 strength and 30 agility, alongside an S-rank passive that insanely boosts physical damage against dragon types. I know what you are thinking, overpowered, right? Sadly, none of that works while tainted. Viewers ask how he spotted it, while others know he always has a plan. They push on, tracking the beast, but Yian says hold up, it is weakest after eating. The king salamander feeds once a night, so Yunjin nervously asks if waiting is smart. Their sharp smell means the monster might just ambush them first. Yeon just smirks, pulling out that nasty bug from earlier. Yoonjin completely panics and tries to run, but he grabs her. She is the core of his crazy plan. It is a bomb centipede. When threatened, it sprays an awful liquid that literally causes blind panic and tears. Yeon plans to use that nasty stink as bait. Right on cue, the giant salamander shows up smelling it. Yoonjin braces herself, reminding him about his promise. To buy her help, he swore he would hand over a super rare magic staff that teacher Songyeon actually liked. Honestly though, he just planned to give her total junk. If she finds out, she will straight up murder him. Chat watches, totally hyped for this crazy plan. Yeon explains Yoojung specializes in wind magic. She perfectly uses a tiny current to blast that bug stink right into the salamander's nest. Chat is super impressed by her fine mana control. Honestly, some of them even start feeling sorry for the poor monster right now. The second it smells the bug, it literally starts crying. Yeon signals the squad to hold tight. Then boom, he drops a level 2 ice spear, slamming it down. He waits for it to breathe fire. The exact second it opens up, he whips out Balmung and chucks the sword straight into its mouth. Yoojung calls him a total madman, and the stream goes wild with confusion. Meanwhile, Yeon watches, absolutely stunned. No first year should know this trick, especially since he specifically left it off the syllabus. Back in the fight. The beast gags the sword right back up. Yeon signals, the tanks charge forward, blocking the flying blade. Yeon grabs it, and wow, it is glowing completely differently now. The viewers are still losing their absolute minds, so he casually pops open the equipment window to show off the freshly purified Balmung. Chat nearly explodes seeing those wild stats. Yeon explains the salamander core packs purification power to cleanse gear. So what do we take from all this? Even Chat is stunned. A mage is grabbing a sword. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Stick with me, you and I are watching pure madness. They expect a warrior to fight, but nope. Sunbeam tells the stream that Yeon is a battle mage. Yeon steps up to the monster and activates agile steps, flexible movements, and wind boost for insane speed. In one jump, he slices off its arm. Landing smoothly, he uses Ice Edge to create a massive spike. Sungwoo signals that the salamander's missing arm leaves its stomach wide open. Yeon lunges right in, driving a brutal attack straight into its stomach. The chat goes totally dead. They literally cannot process this. Meanwhile, Seho is online, annoyed that Yeon made her do his dirty work. She drops an article exposing his real identity, using his insane achievements from the Neverland dungeon where he hid his name. This article instantly shuts down the haters, claiming his feats are just CGI. Back on the second floor. With the salamander cooked, Yeon casually picks up the Ring of Transcendence. It is a rank B item that temporarily skyrockets your mana. It buffs spells and grants the active skill Overdrive, but without the Rock of Transcendence, it drops rank and gets super unstable. Overdrive isn't a rank skill. It completely maxes out mana and makes skills hit 1.5 times harder for 5 straight minutes. But without that rock, you lose all mana for 5 whole minutes after. Since there is only one ring, Yeon offers to play rock, paper, scissors. They totally refuse, telling him to keep the loot since he carried. Yoojung says he just owes them lunch, so Yeon grabs the ring. Instantly, the squad gets teleported to the next floor. The system announces the barrier will drop in 60 seconds, and the boss fight is on. A magic shield keeps them safe while the boss violently pounds on it. Every hit is terrifying, making Gina frantically ask if Yeon has a plan. Now pay attention, this is where it gets interesting. He says no, he will solo it. Viewers go crazy, wondering if ditching the party setup is suicide. Normally, this floor drops a C or B rank monster, failing 70% of students. The barrier shatters, unleashing a massive lava golem. Yeon instantly charges with a heavy mana punch. Jangba screams that it is way too dangerous, while Gina and Sungwoo absolutely panic. But Yoojung stays chill, reminding them Yeon is a beast. This monster will not beat him. He trades punches and actually knocks its arm back. When it swings the other hand, he throws up a quick barrier. He lands, pops level 4 wind boost, and pins its legs with Ice Edge. Yeon flips on mana detection, smoothly dodging every single attack. He knows lava golems hit like absolute trucks, but they have one major weakness. He casts Bind to lock it in chains, then summons a massive storm with Ice Rain. The chains break, but the ice totally slows down its heavy joints. Seeing his opening, Yi-yun fires a water ball, blasting the frozen joints until the golem's thick limbs literally crack apart. As the boss crumbles to dust, the pocket plane announces victory. The chat is super confused about the difficulty, while the squad just stares. Yujung just calls him an absolute maniac, realizing he is leagues ahead of her. Seconds later, the system drops the golem's core, but Yi-yun knows this test is far from over. He needs to ruin the chairman today. The system asks to leave. He says no way. He tells his stream the fight ended way too fast, so he is gonna show them the hidden boss. Let that sink in for a second, right? The viewers are hyped as he walks toward heavy mana, but his entire team completely refuses to follow. He promises they will not die, even if it hurts like hell. They step in, and the system announces a hidden door special quest. The mission: defeat the secret boss and survive. Normal students cannot even sense this door, and pure luck will not work. That is exactly why Yi-yun placed the hidden piece earlier. He smirks at the chat, who are losing their minds over this secret floor. Yi-yun already knows how to spawn the boss, but fakes searching around. Suddenly, Yujung spots a weirdly familiar ancient altar. She realizes it perfectly matches the golem core. Yi-yun snaps the core into the altar's slot, and a blinding light floods the entire room. He screams at everyone to back up. Right over the altar, the pocket plane's true hidden boss, a massive red drake, spawns. The new goal: survive, win, and rip out the drake's heart for epic loot. As the monster roars, viewers absolutely lose it. Even pro raiders get destroyed by these. The chat starts raging about how totally unfair this test is, exactly what Yi-yun planned. His absolute calculation cannot predict the drake's raw physical attacks, but he is confident he can solo it. Meanwhile, Chairman Yi-yu is panicking. His master plan to keep these midterms quiet from the media is completely failing. He finally realizes Yi-yun fully hijacked the pocket plane. Instructor Hajun argues that a mere student could never pull that off, but the chairman insists it is definitely Yi-yun. Hajun just kisses up, hoping this gets him a fast promotion. Honestly, the chairman is almost relieved it is just Yi-yun. If the kid only wants rare loot, clearing the dungeon might actually save the academy's reputation. Hajun assumes Yi-yun just angered it. He prays Yi-yun kills the beast, but looking at the screen, he is shocked. A student is brutally injured, literally coughing up blood. Total chaos hits. The protection system completely crashes, trapping everyone inside. Even the instructors are completely freaking out, and the stream is terrified. Students are literally not supposed to take real damage here. Suddenly, all their HP bars completely vanish. The pocket plane starts glitching out, and the chat realizes these kids might actually die. The chairman absolutely loses his mind. Meanwhile, Yi-yun smirks, wondering how the chairman likes being framed for once. The chat goes wild, blasting the chairman for being so corrupt. So what do you and I take from this? Karma hits back. Viewers accuse the school of purposely pushing these kids right to their deaths. Stick with me here, guys. Jangba is honestly blown away by her acting. She even jokes about becoming an actress since her gorgeous looks are totally wasted on school. He begs her to stop joking around. He needs to look super sad. Leaving her there, he turns right back to face the drake. He could totally crush it easily, but where is the fun in that? The drake takes a wild swing. He hops back, pops mono weapon, and summons the purified Bamung. The chat goes crazy, thinking he might actually pull off a win with that sword. Then Sheabe Yun activates the Bamung replica's special skill. Dragon Slayer, it boosts damage against dragons by 300%. He fires off a wild double slash at the red drake. The beast goes absolutely berserk. It violently slams its tail right where Sungwoo is standing. Sungwoo barely manages to block the heavy impact. Sheabe Yun suddenly remembers his two main goals. He thinks back to Hoidian's book, a drake's weak spot is a mole on its heel. Yi-yun instantly leaps behind the beast and strikes that exact spot. To finish this, he pops overdrive, boosting all skills by 1.5 times. Then he drops Frozen Earth, completely freezing the area and the red drake. Watch this part closely. The viewers are absolutely stunned. No rank skill should ever do something that crazy. People start wondering if Yi-yun is secretly S rank. He shatters the frozen drake and wins. Sheabe leans on his sword, hiding a sly grin. He hopes the chairman enjoys this little gift. Meanwhile, the chairman's office is blowing up. Board members are calling nonstop to blame him. He swears he is innocent, but nobody is buying his excuses this time. He frantically asks instructor Hajun about the press. Hajun admits he reached out to every single reporter they have connections with. But they all rejected him because nobody trusts Maras anymore. It feels totally planned. Sheibe completely snaps and blasts Hajun across the room with wild magic. He is totally sure Yi Hyan could not pull this off alone. Someone else must be helping him. While he tries to guess who, a staffer rushes in. The Lotus Guild just dropped an official document demanding disciplinary action against Milvis Academy and jail time for the chairman. Apparently, Seong Hyan personally wrote it because of that crazy midterm disaster. He calls it a serious case putting students in fatal danger, just like the previous guild incident. Seong Hyan claims the chairman keeps risking students' lives. Plus, he bribed high-ranking politicians for his own selfish gain, alongside other major crimes. For those and 17 other raider violations, Guild Master Seong Hyan officially orders his immediate arrest, absolutely furious. Yi Hyan angrily argues that the Lotus Guild has zero right to step in. Only the National Raider Association headquarters has that authority. Until he reads that the 4 major guilds, 29 others, and the Raider Association all support it, he goes totally silent over the document. Just then, raiders storm the office to arrest him. Meanwhile, outside the pocket plane, reporters swarm Team D to ask about what went down inside. Sheibe Yun loves his teacher's careful planning. One reporter asks if he knew about the chairman's arrest based on his pocket plane stream. Sheibe Yun plays dumb, saying he cannot say much because of the academy's strict non-disclosure agreement. But he drops a bomb. This is the 3rd time students were put in crazy danger. Claiming he doesn't want anyone else getting hurt, he cuts the interview totally short, saying Yun Jiang desperately needs medical help. He rushes Yun Jiang to the paramedics and slides her into a Lotus ambulance, ensuring nobody realizes she is completely fine. Meanwhile, Yi Hyan gets escorted out by Raider Association officers. An angry crowd absolutely pelts him with raw eggs, screaming for the chairman to resign. Safe inside the ambulance, Yu Jiang cracks up laughing, calling Yi Hyan a terrible actor. When he asks if it was that bad, she hilariously mocks his fake performance. We all felt that tension, right? Seong Hyan laughs, asking what he was thinking if the plan failed. He would be totally doomed, but Yi Hyan says that guild trip taught him his own safety matters, just not more than saving other people's lives. Yu Jiang teases him for saying cheesy stuff, asking if he ate something weird. He just tells her to shut up, after the laughter fades. Seong Hyan drops the plan, a press conference in 3 days to completely destroy Yi Hyan. Meanwhile, over at the National Raider Association headquarters, Sun Bienham is throwing a party because Yi Hyan is finally ruined. He remembers a weird phone call telling him to prep for Yi Hyan's big arrest. The mysterious caller promised they would handle the rest, even offering to prep his requested location. Fast forward 3 days later. At the Lotus press conference, Sun Bienham spots Yi Hyan waiting outside. When asked if he is nervous, he just says he hates massive crowds. Soon, Seong Hyan, Sun Bienham, and Yi Hyan hit the main stage. The press is drooling over this chance. Lotus having priority negotiations with Min Yi Hyan is a massive, worldwide scoop. Seong Hyan opens the floor. The very first reporter asks if Yi Hyan intentionally had students killed and covered it up as total accidents. Seong Hyan confirms it, stating they have hard proof of all his dirty deeds. Yi Hyan just smirks. Knowing they brainwashed instructor Yasu to get those files early, Yi Hyan is completely finished. Yi Hyan adds that he also broke other laws, like illegal funding linked to Milvis Academy. Another reporter asks if they found Yi Hyan's corrupt partners, but she just says the investigation is still ongoing. After some more questions, someone asks if Yi Hyan is truly Seong Hyan's mentee. She confirms it, and he proudly adds he got this far thanks to her guidance. Another reporter asks if he hid his abilities, since barely any articles existed. Yi Hyan answers he simply did not want media attention. Another asks when he signed with Lotus Guild. Soon, rapid questions pile up about his training, his family, and even his dating life. He stays quiet. He knows he cannot get dragged into all that drama, especially since the spotlight will not leave him now, right on time. Seong Hyun steps in, asking reporters not to press Yi Hyun too hard since he is still pretty shaken up from the incident. A few days later, at the temporary chairman's inauguration, Yoo Jeong is glad everyone survived, swearing she'd be furious otherwise. What a wild ride we just watched. All right, stick with me here. Yi Hyun drops a massive reality check on the crew. This fight isn't over yet. To survive, they need a serious power-up and fast. Hoyin totally agrees, admitting that guild trip proved how insanely weak he is. In-na nods, feeling the exact same vibe. Yi Hyun is stoked they want to level up, but he refuses to drag them into his mess. Fighting the Acer gods, that is his solo mission. Suddenly, instructor Kim Jae-hyun takes the stage, and Yi Hyun whispers she is the new boss. The whole room drops their jaws. Yoo Jeong is completely baffled a rookie got the big job, until Chae-bae-yeon drops the bomb that Jae-hyun was a double agent. Earlier, those two dudes hit up the main association headquarters, where Sun Bien-ham leaked his master plan to make Jae-hyun the big boss. Flashing back to now, Kim Jae-hyun steps up, swearing to crush it as the brand new acting director. Later on, the squad hits the town to chill. Yi Hyun just sighs, watching Yoo Jeong completely butcher a karaoke song. He really wanted a nap, but yeah, that is definitely cancelled. Flashback to a few hours ago, Yoo Jeong practically busted his door down. When he opened up, she hyped him about their epic post-exam karaoke promise. She already snagged the sickest VIP room in town and totally dragged him out, jumping back to reality. Chae-bae-yeon figures he might as well grab the mic too. The whole squad cringes hard, and some random dude outside screams that his ears are bleeding and demands a lifetime ban. When Chae-bae-yeon finally stops, In-na laughs, saying it is nice knowing he is actually human. Hoyin roasts him, claiming nobody is perfect. The dude scores a brutal 10 out of 100. He hands the mic to In-na, their fingers brush, the mic slips, and she instantly turns tomato red. Yi Hyun smoothly catches it like a ninja and softly hands it back. Her face is literally glowing crimson, but when he asks if she is cool, she stammers out a yes. Finally, In-na nervously begs them not to expect much because she is super shy. Yoo Jeong smirks, betting she is still way better than Yi Hyun. He defends his perfectly average vocal chops, but Yoo Jeong roasts his zero self-awareness. Sitting back, Yi Hyun wonders if In-na can actually sing, promising himself he will clap either way. But wait, watch closely. The second she sings, he realizes she is absolute fire. Meanwhile on Earth, Heimdall strolls the streets and senses Hela creeping nearby. She finally steps out of the shadows, casually saying hello and mocking his little vacation. Heimdall smirks, claiming the rebel Acer are pulling some spicy moves this time around. But Hela fires back that it is total garbage compared to the dark stuff Odin and the other gods pulled. He straight up mocks her for holding onto that pathetic fantasy that the prophecy's great hero will actually save them. Hela argues the future isn't set. But he arrogantly snaps that no mortal could ever crush the mighty Acer gods. When Heimdall tries walking past, she blocks him. He orders her to move, but she refuses to let him anywhere near the legendary adversary from the prophecy, looking completely annoyed. Heimdall asks if she is begging for a death wish. Hela claps back, reminding him his godly powers are nerfed on Earth, giving her a massive advantage. Heimdall growls, telling her to prepare for the grave if she tries anything. But she coldly says that is totally fine. Her only job right now is stalling for time. Cutting back to karaoke, In-na absolutely slays her song and asks how she did. The whole room is paralyzed. Yoo Jeong screams asking how she is a literal pop star, while Hoyin whines about her hiding this epic talent. Chae-bae-yeon asks if she had pro lessons, but she says nope. Yoo Jeong is mind-blown by her raw talent, and In-na beams, thrilled they hyped her up. She admits this is only her second public gig. Fast forward a few days to Yi Hyun's place in Seoul. He casually hands his mom a massive stack of allowance checks. She is completely stunned by her boy growing up so fast, especially since guys his age are usually out partying, flipping through the insane stack of cash. She is absolutely speechless by his crazy solo earnings. Yi Hyun insists it is all hers. You guys feeling that too? He has been dying to say this for ages. In his past life, he was way too buried in work to treat her right, missing his chance to say he made it. But this time around, everything is different. His new mission is crystal clear: shield his loved ones, absolutely destroy Odin, and end this nightmare. He swears on his life he will not let Odin ruin this second chance. He gently tells his mom the broke days are officially over. Crying, she hugs him super tight, knowing how hard he worked. Yi Hyun starts tearing up, but a sudden knock totally ruins the emotional vibe. It is In-na at the door, and boom, Yoo Jeong is right there too. Yi Hyun sighs, asking what chaos she brought this time. She casually invites him to a massive family barbecue, and he suddenly remembers her parents are flying back today. Yoo Jeong says her mom literally demanded his presence since he always saves their butts. He jokes he only helps because she is a walking disaster. But she demands he comes over anyway because her folks are super hyped to see him. He finally caves and Yoo Jeong bounces. In-na spots the wet stains on his shirt where he frantically wiped his tears and asks if he was crying. Panicking, he makes up a lame excuse about doing the dishes, and they both awkwardly stare at the floor. Later that night, Yi Hyun pulls up to Yoo Jeong's crib. One look at this massive mansion. Yeah, her family is crazy rich. He bumps into In-na and asks why she is crashing here. Did Yoo Jeong kidnap her too? Startled, In-na quietly admits she had nowhere else to go. Realizing she is literally an orphan, Yi Hyun scrambles to apologize. A second later, Yoo Jeong pops out with her dad, Mr. Kim, walking right behind her. Her folks are super thrilled to see him, trading massive smiles. He gets a flashback to how sweet they were when his own mom passed away before. Out of nowhere, Mr. Kim puts him in a playful headlock, laughing about his growth spurt. Yi Hyun seriously questions if this whole family loves brawling when he finally escapes. The dad cracks up, asking if Yoo Jeong still makes him run home crying like when they were little kids. Just then, Yoo Jeong storms back, commanding her dad to stop goofing off and help grill. Walking away, he roasts her, saying that bossy attitude will keep her single forever. He turns back to Yi Hyun and jokingly asks if he wants to take one for the team. The girls freeze in sheer panic. Yi Hyun short-circuits while the dad aggressively pitches her. Yoo Jeong snaps, pinches her dad, and demands he go cook. That's where we leave it, trust me, next time gets crazy. Mr. Kim ducks out to do chores, and Yoo Jeong totally ropes Yi Hyun into helping. Soon enough, dinner is served. Yi Hyun praises Mr. Kim's cooking, while Yoo Jeong mentions how awesome it would be if Hoyin and Yi Sung were hanging out with them. Let's dive in. At dinner, Mr. Kim totally thanks Yi Hyun for helping Yoo Young crush her midterms. Yi Hyun nervously laughs it off, feeling totally guilty for faking it. Then Mrs. Kim chimes in. She is thrilled he is thriving, but playfully asks if he joined magic class just to stick close to Yoo Young. That literally makes In-ha freeze mid-bite. Yi Hyun scrambles to deny it, but Mrs. Kim is not stopping. She says he is getting more handsome by the day and hopes Yoo Young brings home a guy exactly like him. Yoo Young begs her mom to stop and just eat. Meanwhile, Yi Hyun notices In-ha is not touching her food at all. He asks if she is all right, but she brushes it off. Meanwhile, over at Hoyin's house, total chaos. His toxic dad absolutely rips into him for wasting time saving dying students out of pure pity. His dad is absolutely furious. He drops the whole calm act, glaring with this icy stare that would make anyone shiver, and literally calls his own son a complete idiot. He screams that if Hoyin was even a second slower, he would have been arrested alongside Yi Hyun. He just keeps cursing him out, completely cutting Hoyin off every time he tries to speak. He demands Hoyin become South Korea's top raider and step on everyone. Most importantly, he says Yi Hyun has to be completely destroyed no matter what it takes. Hoyin finally snaps and tells him to stop. Arguing is useless because his dad has always taught him to step on others just to reach the top. Now watch this carefully because Hoyin finally snaps. He says he refuses to live his father's life. His dad gets furious, grabs his arm, and demands an answer. But Hoyin smacks his hand away. He turns and storms out, completely ignoring his screaming dad. He decides right then, no more dirty tricks. He will beat Yi Hyun the right way. Later, Yoo Young's parents head out for a late-night movie. Yi Hyun casually comments on how super close they still are. Soon after, he says it is time to head home, but Yoo Young asks if he is really leaving already. Yi Hyun points out that it is literally almost midnight. But she begs him to stay longer. After a pause, he admits her dad would probably freak out. Why? Because parents usually hate a guy staying super late while they are out. Yoo Young jokes it is totally fine as long as he does not try anything weird and even gets In-ha to back her up. So, against his better judgment, Yi Hyun stays. A bit later, In-ha finally speaks up and straight up asks if they are secretly dating. Obviously, both of them deny it in a total panic. Inha shrugs, saying she only guessed that since they act so close and their families are tight. Yu-young quickly makes it crystal clear they are just really good friends. Shortly after, Yi-hyun finally heads out, but on his way home, Hela suddenly pops up. She warns him that he needs to start his second trial right now. Time is up because Odin is moving. Meanwhile, Odin meets the Aesir gods, absolutely furious that Heimdall still has not reported back. Thor tells him to chill out about the prophecy. He says a mere human insect could never challenge a literal god. Frigg completely agrees, saying no human could ever threaten the god king, and Odin is just overthinking things. But Odin claps back, reminding them that humans can adapt and grow infinitely. Right now, they literally cannot kill the great adversary because the prophecy gives him a 10-year plot armor shield. Still, Odin refuses to let this enemy power up before that timer runs out. Frigg points out his protection is fading super fast. She thinks they might not even need the full 10 years to finally wipe him out. Odin warns that every single move must be perfect, since fate never guaranteed their victory. Meanwhile, Hela gives Yi-hyun the bad news. The power shielding him from the gods is breaking down. Let's pause for a second. He is confused since last time they waited until 27. Hela explains rewinding time burned up way too much of the prophecy's power. Even gods aren't supposed to mess with time. Honestly, it is an absolute miracle the protective power managed to last this long at all. Hela suspects some unknown person paid a massive price to trigger it. When Yi-hyun gets home, he is totally stunned. His next opponent is Heimdall, the white god who sees the future and carries a massive horn. Since Heimdall has already touched down on Earth, Yi-hyun panics that there is zero time left for a trial, but Hela smirks, revealing she actually bought them a little time. Meanwhile, Heimdall is literally pinned down by Hela's magic. He is absolutely furious, screaming how dare she lock the great Heimdall in a dump like this. Still in chains, he roars that this pathetic prison won't hold him forever. Hela admits it drained a ton of power, but it will stall him. Then Yi-hyun asks exactly where this second trial is happening. Right on cue, the news reports another massive failure at the 11th Great Ruins raid. It mentions a powerhouse named Balak from the European Association joined the fight, hyping everyone up, but get this, they still failed the first trial called Proof of Qualification, and honestly, it sounds like they are terrified to try again. Hela reveals the next trial is in Iceland, the literal heart of Norse mythology, where the true secret of the Great Ruins is hidden. Those ruins were built for the great adversary to train someone to defeat Odin again. Yi-hyun pauses. What exactly does she mean by again? Even Hela looks confused that she just blurted that out. Shaking it off, she says Yi-hyun is the only guy alive who can take the qualification test, and passing it unlocks the Great Ruins. Meanwhile, Balak watches the news about their brutal failure. He smashes his room in pure rage, screaming about what kind of insane ruin won't even let them step inside. He yells for Camilla, demanding to know if the higher-ups are actually investigating this right. She rolls her eyes, telling him to stop doubting everyone and just chill out. She wants inside the world's only great ruin just as badly, but Balak is totally losing his mind figuring out how to beat that first trial, which literally demands proof before anyone can even enter. A few days later, our boy heads to the airport for Iceland. He calls director Kim Jae-yeon, asking her to cover his tracks so his friends don't panic. He completely rushed his prep by burning mana stones to upgrade all his artifacts. He maxed out his gear and power leveled himself way past level 30. Boarding the plane, Yi-hyun knows Balak is gatekeeping those great ruins hard. To get in, he is going to have to throw down with an S-rank raider wielding Bamung, the legendary true dragon slayer sword. Hela, who is literally chilling in his coat as a cat, is watching closely. She wants to see if Loki made the right bet choosing this kid. These ruins are bizarre burial sites that suddenly spawned everywhere. Once raiders cleared a few, the world realized they were packed with hidden artifacts. Better loot meant massive wars broke out, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you will definitely want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Mid-flight, Hela drops a bomb on Yi-hyun, that mistletoe bracelet on his wrist, hidden in those ruins on purpose. Total destiny, zero luck. It clicks for him, those glowing bubbles that guided him back then. That strange light kicked off this whole crazy journey. Hela then spills the tea, these ruins, built by actual giants. 10,000 years ago, Thor's ultimate rival, Hrungnir, built them. Why? To help the prophesied great adversary and humanity throw down against Odin's massive army. Epic, right? That totally explains the insane puzzles and riddles inside. These giants were super brainy, standing up to the Aesir gods without breaking a sweat, even knowing their tragic fate. He also brings up a crazy drop he snagged before leaving, an A-rank shadow mineral meant to completely soup up his shadow gear. He slaps it onto the shadow armor he scored from wrecking Nightshade, boosting it straight to A-rank. But then, boom, Mistletoe activates a hidden passive. Genius of armor making kicks in, upgrading it again into the S-rank armor of Abyss. This legendary gear is literally forged from the deep abyss of Jinningagap. It packs level 3 stealth and a wild passive called Shadow Synchronization. This A-rank ability basically links him to shadows, creating a slick afterimage. It gives a 20% chance to dodge, plus 1 guaranteed deflection unless it's light-based. Anyway, fast forward a few hours and they finally touch down in Iceland. They book a super exclusive awakened-only hotel, costing 50,000 won a night, but as our boy heads to his room, he passes Camilla and Balak, head of the European Raider Association. Now watch closely, because this exact moment sets everything off. Balak suddenly stops him, demanding answers while Camilla tries holding him back. Balak totally ignores her, blocking Yi-Hyun's path. He starts interrogating him, asking for his age and where he even came from. Yi-Hyun just gives him the silent treatment. Camilla finally jumps between them, yelling at Balak, then awkwardly apologizes and pushes Yi-Hyun along. She tells him to ignore Balak's trash personality, roasting him by saying that's exactly why his wife dumped him. Savage once Yi-Hyun leaves. Camilla rips into Balak, warning him not to ruin their association's reputation. She knows he's tilted over their latest failed raid, but taking his rage out on some random kid is completely out of line. But Balak says that's not it at all. The real problem, the kid's footsteps were completely silent, like an assassin perfectly trained to erase his own presence. Meanwhile, back at Director Mill's academy office, Yi-Hyun's squad is absolutely shook hearing he flew overseas. Yu-Young is stressed, wondering where he vanished to. Especially after the absolute chaos he caused at the amusement park. Hrungnir jokes that trouble basically stalks Yi-Hyun, but In-ha defends him, saying he's not actually like that. Cut to Iceland's great ruins. At the entrance, some European Raider Association guards spot a super suspicious guy approaching and immediately scream at him to identify himself. Completely hidden in his abyss armor, Yi-Hyun sighs and asks if they can just step aside, because he really can't be bothered with this. As they try to radio for backup, he grabs them, instantly using brainwashing. He apologizes for acting like a villain, but hey, these ruins literally have his name on them. Back in Seoul, Hela warned him about 2 crazy entry conditions. First, the Nornir system. Second, strength and agility over 150. Basically, straight-up S-rank stats. Hela hesitates. She hoped he was swole enough, but when he admits he's lacking, Hela is totally mind-blown. I mean, she literally watched him body Surtur's clone. While she panics, trying to power level him to S-rank, Yi-Hyun smirks. He's already got a cheat code. He pulls out an A-rank drop, the cursed key from Flanders' mission. Using detection, he realizes it's Loki's key, a broken item that opens literally any door or chest. Back in the present, Yi-Hyun thinks it's super weird he even got it. Like some mastermind saw the future and hand-delivered it. You and I both know that's sketchy, right? Anyway, he slides the key in, the door pops open, and he readies his blank card. Knowing he'll definitely need it soon. He could have copied Seo's cognition accelerant or Soil's detection, but his gut told him a way better skill was waiting in here. Plus, copying his friend's moves might make people suspicious. He heads deeper into the dark hall until suddenly, a massive giant blocks his path. The giant asks if he's the prophesied great adversary. He introduces himself as Smear Newerson, guarding these great ruins directly under his father's strict orders. Hela leaps out and Smear instantly recognizes her as Helad's clone. She explains she's here to guide the adversary through all 5 trials, warning that the prophecy's protective shield around him is rapidly fading. Because of that, he needs to start the trial immediately, but before she finishes, Smear flat-out refuses. Hela demands to know why. Smear claims picking the lock was straight-up cheating. Plus, with Yi-Hyun's low stats, he'd totally failed the second trial anyway. He tells our boy to level up and return later. Hela pushes back hard, there is no later. Once the prophecy's protective power completely vanishes, the Aesir gods will strike. But Smear stubbornly sticks to the rules. Besides, he's convinced Jotunheim, the realm he swore to protect, is already reduced to ashes. The giants literally have nowhere left to go. If everything's gone, what's the point of rushing? Why not just wait? Hela quickly realizes this giant is completely drowning in total depression and despair. But Yi Hyun, he's absolutely furious. He snaps, yelling at Smear to cut the sad boy nonsense. He asks if this is a joke. He's definitely not running a charity here. He refuses to be their little pawn, used and tossed away. The only reason he's even playing along is because teaming up actually benefits his own goals. Boom, he fires up level 5 lightning chain and tells Smear to step aside. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, those guards report to Balak that nobody got past the gate. Balak isn't buying it. He definitely felt that heavy energy surge that only happens when a ruins gate opens, since the doors are technically unsealed now. He figures he can just walk right in, but nope, the entrance rejects him for not meeting the insane stat requirements. Shortly after, Camilla gets a super late call from him. Balak reports that an intruder has successfully breached the Great Ruins. Inside, Hela screams, asking Yi Hyun what he's thinking. Smear, absolutely triggered, calls him a fool and stands up. The giant roars, asking how a puny human dares to challenge him, releasing bone-crushing pressure. Yi Hyun just yawns, asking if he has a different catchphrase because that one's getting old. He knows the truth. Backing down from this trial just means dying to the time doll later. Either way, the Grim Reaper is waiting for him. So unlike his previous life before regressing, he is absolutely not running away with regrets. Smear declares playtime is over and launches a massive arrow straight at Yi Hyun's head. Yi Hyun doesn't flinch. He shatters the arrow with absolute calculation and charges with wind. Trust me, we aren't ready for this fight. Stick with me here. The giant sees Johyun targeting his heart, wondering if he's crazy enough to continue. Smear completely fails to grasp what drives him. Meanwhile, Johyun feels that same brutal, crushing pressure. It's that classic feeling of facing a total powerhouse he can't beat yet, but this time, he is not folding. A second later, he uses frozen earth, locking the whole ground in ice. Smear immediately recognizes this dark elf's secret skill, wondering how Yi Hyun actually got it. Boom, Smear shatters the ice with one punch, reminding him he's way too weak. Pure despair flashes across our guy's face. But then he smirks. Did Smear seriously move exactly as expected because he's that reckless? Yi Hyun immediately drops a level 5 fire skill and a level 5 air blast. Mixing ice and fire, he blasts the giant, totally blocking his vision. Then he pops level 3 stealth to completely vanish. Smear totally scoffs, cheap tricks won't work on him, but when the smoke clears, Yi Hyun is gone. Suddenly he leaps in, wildly slashing right at Smear's neck. Cut to S.A. Jin's office. Curator Guild Master Miss Beak is back, repeating that she desperately wants Yi Hyun. S.A. Jin flat out says this useless conversation is totally over. But Miss Beak practically offers a blank check. S.A. Jin snaps back that his guy isn't for sale, so she whips out an insane item called Nidhogg's Fang. Shang-gu is floored. The Curator Guild dropped an S-class item, realizing she really wants him bad, still smiling though. Shang-gu asks if she's planning to tempt Yi Hyun directly with it. Her reaction makes it hilariously obvious that was the backup plan. Amused, he says she should have just gone straight to him. But Miss Beak claims they prefer doing things the polite way. She stands, offers a handshake, and says she will keep waiting for Shang. Shang leaves her hanging again and Miss Beak dips. Back in the ruins, Yi Hyun's blade slices the giant's neck, but crazy enough, Smear takes 0 damage. Now pay attention, this part gets intense. Smear asks if this was really the plan, reminding him Odin is way stronger. All this effort might literally mean absolutely nothing. So he asks if Yi Hyun honestly thinks he can keep pushing forward. Our boy fires back that it beats doing absolutely nothing. He crafts a mana blade with realization of magical artifact, upgrading it via genius of armor making. Smear mocks him, claiming his pointless struggle literally has 0 real value. Yi Hyun fiercely yells back that only he decides his own value. That instantly triggers a memory. Smear remembers his own father saying you choose your own worth. Meanwhile, Yi Hyun doesn't stop, throwing attack after brutal attack. Bam! Smear unleashes a massive burst of aura, totally freezing him in place. He asks if he can back those big words up, and the insane pressure literally makes Yi Hyan cough up blood. Racked with agonizing pain, he wonders how to beat this monster. Then, the crushing pressure randomly just vanishes. Smear reminds him about deciding his own value, but states tough talk like that is strictly reserved for the strong. Still, he offers one single chance to prove his worth, while Hela quietly watches. After a quick think, Yi Hyan makes a wild offer. He will tank Smear's ultimate attack, just once. Hela freaks out. She yells that his human body definitely can't handle real godlike divinity. But guess what? Smear actually accepts the crazy deal. He summons an epic spear to truly judge if Yi Hyan can resist destiny itself. Hela desperately tries to step in and stop him. But Smear ignores her, hurling the spear straight at our guy. Yi Hyan stands his ground. The impact shakes the whole ruin, tearing open a massive crater. You and I thought he was toast, right? But the smoke clears, he is alive. He asks if that settles it, surviving using shadow synchronization. The system announces the skill now has a permanent 20% chance. Smear stares, then slowly cracks a smile. He actually lets Yi Hyan pass. Hela just stands there absolutely speechless, wondering what kind of freakish human he is. Moving deeper, Smear warns that these ruins hold 3 wisdom trials. Smear asks if he's scared. Yi Hyan admits he totally is. Smear says that's actually good. Walking inside, Hela asks how he lived, and he honestly says he has no clue. Deeper inside, 2 women greet them, introducing themselves as the Norn, keepers of the first wisdom trial. Hela warns she cannot help him here, telling him to stay sharp. The women explain the rules. One is an angel, one a demon. The angel speaks pure truth, the demon always lies. One gate goes to heaven, the other goes straight to hell. Both paths reach the next trial, but the hell gate means fighting a massive, endless wave of the undead. They tell Yi Hyan he gets one single question, so don't waste it. He quickly realizes this is just that super famous logic puzzle. Honestly, though, he only cares that both paths keep moving forward. Before he even asks, the Norn tell him there is zero need to rush. He has plenty of time, but Yi Hyan says he doesn't need it. Pointing at one, he simply asks which realm her gate leads to. He completely knows the angel-demon trick. Ask where they live, and both will automatically point straight to heaven. Classic logic loophole. Angel tells the truth, demon lies. The chosen woman steps to the gate beside her, claiming it's hers. Then she smugly asks if he'll take it. Yi Hyan hits her with a no, taking the other path. Hela is absolutely shook, following him and screaming, "Are you crazy? Why pick the hell gate on purpose?" But Yi Hyan just laughs, saying hard work is way easier when young. Then he reveals his genius plan. They promised undead enemies here. Hela suddenly realizes his crazy motive. As skeletons spawn, Yi Hyan activates sacrifice, turning it into the epic skill, Judgment of Light. He totally torches the undead, farming massive levels. To him, free experience is literally heaven. Hela just watches, looking incredibly exhausted by this guy. She calls him terrible, wondering if he's the actual demon. The Norn sisters admit he made the dumbest and wisest choice, just like Mimir predicted. Later, Yi Hyan fully clears the path, and a portal zips him to the next zone. He is honestly super bummed the trial ended, such a prime spot to farm levels. Entering the second room, there's a weird magic circle on the floor. He figures the test is escaping. A voice confirms it, revealing the second gatekeeper. You and I definitely have to see what happens next. All right, stick with me here because things are about to get insane. Hela recognizes this voice immediately, but the guy cuts her off to introduce himself. He's Mimir, the literal mastermind behind the Nornir system and Yi Hyan's entire fate. Way back when, Loki actually asked him how to raise the ultimate weapon, the one guy who could break the prophecy and totally dodge Odin's radar. Mimir's solution, the Nornir system. Absolutely mind-blown to meet the creator, Yi Hyan asks the obvious question, why keep all this a secret until now? Mimir explains that his contract with the gods and the awakened system made talking impossible. He and Hela even admit they can't guarantee our guy will survive if this massive war kicks off way earlier than planned. Basically, Mimir stayed totally out of the picture, just to see if Yi Hyan was actually worthy. Before this, way too many gods were watching, but inside these ancient ruins, they can finally talk without getting spied on. That's when Yi Hyan asks his biggest question. If destiny already picked him as the ultimate villain, his own choices shouldn't matter, right? So why, right before his past life death, did Mimir ask how he felt at rock bottom? Meanwhile, Yu-jin and Ina are totally wondering what Yi Hyan is doing overseas, since he's completely ignoring his phone, while gossiping about him. Yu-jin accidentally blurts out she just wants to be by his side, but catches herself. Super flustered, she totally backpedals, claiming she just meant she's the only one who can handle his crazy vibes. Soon after, she talks about heading to Mila's academy, already bragging about checking dorm sizes. But Ho-jin hits her with a reality check. What happens if she bombs the entrance exam? Instant panic mode, she calls him totally cruel, leaving the poor guy absolutely speechless. Finally, Timia just says she hopes Yi Hyan comes back soon, and Yu-jin completely agrees. Back in the ruins, Mimir hits him with the hard truth. They couldn't trust the world's survival to someone who couldn't pick himself up after failing. That is exactly why he gave Yi Hyan a do-over to rewrite his destiny. Yi Hyan still has a million questions, but figures Mimir probably won't answer them anyway. Now pay attention, because here's where the stakes skyrocket. Mimir drops a major hint. To pass this second test, Yi Hyan has to place one specific object on that altar. But catch this, two massive rules. The trial is all about pure wisdom, and he gets exactly one shot. Yi Hyan nearly loses his mind thinking about searching this giant room. Mimir smugly reminds him that the system lets him hear every single panicked thought. Then, he drops two weird hints. Hint 1, Yi Hyan already owns the wisdom he needs. Hint 2, he got to the ruins exactly 2 days early, just because today is Monday. Bro is officially more confused than before, but Mimir smirks, says that's all the free help he gets, and tells him to prove it. Oh, and one last fun rule. Fail and he dies on the spot. So annoying, Yi Hyan mentally curses him out, fully knowing Mimir is listening. Mimir just laughs, drops a 1-hour timer, and boom, an hourglass pops up. Yi Hyan completely zones in. He already has the wisdom. What's up with the Wednesday clue? Nothing seems to click together at all. He takes a deep breath and resets. First move, spamming mana detection to scan every item in the room, but literally 0 objects give off a magical vibe. He keeps obsessing over those same 2 clues, his current wisdom and Wednesday, while the clock ticks down. Finally, a crazy idea hits him. Only one answer actually fits. He materializes a spear. The system immediately asks for his altar offering, and Yi Hyan selects himself. The system flashes a giant warning, 1 chance only. Are you absolutely positive? He just smiles and yells yes. Instantly, the magic circle beneath his feet starts glowing, and Mimir confirms he nailed it. Yi Hyan totally realized the wisdom he already had was his rune knowledge, snagged straight from Odin's lost eye. And that Wednesday hint, it literally means Woden's Day, which is just another ancient name for Odin himself. Myths say Odin sacrificed himself to unlock the ultimate secrets of life and death. If this trial was copying that exact legend, the only valid offering was his own body. Mimir gets serious and asks if he truly understands what happens next. Yi Hyan smirks. He knows Odin hung upside down from the world tree, impaled for 9 straight days. You and I both know our boy is crazy enough to risk everything for a win. He rips off his armor and violently stabs himself with the spear, ignoring Hela's terrified screams. As the weapon tears right through his gut, he stares down Mimir. Is this what you wanted? He completely gets it. Offering yourself means looking death straight in the face. To speed up the bleeding, he crafts a second magical spear and just casually shoves it into himself again. Hela is absolutely freaking out, begging him to quit. But this absolute madman makes a third spear. Right before he plunges it in, Mimir finally yells stop, dropping him back onto the circle. Mimir admits he's changed completely. He doesn't need a guide anymore. Yi Hyan is totally shocked. His bloody wounds are completely gone. Mimir smirks, test passed. He just blew their expectations right out of the water. Honoring their deal, Mimir hands over 3 cryptic words. Once combined, they'll form a sentence that reveals the ultimate truth. Our guy complains that this is way too vague, but Mimir shuts him down. He has to use riddles to dodge the Aesir god's sneaky eyes. Mimir drops another bomb. Even Hela has 0 clue about the secret, leaving her totally stunned. The 3 magic words, Raider, Eye, and Shinier. Yi Hyan just stands there scratching his head. What does that even mean? Mimir drops one final, chilling hint, doubt the system. That's his only ticket to uncovering the real truth. The The second Mimir vanishes, Yi Hyun starts racking his brain. At first glance, they all connect to him. Raider is his literal class, Eye points to Odin's relic, and his current life is way shinier than his past. But honestly, that doesn't explain why Mimir specifically used the word shinier, or why he said to doubt the entire system, stepping up to help. Hela promises to brainstorm with him, suggesting they just push forward to the next stage. As they walk, Mimir's voice echoes out, the ultimate final trial is ready. He points at this massive, glowing mirror. Test number 3, it's called the Mirror of Erd, named right after the oldest Norn sister, and it perfectly reflects the ancient past. Yi Hyun has to dive into a giant's memories, come back, and deliver the answer he learned. When asked if there's a right answer, Mimir just shrugs. Whatever he decides, it's not up for judgment. Once he's completely ready, Mimir tells him to touch the glass. Suddenly, Erd, the actual Norn sister herself, reaches straight out of the mirror. She says she's been waiting, introduces herself, and gently locks her fingers with his, holding on tight. She whispers that she's waited ages to protect this broken piece of history, something an ancient being desperately wanted him to see. Slowly, she pulls him into the first memory. And that is where we leave it. She drags him straight into Jotunheimr, the legendary land of giants, because Erd spoke to him so personally. All right, you and I are about to dive into one wild memory. Hela asks if they've met, but Yi Hyun is clueless. Erd just tells them to pipe down, warning him this story is already history. What he's seeing right now is just a leftover echo, a memory King Hrungnir specifically left behind for the great adversary. Looking over, Yi Hyun spots Hrungnir asking a young Mimir what makes a good leader. Mimir shoots back that a lord needs absolute strength to protect everyone. Hrungnir totally agrees, but drops some wisdom. A real leader shares, genuinely cares, and owns up to their mistakes. He's hoping Mimir steps up into exactly that kind of Jotun. Mimir is like, no way, I'm way too weak and terrified of basically everything, especially Thor's hammer. He thinks a scaredy cat like him could never rule. But Hrungnir tells the kid not to sell himself short, because only you get to define your own worth. Hearing that, Yi Hyun and Hela immediately get why Mimir trusted this guy so much. Suddenly, a giant barges in screaming that Thor and the Valkyries just crashed the city. Hrungnir tells Mimir to stay chill, promising he'll do absolutely everything to protect them. After that first flashback wraps, Erd drops a bombshell that was just the warm-up to the giant's absolute nightmare, so she boots up the second memory. Boom, Yi Hyun is dropped right into a burning city packed with bodies and chaos. Hela confirms the worst, this is Ragnarok, right before the big contract. And standing over the absolute carnage, Thor, the god of thunder himself. One look, and Yi Hyun knows this guy is in a completely different league. Even hitting S-rank, fighting a monster like that is basically a death sentence. He asks how to ever reach Thor's level, and Hela says he's gotta ace all 5 trials. Now pay attention, this is where it gets crazy. In the memory, Thor admits he hates giants but actually respects their guts. He offers King Hrungnir a one-on-one duel. The deal, if Hrungnir fights solo, everyone else walks away. Hrungnir steps up and asks if he's actually serious, and Thor swears on his own name. Hrungnir locks it in, and Thor promises to be right back for the showdown. Erd chimes in, explaining that Thor's mood swing, the king's sacrifice, and the massive Jotunheimr war all ended with Asgard winning. Then she rolls the final tape. We see Mimir practically begging his dad to ditch the fight, calling it an obvious trap. Hrungnir knows it's a total setup, but he's gotta go anyway. Mimir is bawling, asking why he's leaving him all alone. Meanwhile, Hela tells Yi Hyun they're currently looking at Asgard. Hrungnir reminds the crying kid about his lesson on being brave, saying he'll do just fine without him around. Mimir is just totally breaking down. His dad promises that the prophesied great adversary will show up one day to bust them and everyone else out of Aesir control. Before bouncing, Hrungnir tells Mimir to guard his grave, the Great Ruins. It hits Yi Hyun that those ruins are basically a giant memorial and a massive beacon of hope. Then Hrungnir turns and speaks straight to Yi Hyun. He says he knew this memory would reach him eventually and asks him to look out for Mimir. Right after that heavy moment, Hrungnir heads out to face Thor. Thor has been super hyped for this brawl. Hrungnir asks if the god is satisfied, but Thor is like, nope. He summons his hammer, saying he's only happy when Hrungnir is dead. Thor just blasts him with insane lightning, but Hrungnir blocks it perfectly. Tanking the hit, he asks why Thor is massacring innocent folks for pure greed. Thor casually shrugs, saying it's literally all Odin's master plan and he doesn't even care. To him, this is just a fun excuse to punch someone really strong. Then Thor asks the big question, why take a duel that's obviously a death sentence? Hrungnir says he's got people to protect. Thor just laughs, mocking the burned-up giants. Hrungnir claps back, saying they matter because Asgard is totally going down someday. Thor hears this prophecy garbage, calls it pure delusion, and goes straight in for the final kill. Right before the end, Hrungnir talks to the great adversary one last time, reminding him his path is his own choice, so he better keep his willpower rock solid. He also asks him to tell Mimir he's so sorry. Then Thor absolutely chucks his hammer. You saw that too, right? The hit completely shatters the weapon and crushes Hrungnir. Yi Yun is so furious he whips out his blank card to strike back. Thank God the Nornir system actually greenlights the card here. Hrungnir hits the dirt and Thor gloats over the body, but then glowing runes pop up. It's the exact same magic Hrungnir was carving while chatting with Mimir. Thor realizes he got totally played as a massive explosion goes off, pinning him down with glowing light threads. He figures out Hrungnir rigged this dead man's switch, but completely brushes it off, thinking this tiny trap can't scratch him, so he just flexes a massive burst of energy to burn the ropes off. Right then, the system hits Yi Yun with a huge warning. The skill he's trying to copy is way too high level and he can't fully use it yet. Thor rips through the bindings, but one sneaky last piece of Hrungnir's magic shoots out and nails him right in the head. The hit actually sends Thor flying. When he gets up, he's bleeding from his skull. Turns out, Hrungnir embedded something inside him to nerf his crazy power. Honestly, Thor thinks it's hilarious. With his power temporarily nerfed, the system finally lets Yi Yun snag Thor's passive skill. Hela is totally mind-blown, asking Erd exactly how blank card actually works inside a flashback. Erd explains it wouldn't if this was just an illusion, but it's a real piece of history crossing into the future. Hrungnir's ultimate sacrifice actually mattered. Yi Yun successfully copies the lightning god's power, a totally legendary tier skill. It buffs all lightning skills with 300% more damage and 50% better efficiency, but because the rank is way too high for him right now. Spamming it could permanently wreck his physical body forever. When Hela asks if he's actually crazy enough to go through with this, Yi Shin just smirks, saying he'll get strong enough to handle it, betting she'll help him out. Right after that, Erd says it's time to split, admitting she's still not super used to saying goodbye to him. Super confused, Yi Shin asks why he can't remember ever meeting her, but she basically tells him not to sweat it right now. Instead, she tells him to drop the past and chase a brand new future because she's not part of his destiny anymore. Her veil drops and she wishes him absolute epic luck. Literal tears roll down Erd's face right before she vanishes completely. Yi Yun just stares at the empty mirror for a second before facing Mimir again. For the final test, Mimir hits him with one heavy question. He asks if Yi Yun can stick to his path even after losing everything precious. So what do you and I take from this? Yi Yun thinks of his mom, his teacher, his squad, and admits he can't. He'd be totally heartbroken and grieving, exactly like Mimir. Let's dive right back into the madness. He says he would stand back up to keep moving forward. Mimir loves the answer, immediately passing Yi Yun. The system chimes in, level up ×4, plus he bags the title, the one who overcame the second trial, and a gift from Hrungnir. Leaving, Yi Yun passes on his dad's apology. Once he is gone, Mimir quietly admits he never actually hated his dad for that choice, but when Yi Yun finally hits the dungeon exit, he freezes. The entire European Raider Association is just waiting outside. Hela senses their crazy power levels right away. Slipping out quietly is totally impossible. Yi Yun hates looking like a burglar, but honestly, he gets it. They dropped serious cash on this raid. Knowing his current stats cannot handle 2S ranks, he tells Hela to prep an escape while he stalls them. Hela promises him a signal. He just has to keep these heavy hitters distracted until she is ready. Yi Yun steps out fully armored. Balak marches up, demanding to know if he cleared the dungeon. Yi Yun just smirks. What if he did? That totally triggers Balak, who shoves his spear right at Yi Yun's throat. He knows this guy cleared it because the ancient ruins mana is completely dead. What he cannot wrap his head around is how. Meanwhile, Yi Yun spots Balak holding the real Bamung, the legendary S-rank Dragon Slayer sword. Yi Yun bluntly tells Balak this ruin was meant for him alone. The others would have failed forever. Offended, Balak growls, asking if he is calling them unworthy. Yeon shrugs, basically, yeah. I mean, Balak could not even walk through the front door because he failed the worthiness check. Balak is ready to snap. He claims he wanted to recruit Yeon, but not anymore. He will not kill him yet, though he needs answers first. Now watch this move, you are gonna love it. Yeon tells him to try, then casually summons an exact copy of Balak's S-rank Bamung. Balak's jaw practically hits the floor. Yeon just shrugs. Hey, who says there cannot be two legendary Bamungs? Balak lunges immediately, but Yeon glides back using Step of Light. The raider swings like crazy, but Yeon effortlessly dodges every single hit. Catching his breath, Balak hears Yeon call him painfully slow. That makes Balak absolutely furious. Most S-ranks cannot even dodge his blade, so he seriously starts questioning who this kid actually is. Suddenly, Camilla steps up, warning Balak to chill. That fake sword has real Bamung mana. Yeon mockingly reminds Balak about the whole not killing him thing. He jokes that threats like that give him serious PTSD. Balak looks super confused, so Yeon randomly brings up a gossip article about Balak's messy divorce. Camilla steps in, telling Yeon he crossed the line, but then she accidentally roasts Balak herself, blurting out his wife left because of his trash personality. Beyond furious now, Balak promises to finish this in an interrogation room. Right on cue, Hela mentally tells Yeon to wrap this up immediately. He begs for one more second, annoying her big time. But come on, fighting an S-rank raider is a rare chance he cannot pass up. So he hits overdrive, equipping the incomplete B-rank Ring of Transcendence to massively spike his mana for one insane burst of heavy magic. Instantly. The system warns he will be totally locked out of his mana afterward. Camilla feels his energy explode and desperately screams at Balak to fall back. You and I both know that barrier is toast. Yeon unleashes a massive shockwave that violently shatters Balak's shield into pieces. They are absolutely stunned. Yeon remembers Thor's godlike power from Hrunting's memories. Heimdall is probably just as busted to reach that crazy high level fast. He absolutely has to fight way stronger opponents. Balak swings hard, but Yeon cleanly dodges. Then boom, the two of them clash straight on. Their Bamungs collide, a violent shockwave erupts, launching Balak straight up into the air. A totally shocked Camilla barely catches him with her magic. Wondering how some random intruder just overpowered the European Union's leader, Balak lands completely out cold, coughing up blood. Camilla decides this monster cannot walk free. As Yeon turns his back, she halts him, asking if he seriously thinks she is just gonna let him walk away. She activates Hellfire and Wind Chaser, firing off a gigantic wave of dark energy. Right then, the system slaps Yeon with the overdrive penalty, 0 mana. Seeing his tank is empty, Hela decides playtime is over and instantly yanks them out. Camilla feels his energy vanish right before her attack hits, debating a chase. But an exhausted Balak gets up and orders her to stand down. It is way too dangerous. He says they need to head back to base. Camilla is shocked, he hates those guys. Seeing his weird vibe, she asks what the heck happened. Balak admits the kid could have easily killed him, but intentionally held back. Hearing that wild claim, Camilla agrees to call headquarters, standing by himself. Balak vows that even without a name, they will cross paths again and he will not lose twice. Meanwhile, Hela yells at Yeon for being insane, but he just laughs, heading home. Next day at the airport, Yeon gets a call from Inta asking if he picked a circle yet. Now, circles are massive in every Raider Academy. Basically exclusive clubs run by seniors who scout first years. They handle actual guild requests, bringing cash to the academy while students get paid and network. It is the best way to farm field experience before hitting the real legs. But for Yeon, it only matters if it fast tracks you to a top guild. In his past life, his trash circle basically treated him like a complete slave. This time around, he is totally teaming up with his squad. But just to mess with Ine, he lies and says he is gonna shop around the options first. Ine says the crew wants to stick together, asking if he is down while everyone eavesdrops. Yeon smoothly says he would rather fly solo, after an awkward pause. One of the guys grabs the phone, screaming about him ditching them. Yeon says he never made promises, but his buddy insists a team stays a team. Yeon playfully teases that Ine just wants his sweet first-place perks, but she shoots back that she literally could not care less. Eventually, he caves, agreeing to join them under one mysterious condition, but he will not reveal it until he finally gets back. Stick with me, guys, because things are about to get wild. These circle signups mean a deadly past life event is approaching, the Academy's notorious lockdown camp in Daegu. Alright, stick with me here. Mila's Academy is totally surrounded by monsters in this restricted zone, so they run this crazy survival camp every single year just to thin the herd. Yeon portals back to his apartment. While talking with Hella, she tells him to check out the sweet gift Hrunting left behind. But then she completely freezes up. Yeon asks what's wrong. Turns out she only bought them time by tying Heimdall down, and yup, she feels him breaking completely free. Meanwhile, Heimdall rips right through space into a restricted zone. He is absolutely furious that some clone actually humiliated him. Looking around, he sees the area is sealed. He figures Hella tried keeping him away from humans, which already makes him super annoyed. Then a monster spots him and drops in for a snack. Heimdall doesn't even turn around. Seeing zero resistance, the beast leans in to swallow him whole. The second those jaws cover his head, boom, Heimdall clenches his fist and completely obliterates its head with raw energy. Now he decides to have some fun by testing Yeon. Back home, Hella groans. She realizes Heimdall is heading straight for the sealed area near Millicutter Prep Academy. Looking at Yeon's face, she knows he gets it. He explains the students are camping exactly there. Now Hella knows exactly what Heimdall wants. She starts panicking. Heimdall can read the near future, meaning Yeon's friends might get dragged into this mess. He expected it, sure, but it still really bothers him. Now watch closely. He preps for a direct showdown with Heimdall and opens Hrunting's gift to see what kind of insane boost he got. He finds an S+ consumable called Giant's Blood. It packs massive power and wisdom, boosting those exact stats, but he can only drink it after hitting the minimum requirements. That makes sense. Entering the Great Ruins required S-rank status for a reason, to use it. Both strength and wisdom must be over 150. He has to hit S-rank first. Plus, he scores an extraordinary passive skill, Hrunting's Rage, literally doubling all damage dealt against Aesir gods and Valkyries. Hella proudly brags that's exactly why she rushed him through the second trial. Yeon is hyped with the loot and pats her head, glad she pushed him. She instantly jumps back, yelling about what he thinks he's doing, after calming down. Hella turns human again, claiming she knows how to help. By next afternoon, Yeon is bleeding from his eyes and nose just trying to spark Thor's lightning. He complains it's way harder than expected. Hella says that's normal. This legendary rank skill sits miles above S-rank or extraordinary tiers. Force that skill without leveling up and his body will literally shatter. Yeon realizes he's gotta master this stuff ASAP. Later, walking around, he hunts for a way to level up. Then it hits him, the Raven Hunter special quest, time to wipe out Odin's ravens. He's only bagged 1 out of 5. He needs the rest for a blank card and a rank cup. It's his only shot right now, but the clock is ticking. He thinks about using sacrifice to heal the recoil damage from Thor's power, but honestly, that wouldn't even fix the main problem. Suddenly, a car horn blares. Yeon freezes, ready to throw down with an enemy, but surprise, it's actually Guildmaster Yeon. She laughs, calling it a funny coincidence running into him. Recognizing her instantly, she asks if Lotus is treating him right since she heard about his recent signing. He instantly knows her game. Joking back, he asks if she really has free time for such a perfectly convenient coincidence. I know what you're thinking. He asks if she ran a background check. The mood turns tense, Hella slips away, and Sungyi hides nearby using stealth. He quickly dials Seong, reporting that Curator Guild made contact. He adds Yeon probably noticed his tail since he stared right at his hiding spot. Later, Yeon meets Yeon in private, demanding what she wants. Her answer is dead simple, she's recruiting him. He reminds her he's already taken. To sweeten the pot, she casually brings up Nidhogg's fang. Yeon's eyes go absolutely wide. She's dropping a fortune in S-rank gear. Meanwhile, Hella heads over to Hell's temple, straight up asking to borrow some of her raw power. Hella reminds her she's just a fragment, meaning that power would be super unstable. Hella agrees she might lose control and it could literally kill her. Even if she survives the boost, her lifespan is short anyway. Still, Hella goes all in, believing this is her true purpose. As the guide for the fifth trial and a compass against the big bad, she exists solely for Yeon Shing and this epic prophecy. Hella argues there has to be another way, but Hella admits she just wants to see the future Yeon builds through all this hardship. Even if she won't be around to see it, seeing her mind is set, Hella agrees to share her power, hoping she finds true happiness no matter her choice. Elsewhere, Sungyi warns Sim Jun that Guild Master Yeon is probably trying to recruit Yeon personally. He doubts Yeon cares about money, but Sungjun points out she has stuff way better than cash. She realizes Yeon rated his potential even higher than she did. Surprised, Sungyi asks if she'll just let it happen. Sungdin says it's not her call. Yeon is already becoming the world's strongest raider. Still, she makes one epic thing perfectly clear. She will never let anyone else snatch away what she wants. Back at Curator, Yeon asks Yeon about her crazy offer. Knowing he's only listening because he wants something, she tells Yeon to bring Nidhogg's Fang right over. That instantly grabs his full attention. In Yeon's past life, Nidhogg's Fang was a legendary blade, ranked right below Bameng. Playing it cool, he asks why she's showing it. Yeon finally suggests they stop dancing around and get totally honest. Yeon's whole aura shifts instantly. He demands to know her real goal, completely shocking her. He's just a student, but she hides her fear. Yeon calmly points out she's totally bluffing. Stunned, she listens as he smirks. He knows she brought Nidhogger's Fang to lure him into Curator. Yeon reminds him nobody else could offer this much. What do you and I make of this? That's a totally wild bet on a 17-year-old. All right, stick with me here. He notes Curator ignores battle raiders, but she claims times are changing when Yeon pushes for the real truth. She finally confesses the plan, poaching him from Lotus and building massive ties with the Raider Association. That is exactly why she threw a legendary weapon like Nidhogger's Fang on the table. She adds the contract lets him keep most of the profits. As she speaks, Yeon asks to just hold the weapon, pretending he might use it. Really, he's planning to use realization of magical artifact to clone the thing. Since he's super valuable, she totally allows it. Yeon grabs the weapon, flashes a quick smile, and tosses it back. He claims it just isn't his style, thanks her for the sweet offer, and stands up to leave. She asks if he hates the weapon. He says it just doesn't suit his vibe. Now totally irritated, she snaps that personal taste means absolutely nothing when it is an S-rank artifact. She reminds him this is a total once-in-a-lifetime chance that cash cannot buy, but Yeon shuts her down cold, saying there is nothing left to discuss. He politely bounces, leaving her completely frozen. Slumping back into her chair, it finally hits her. Yeon is exactly like his master Shingun. Furious, she swears he will regret this. Soon after, Yeon gets home and fires up realization of magical artifact to clone Nidhogger's Fang. He never expected to score it this early. Nidhogger is the legendary poison dragon from ancient myths, living in the spring Hvergelmere deep within Niflheim. Even with this massive upgrade, Yeon knows he has to stay sharp and extra careful. He wonders about Heimdall's true power, guessing the guy is easily on Thor's level. Fighting literal gods sounds totally crazy, but he still wants to see exactly how he stacks up. He also wonders if he can rewrite the grim fate Erd showed him. Later, inside the Mills Academy executive conference room, the top-tier students gather. Now watch this part closely. A woman nearby is stunned by their insane veteran auras. And the wildest part, they are all here to recruit one single guy, Min Yeon. Jang Yeon, leader of the top circle Guardian, claims he is theirs and tells everyone to back off. Another leader fires back, demanding their turn since Guardians snagged the best rookies last year. She argues mages and martial artists should stick to their lanes, so Yeon absolutely belongs with them. Snapping photos like crazy, the woman identifies the speaker as Han Jian. She leads Shangorn, a circle named right after the legendary Yuden Shangorn. Then another guy tells Jian to drop the nonsense. The media already dubbed Yeon a battle mage, so a pure mage circle recruiting him makes zero sense. Still snapping away, the woman notes the guy talking is Gongju Hyub, the confident leader of the second-rank Circle Garam. Shion repeats that Yeon fits Guardian perfectly as a warrior type, but the others call total garbage on that, to settle things. One leader suggests letting Yeon decide after hearing their best offers. Sheabai scoffs, calling her foolish for forgetting why they are even here. She shoots back that he is all muscle and zero brain, and the room absolutely erupts into chaos. The public and top guilds monitor these circles heavily to scout the most promising students. Because of this hype, the circle leaders try keeping a strict balance, but the camera woman thinks Sheabai might just destroy that balance completely. As the heated argument drags on, the fourth leader suggests everyone just pitch their offers to Sheabai. If he picks one, the others get a heads up in advance. But whichever circle bags him cannot recruit any of his friends, and they must give up 2 academy events. The woman hurriedly snaps more photos of the speaker. Choi Jian, she is the leader of Third Eye, the absolute underdog circle she built completely from scratch. Everyone agrees that Choi Jian's deal sounds totally fair. Thrilled, the camera woman grins, knowing this pure chaos is going to make one epic article. Meanwhile, Sheabai Yun gets a random call from Ine, asking him out to the National Raider Festival. He asks why the sudden invite, and she awkwardly mumbles about having a lot to see. Plus, Yoojung said every single raider needs to go at least once. Sheabai Yun asks if the rest of the crew is coming too, but after a long pause. I know what you're thinking, cute date, right? Well, Ine claims they are busy, so he agrees to go, mostly because the black market is popping, making this trip super useful. Especially after the brutal events before his regression, he is really hoping to score a sneaky trump card there to help him fight Heimdall. When Sheabai Yun asks for the date, she says April 25th, just 2 days away. She suggests meeting at the park at 9 a.m. Happy she did not stutter. She smiles when Sheabai Yun says it sounds fun. Hanging up, Ine stares at her phone, totally excited for this pseudo-date. Not long after, Sheabai Yunxing rushes back to the academy because he completely forgot something important. Right there in the guys' area, he bumps into Yoojung. He totally jokes, asking if she is suddenly planning to become a dude. She almost bites his head off, but confesses she came looking for him. Turns out she wanted to invite him to the exact same National Raider Festival. Then the big day finally arrives. Bright and early, Ine hits the park, worrying she showed up way too fast. Soon enough, Sheabai Yun strolls up, chuckling that she totally beat him here. He mentions he came early just to scope things out, but she was even faster. Flashing a smile, he suggests they head inside the festival. As Sheabai Yun walks ahead, Ine pauses, pressing her hands against her totally flushed cheeks. Meanwhile, the crowd spots Sheabai and definitely notices Ine Porger is hanging with him. Getting super uneasy, she hides her face from the massive spotlight. Then, out of nowhere, Sheabai Yun grabs her hand to speed things up, leaving her completely short-circuiting over the touch. Escaping the heavy crowd, he playfully asks how she even managed to invite him out when large groups make her so insanely nervous. Ine shyly apologizes, admitting she is still totally not used to it. Sheabai Yun brushes it off, asking if she is hungry before pointing out her favorite toast spot. Mind blown that he even remembered that detail, she quietly follows him. Flashing back to when Yoojung tried inviting him, Sheabai Yun instantly realized Ine lied about everyone being busy. Yoojung teased that he would probably rot at home all weekend anyway, but he just patted her head and smoothly apologized, saying his schedule was already fully booked. He offers to hang out another time, completely silencing Yoojung. Cut back to the lively festival, where Yiyun and Ine are playing games and munching on some delicious toast. Then the rain hits, so Yiyun runs to grab an umbrella, blaming the trash weather forecast. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here because things start cute. Yiyun totally surprises Ine by suggesting they snap a picture. He heard that is just what you do on these outings. Getting totally awkward, he turns away, saying they can ditch the idea if she hates it. But no way, Ine grabs his arm and agrees to do it. Inside, the worker greets them, calling them a super cute couple. Sheabai Yoojung gets a weird, familiar vibe from the guy, but just asks for the photo booth. Ine turns bright red, wondering if everyone actually sees them as a couple. The attendant points out the prop box, and she happily snatches up some bunny ears. Sheabai Yoojung finds this whole thing incredibly embarrassing. Worse, she grabs a pair for him too, forcing him to wear it. That first shot, super stiff and awkward, but they slowly loosen up. When they finally step out, Yiyun points out that one photo got completely ruined. The attendant apologizes, claiming the repair guy forgot to fix the machine. He gives it to them for free, joking that the blank space is for the beautiful future they will fill up together. This gets Ine blushing, wondering if Yeon is actually in her future. Yeon just stares at the guy, completely confused, then dropping his voice super low. The attendant whispers that protecting the future means protecting the present. Weird, right? After walking out, Yeon is left scratching his head over that creepy warning. The guy felt insanely suspicious, but Yeon sensed zero mana. Staring at his back, Ine suddenly stammers out a massive confession. She lied to him. She admits she never invited the rest of the group. She selfishly wanted him all to herself. Yeon just stands there, totally speechless, as crazy memories flood his mind. Hell Nightshade, Hrungnir, Thor, smeared and Erd. Shaking it off, he just smiles and says he is glad she had fun today. She tries responding, but totally chokes up. Don't blink now, she finally gathers her courage to confess, but boom, a massive explosion violently cuts her off. Alarms blare instantly. An announcement screams about a dungeon break. Raiders rush in to fight while the terrified crowd is told to evacuate as wild flames consume the whole park. Shocked, Yeon instantly realizes this mana is not from any normal dungeon. It straight up reeks of blood. A raider shouts for everyone to run, trying to guide the panicked crowd to safety. Panicking, Ine tugs Yeon, saying they really need to bail right now. But he refuses to budge and cranks up his mana detection. He drops a bomb, running equals death, because that guide directing traffic is actually the real threat. The fake raider bursts out laughing, super impressed Yeon caught on so fast. He asks if Yeon is the great enemy. Without hesitating, Yeon screams at Ine to run. Before she can even blink, this psycho teleports right to her, throwing a lightning-fast punch. But Yeon blitzes in with insane speed and catches the guy's arm. He angrily demands to know what this freak is. The stranger just laughs, mocking the Acer's great enemy as totally weak. Yeon ignores the trash talk and violently blasts him away with raw mana. The psycho reveals he is one of Odin's 5 ravens. He does not even have a name yet, but Odin will totally give him one after he sacrifices Yeon. Yeon gets totally pissed. This garbage is just like the fake who pretended to be his dad. Ine desperately calls out to him. Yeon tells her escaping is impossible now. She has to hide behind him. Spotting his weak point, the raven grins and promises to completely shred Ine to make him suffer. Yeon snaps. He activates realization of magical artifact, declaring the bird brain is the one getting shredded today. Recreating the dragon slayer sword Bamung, the two wildly charge into battle. You and I know flashy swords are awesome, but the raven sneers they are useless. Boom, their clash violently explodes. Yeon takes a breath, silently thanking her for the stone. He has to stay chill. The raven absolutely wants him raging and reckless, so Yeon forces his brain to focus. He desperately hunts for a weakness and an escape route, but the enemy lunges first. Yeon shoots his lightning chains, only for the raven's own chains to swat them away. Then out of nowhere, the raven slips a hidden dagger from his sleeve, deflecting every single chain. He bulldozes through the defense, leaping right at Yeon for the kill. Yeon quickly calculates their mana is practically dead even, but here is the problem. He cannot stray from Ine or she is absolute toast. So he literally steps onto his lightning chain, surfing right through the air to clash with the raven head-on. Even so, the raven's wicked blade grazes him. Yeon instantly uses sacrifice to heal up. He realizes this guy's speed is so insane that steps of light won't even close the gap. The raven smirks, admitting Yeon has neat tricks. He says Heimdall was actually right. Yeon is a legit threat to the gods. Then he loudly declares he will end him today. But Yeon knows that is a massive bluff. The Acer literally cannot kill him while the prophecy is active, which means he can totally weaponize that prophecy against them. Gripping his sword, Yeon charges straight in. The raven just laughs, calling the move basic. He completely expects that giant longsword to drag Yeon's speed down. So he blocks with chains, but surprise, Yeon totally fakes the sword swing and smashes him with his free hand. The heavy punch cracks the raven's mask, throwing him backward. Absolutely furious, a mere human hit him. The raven counters hard, but Yeon perfectly catches the deadly dagger with Bamung. Jumping back, Yeon fires up realization of magical artifact again. He summons Nidhogg's Fang. He totally wanted to save this for later, but things are getting way too desperate. The raven completely freezes. Nobody told him Yeon had a dagger with such a terrifying aura. Yi Hyun notices the freakout and instantly spots the enemy's guard dropping wide open. Boom, he fires his lightning chains, brutally binding the Raven's hands and shutting down his attacks. Using steps of light, Yi Hyun blitzes in, carving him up with dagger strikes. Nidhogg's fang instantly triggers, pumping pure poison into the enemy. Yi Hyun smirks at that. Ripping free, the Raven absolutely loses his mind that a human wields Nidhogg's power. Screaming, he charges once more. But Yi Hyun unleashes more lightning chains. The Raven blocks them, but he is visibly dragging. Jang Bai-hyun smirks, pointing out the poison is working. The momentum of this entire crazy fight has totally flipped. Spitting blood, the Raven swears he will drag Jang Bai-hyun to hell. But Jang Bai-hyun coldly reminds the idiot he cannot even kill him. The Raven grins, whispering he never planned to. Zooming past Jang Bai-hyun, he rockets straight toward Ina. At the very last second, Ina desperately throws up a mana barrier. He shatters it effortlessly. Her defense vanishes. The dagger flies in, so where do we go from here? Trust me, you are going to need the next chapter. Stick with me because today's episode is absolute madness. The Nornir system chimes in. Jang Bai-hyun just crushed Odin's Raven. He's one step closer to finishing his special quest, plus he scores a sweet level up. Breathing heavy, Bai-hyun watches Ina break right through the smoke, sprinting straight toward him. Tapped out of mana, he totally collapses into her arms. Holding him tight, Ina beats herself up for being useless again, just like the mock dungeon run. Flashback to a few hours ago, Yunshin heads back to her room, stressing because she finally built up the courage to ask him out, but Bai-hyun acted way too busy. That seriously gets under her skin. She figures she'll just hit up the festival with Ina instead, so she shoots her a quick text to ask if she's down. Ina quickly apologizes, saying she's already out. Yunshin is completely stunned. Ina basically never leaves and usually just sleeps all day in the dorm. She plays it cool, suggesting they grab dessert later, which Ina agrees to. But soon, Yunshin starts overthinking. Isn't it super weird that both Bai-hyun and Ina are out today? Then it clicks, what if they're together right now? Suddenly, she remembers every single time Ina turned into a blushing mess around Bai-hyun. She tries to deny it, desperately hoping she's wrong. Cut back to the present, Bai-hyun is leaning against Ina, totally exhausted. She remembers being helplessly stuck during the dungeon exam while he risked everything to protect her. She also wonders who the heck attacked them, because Bai-hyun definitely recognized the guy. Plus, that attacker's mana felt exactly like the weird vibe from the mock dungeon, making her wonder if it's all connected. After hesitating for a second, she gently touches his hair and Bai-hyun wakes up. He looks up and boom, their faces are just inches apart. Ina instantly turns bright red. Bai-hyun just smirks, thanking her for the shoulder pillow. After a quiet moment, he says he actually knows what she was about to tell him right before they got interrupted. Watch closely here because the tension is insane. He admits he might be totally wrong, but asks her to listen anyway. But before he can even finish, Ina presses a finger to his lips, begging him to stop. She is absolutely not ready for his answer yet. She desperately needs more time, promising to wait until he finishes his goals. Tears stream down her face as she asks to pause this conversation. Bai-hyun doesn't look thrilled, but he gently reaches up and wipes her tears. Later on, Bai-hyun is blowing off steam training against a pack of ogres. He dodges their heavy swings and unleashes sick lightning chains. Even mid-battle, his mind is spinning. Why couldn't he just answer Ina? He already knew she liked him, so why freeze up? Plus, feeding her false hope would only break her heart. Because he's distracted, one massive ogre finds an opening and swings down, trying to crush his head. Yi Hyun dodges and the system announces a level up. Blasting the ogre with wind magic, the system reveals he can finally sense the invisible wall that was holding back his potential. He is completely clueless, but Hela pops up beside him, saying he'll understand soon. Stepping close, she tells him he can absolutely do this. Yi Hyun jokes, asking why she's acting so nice, wondering if she's about to ditch him forever. He claims he won't fall for it, while she plays it totally cool. But deep down, Hela really hopes he won't get too attached, because she knows exactly what's coming. Fast forward and Yun shows up to see him. He introduces himself as the Guardian Circle leader. Yi Hyun instantly recognizes it. Guardian is literally the strongest martial arts group in the whole academy. He's impressed Kuryun leads it, but honestly still thinks the guy is weak. Yun offers him a spot, but a girl interrupts, claiming he can't poach Yi Hyun from her circle. Then Yi Hyun Hyub shows up out of nowhere, yelling nonsense. He insists the Garam circle is taking him instead. Yi Hyun tells them to quit it since everyone is staring. Before he says more, another Yi Hyun steps in, introducing herself as the leader of Third Eye, a top-tier circle. Yi Hyun is totally surprised. In his past life, he knew those other guys, but not her. This Yi Hyun says she isn't recruiting him, she just wanted to say hello. Yi Hyun says she picked a terrible time. Strangely, she claims meeting him alone would have been way too dangerous. A moment later, the elite students start arguing again. Yi Hyun shuts it down, plainly stating he isn't joining any of them. Haistel is totally stunned, asking what his plan is. He points out that even as Yunshin's disciple, a raider without circle experience starts at the absolute bottom. Yi Hyun quickly clears things up. He never said he wouldn't join a circle at all. Irritated, a guy grabs his shirt demanding answers, but Yi Hyun drops a massive aura, warning him not to cross that line. Startled, Yi Hyun quickly lets go. Smirking, Yi Hyun boldly declares he's making his very own circle. I know what you're thinking, he's crazy, right? The circle leaders meet up, totally agreeing that a freshman starting a circle makes zero sense. They agree it's wild, but admit there's technically no rule against it. Still, pulling it off is basically impossible because running a circle takes massive resources. And without a teacher or seniors backing you, it flops. But here's the problem, Yi Hyun might actually succeed, since the most important things are connections. Academy influence and pure cash. Looking at his crew, strong, popular, and ridiculously talented, the top students finally realize Yi Hyun never even needed their help. One leader groans that things are going to get super ugly. Yun insists they need a new strategy right now. If Yi Hyun can shake the entire academy with just his friends, then they better focus on pure survival, offering his circle's backup. Walking the hall later, Yun remembers Yi Hyun terrifying Ju Hyub, realizing they are dealing with an absolutely massive problem. He's the biggest threat since Choi Jae-hoon, the current boss of Third Eye. Later on, Yu Young is completely floored when Yi Hyun gathers the squad to pitch his new circle. He argues there's absolutely zero reason to join an existing group just to get bossed around. Ho Yen worries that as first years, other circles will put a target on their backs. Yi Shun admits fighting upperclassmen is scary, while So-yeol just straight up asks if this makes money. Yi Shun confidently assures the crew that if they get strong enough, absolutely nobody will dare to mess with them. After a quick pause, Ina says she is down for whatever. Yi Sung agrees, trusting his judgment, still super annoyed that her question got ignored. So-yeol asks again about the cash, and here's the ultimate flex to leave us both speechless. Yi Shun casually reveals his rewards and bonuses mean he's sitting on hundreds of thousands of points. Let's dive in. So-yeol calls him completely insane, while Yu Young is just furious this rich dude never bought them dinner. Hearing that, Yi Shun declares they are definitely grabbing food tonight, but when he asks why she is tagging along, she quickly reminds him she is enrolling next year. Plus, thanks to his sketchy mind powers, literally no other group will accept her. Yi Shun panics and immediately activates subordination to shut her up. He forces her to say she only tagged along because scamming these fools seemed super easy. She is absolutely horrified by her own words. The whole table freezes in pure shock, making So-yeol even more furious at him. Smoothly changing the subject, Yi Shun reminds them they are all crazy talented and need a solid circle to level up. Together, they can smash through their limits. Hyped up, Ho Yen instantly swears total loyalty and Ina jumps in too. She just wants enough raw power to save his life next time things go south. Meanwhile, Yun-young whispers to So-yeol that she is getting seriously bad vibes here. So-yeol completely agrees. That specific smirk always brings total chaos, but when his eyes turn dead serious. They both zip their lips. Yi Shun tells the crew it is time to grind hard, basically demanding they join his circle. Honestly, not like they have a choice. Later, the squad hits the Mills Academy Training Center. This elite gym is loaded with top-tier artifacts, strictly reserved for the best students and their closest friends. Totally wiped out, Yu Young loudly curses Yi Shun out, while So-yeol is just flat on the floor gasping. Ho Yen begs to quit because his muscles are literally screaming, but our guy says that means it is working. handing out healing potions. Yishun keeps them going. Soyeol yells that he is a traitor, but he just shrugs. He is not a combat cadet. Handing out 2 more sets, he analyzes this crazy gym. The gravity in here is dialed way up, accelerating their power gains. Nearby, Ina is just pushing through her heavy lifts. Now watch closely. Yishun remembers the Raven attack and knows history could repeat itself, so you and I can see his plan, buff his friends up fast. That way, they will not slow him down and can actually escape when things get dangerous. Soon after, he visits the Lotus Guild to see his master. She immediately asks if he is planning to jump ship to another guild. Playing dumb, he asks why, but she already knows the curator gave him an offer. Nidhogg's Fang, busted, he wonders if she would even let him walk away. Sungyun flat out says never, especially not to them, so why even bring it up? Because absolutely nobody is stealing her prized disciple from the Lotus Guild. Pulling his face uncomfortably close, she reminds him he has 0 reason to walk away from his sweet setup here. Not even for some shiny S-rank artifact. Sure, she cannot exactly give him that. But she grants literally every favor he wants, so staying is still a massive win. Jo Hyun smiles and swears he never even thought about leaving her. As long as she is around, this place is perfect. She jokes that his lies are so smooth she almost bought it. He just laughs it off completely. Later, he remembers Heimdall is definitely coming for him during the big outdoor camp, so he preps for absolute chaos. Finally, camp day drops and they hit the site. Riding the bus, Jo Hyun orders the squad to stay frosty. This is their real debut. Ho Hyun is hyped, but So Hyun smacks Jo Bai for shaking like crazy. He says he cannot help it. This finally feels real. Jo Hyun agrees, since actual monsters are waiting for them now. He mentions pro raiders already cleared most out, but danger is still everywhere. Suddenly, Inna asks why he named their squad Circle 9. Does he just love the number? Actually, Jo Hyun hates the number 9. In Norse myth, it holds crazy significance. He specifically picked it just because it is the thing he despises the absolute most. That weird answer just leaves Inna and Yujiang scratching their heads. Soon enough, the bus pulls up to an eerie abandoned city for the camp. Jo Hyun warns the crew they are officially out of the safe zone now, so stay frosty. Meanwhile, deep inside the ruined city of Daegu. You and I both know things are getting wild. Hyujen tells Heimdall a raven died, amusing him. Later, a television broadcast brings on experts to discuss the Iceland Great Ruins disaster. The host introduces Balak and Camilla, the very first S-rank mage. Balak looks absolutely miserable, while Camilla is just smiling for the cameras. She nudges him to play nice as European Union reps, but he grumbles that the crowd staring at them has literally 0 respect. Camilla admits the audience is looking super shady, but begs him to chill out anyway. Balak already knows exactly why everyone is acting weird. Everyone suspects the European Union pulled off the ruins robbery since they tightly controlled the site. The host casually brings up the Iceland theft, and instantly, Balak looks ready to absolutely snap. Camilla taps his arm, warning him to chill. The host boldly asks how 2 elite S-rank raiders actually failed to protect it. She pushes hard, asking why the absolute strongest union in the world could not clear the ruins first. The whole world is begging for these answers. Camilla just flatly admits they were not strong enough and leaves it at that, but the host keeps pushing, demanding to know what failed when they acted so insanely confident before. This time, Balak finally speaks up. Has she heard about the mysterious invader? Smirking, the host mentions the rumor about someone passing the qualification test. She claims the Union failed, then just raided the ruins, demanding the actual truth. Boom, that sets Balak off. He glares, asking if she's calling him a liar, completely terrifying her on live television. Camilla jumps in, yelling at him to stop messing around. Ignoring her, Balak walks right up to the camera and addresses the whole world. He admits the invader, Black Robe, was an absolute beast who crushed both him and Camilla combined. Instead of roasting their epic failure, he warns everyone to focus on this insane invader. Why? Because he guarantees Black Robe will return. Cutting back to the outdoor event, a strict instructor announces this survival camp will completely define their entire future at Mills Academy. It is a 1-week grind where circles must work together. Given nothing but basic survival kits, they have to use everything they have learned to hunt down wild monsters out here. But wander 50 kilometers away and you are disqualified. So what do you and I think their first goal is? Stick around to find out. All right, let's dive into this academy exam. Goal 1, survive and prove they're actual raiders. Goal 2 is bagging as many monsters as humanly possible before time runs out to collect drop tokens. Higher rank beasts mean way more points, but the instructors warn everyone not to get reckless and end up dead. If things go sideways, just don't panic. Teachers are always nearby. In an emergency, they need to find an instructor immediately instead of just hiding, after the briefing wraps up. Everyone gets rings to show team unity. Jo Bai-yun tells his squad to move out on schedule. As they leave, Ho-yun watches from the sidelines, whispering that it has finally started. Soon after, they find a solid base camp. Jo-yun guesses that high-rank flying monsters probably will not bother them here. Yun instantly complains about potential bugs, saying she absolutely hates places like this. Yi-sung tries defending the poor insects, but she snaps right back, declaring that bugs are literally the worst things ever. They start bickering like crazy, and Yi-sung quickly hides behind Yi-yun. Yi-yun cuts the nonsense and tells everyone to focus up. They are literally inside a ruined city sealed off after a massive monster invasion. Still, Yun-shin really hopes they farm enough points to buy endless ice cream and finally hit up that fancy restaurant they have been craving. She keeps hyping up food until she realizes Yi-yun is totally deadpan, which shuts her up. Yi-yun knows this exam is a total cakewalk for certain students. Especially for top freshmen like them. The real danger here is not monsters, it is Heimdall. He is absolutely sure that guy will show up. Yi-yun stays on high alert. In-na notices him zoning out and checks on him, but he brushes it off. Then someone asks In-na and Yi-yun why the vibe is so weird, like they totally fought before getting here. They even pry, asking if some drama went down over the weekend, but In-na just gives a cold stare and completely shuts it down. A second later, Sa-pyo suddenly warns everyone that people are rushing their position. Yi-yun smirks and jokes that they are probably just fanboys coming for her. Sa-pyo plays along, reminding him he swore to take responsibility for her, so he better step up. In-na and Yu-jiang completely freeze, their minds racing over what taking responsibility could possibly mean. The idea leaves them reeling. But pay attention here, Yi-yun tells everyone to get ready right before Circle Seed ambushes them. He totally saw this coming. So Yul used to roll with Seed, and he was the one who poached her to join his own squad instead. Back then, So Yul argued they were just a bunch of rookies, despite Yi-yun having crazy talent. She figured Seed had bigger numbers and honestly looked like the smarter choice for farming points. But Yi-yun told her she was completely missing the point. He asked if literally anyone in Seed was her real friend. She admitted they were strictly business partners. Then Yi-yun whipped out a magic record sphere and played audio of her own team trashing her behind her back. They called her useless in combat, saying she only stuck around to make their leader look cooler. Some guys even debated who got to flirt with her first. Hearing that pure disrespect made So Yul absolutely furious. Even after all that, she asked Jo Bai-hyun about her payout. He smoothly said it depends entirely on her performance. Flashing back to the present, Seed leader Ju Shang asks Jo Bai-hyun if he seriously thought he would survive poaching their scout. Jo Bai-hyun roasts him right back, asking if he already forgot getting totally wrecked during the freshman hunt. Ju Shang makes excuses, claiming he was just careless, and brags that Jo Bai-hyun cannot solo their whole group. Then Jo Bai-hyun summons a glowing ball of light, illuminating the entire zone, and tells Ju Shang he is not riding solo. He confidently states that even if all of Seed rushes them at once, they will not scratch a single member of his team. Jo Bai-hyun knows So Yul is a ridiculously talented scout. Recruiting her was guaranteed to bring major heat, but he decided the massive upgrade was totally worth the risk. Ju Shang hesitates, then sneers that strength does not matter for a rookie. He orders his goons to execute Jo Bai-hyun, and they instantly charge forward with drawn swords. Jo Bai-hyun literally does not flinch. Suddenly, Ho-yun triggers impervious defense, completely tanking the rush. In response, Seed mages desperately start spamming fire and lightning attacks. Yu-jiang instantly summons a massive air shield, perfectly blocking every single blast. Jo Bai-hyun smirks. His brutal training actually paid off. Yu-jiang mastered huge defensive spells. We both knew their magic was totally doomed. Seed members are mind blown, and one guy groans he saw this coming. He cries about why Ju Sheng picked a fight with the Lotus Guild master disciple over a brand new club. Then In-na coldly asks Jo Bai-hyeon if she should just delete them all. He says no, holding back. In-na activates Sword of Ulfhammer, launching magical blades straight at them. Absolutely panicking, they try running away, but the flying swords pin them down. Ju Sheng dodges, only to slip into a weird blue slime that glued him to the floor. Seeing them hopelessly stuck, Jo Bai-hyeon flexes his chemistry skills. He mixed regular slime with paralysis mushroom spores to create this beautiful trap, despite being completely pinned down. Ju Sheng spits a trashy insult, calling him a stuttering loser. Jo Bai-hyeon coldly warns him to shut his mouth. Then he casually asks if Ju Sheng knows exactly how much agonizing pain he can endure before finally dying. And boom, Jo Bai-hyeon viciously stomps his spine. He lets the others scatter, keeping only Ju Sheng. Ju Sheng begs his crew to wait, but they call him crazy and ditch him. Jo Bai-hyeon tells So Yul he will make sure Ju Sheng fails. She just calls him pure trash. The guy still claims he did all this for her. She instantly shuts that down, reminding him he literally called her a useless parasite who was only good for scouting ahead. She pulls her knife and slashes him until he passes out. Soon, an instructor arrives, totally shocked that 9 Circle actually defeated Seed. Ju Sheng and the guys In-na dropped are all knocked out. The teacher is seriously struggling to understand how a high-tier upperclassmen team lost to literal freshman rookies. Jo Bai-hyeon casually asks the teacher to keep them breathing, since they do not deserve to die yet. Before leaving, the instructor warns him to avoid brawling with upperclassmen. Once the teacher bounces, Jo Bai-hyeon turns and asks Soo-hyuk why he jumped in. Earlier, Soo-hyuk had actually tipped them off about the massive ambush from Seed. Back then, Jo Bai-hyeon just shrugged it off, calling Seed a bunch of idiots. Soo-hyuk walked away totally confused, questioning why he even bothered trying to help him. Jo Bai-yeon had also roasted him, saying solo players should just quit the exam. So when Soo-hyuk stuck around to help anyway, Jo Bai-yeon admits he never expected teamwork from a total battle junkie. Back to reality, Jo Bai-yeon asks his name again. The girls are completely shocked to find out he is actually Soo-hyuk. He gets super annoyed they forgot him, so what do we think happens next? Turns out Soo-hyuk actually argued against ambushing them during a secret Seed meeting. You gotta see what unfolds. Stick with me here. He pushed for a better deal, but Ju Sheng, he just wanted Jo Bai-yeon as his obedient junior. That totally threw Soo-hyuk off. Since when did Mills Academy get so toxic and political? Beating up a guy over pure jealousy? Absolute madness. So yeah, he officially quit Seed. Jumping to the present, Soo-hyuk walks away from Jo Bai-yeon's crew. Before bailing, he drops a cold warning. Watch out, because payback is absolutely coming. Once he leaves, Jo Bai-yeon says to get back to work, but Soo-hyuk complains loudly. They literally just finished fighting. But when Jo Bai-yeon starts preaching about power and duty, she interrupts. What is in it for her? Anyway, Mills Academy chose Daegu for a reason. They want the sealed city back. Because Daegu, that is where the very first gate exploded open. It was the first city to crumble when Yggdrasil spawned. So this whole trip is basically rebuilding boot camp. For Jo Bai-yeon, the Daegu tragedy cuts deep. His mom was there. Suddenly, In-na interrupts, calling them for dinner. Catching his heavy vibe, she asks if he is stressing over that unique skill. He sighs and admits she is spot on. Jo Bai-yeon flashes back to Hella's harsh truth. His current level, 0 chance against Heimdall. He needs to awaken his unique skill and totally shatter his limits. See, a unique skill runs purely on willpower. Hella told him to dig deep and find his true motivation, but honestly, the guy is still completely clueless about it. Inso admits she is totally lost too, but she fully believes in him. Feeling her support, Yiwon promises he will give it his absolute best. Meanwhile, deep in the field zone, Hoyin completely shreds a nasty worm monster. Seconds later, a mutant bird dive bombs soil, but she blocks it fast. After taking it out, Yujong points out this place feels nothing like Mills. In Ha nods, the mana here is suffocating, way worse than the level 10 testing room. They are in a field, an area swarming with monsters from a gate. Sayuk awkwardly admits she has no clue. Yiwon roasts her for sleeping in class, almost getting himself killed for it. He explains that fields are packed with mana, making them totally toxic. Now watch closely because things get wild here. Raiders survive, but normal folks take heavy damage. He warns the crew to stay alert. Anything could strike. Suddenly, a massive beast appears. Soil panics, asking if he is really fighting that thing. Yiwon smirks, telling his scout to just focus. She demands a promise that he will help her flee if things go south, refusing to die young. Yiwon just smiles. Calling him a jerk, she begs for a real answer. Yiwon says if she is that terrified, she can hang back. They will hunt alone, even if it wastes time and scores them way fewer points. That instantly makes Soil call him master, admitting he is the boss. Moving on, Yujung is stunned by the cleared zones, betting a certain legend did this. Inha has no idea who that is, earning a brutal roast from Soil for slacking. Then Soil randomly suggests they should be best friends. Hoyin drops some lore. Yujung met the first awakened. Yujung brags that even his dad could not beat Junsung. Daegu was basically ground zero for the monster flood. Pure chaos, people screaming, getting wiped out like ants. Then out of nowhere, Juwon, Korea's very first awakened, stepped up. As Yeon absolutely destroys that terrifying monster, he thinks about Juwon. The guy became a global legend and then just vanished. Nobody like him has shown up since. Post-battle, Yujung tells Yeon she knows Juwon inspired his journey. The legend vanished so fast that everyone just assumed the monsters finally took him down. Plus, he was the absolute first to wield the Asir system. Yeon wonders what kind of total badass Juwon was to unlock that insane power early. Later on, the crew finally pitches their tent. Inmo Shaw returns, and Yeon confirms that Soil's scouting was dead on. Harpies, worms, and goblins are swarming the area. He gives her props, and Soil snaps back. She had to be right, or he totally would have ditched her. Yeon laughs, asking how she knew. When she starts yelling, he casually mentions her paycheck, instantly turning her back into an obedient little employee. While the guys hype up her skills, Yisung slips up. Soil violently shuts him down, growling that only the guy paying her gets to run his mouth. Then Yihyun realizes Yujung is missing. Hoyin says she is cooking when she walks back in. I know what you are thinking. That is absolutely not food. Everyone goes pale seeing her creepy pot, but Yujung just brags about how hard she worked on it. Staring at that black sludge, Yihyun questions his life choices. Yujung beams, bragging that she slow-cooked a monster worm. Yiwon is totally speechless. She actually expects them to eat this biohazard. Honestly, he figures this junk would be a better weapon against Heimdall than actual food. Cutting away, Yeon meets up with Jahyun, asking for his next move. He shrugs. The great adversary is probably already scheming something huge. Yeon argues that the so-called Great One is still just a kid, but since the prophecy keeps hitting right, they seriously need Jahyun to step up. He smirks, noting Heimdall is making moves, so he will chill for now but strike if necessary. Honestly, Junsung thinks this game is finally getting fun. Back at the campsite, Yiwon straight up says this cursed meal will assassinate them. Yujung fiercely defends it. She begs Yisung for backup, but he firmly sides with Yi. Hoyin suddenly loses his appetite too. Whining that they are bullies, Yujung shoots puppy eyes at Soil. The guys wildly shake their heads, silently begging Soil to refuse. But man, Yujung's sad little pout is dangerously powerful, breaking down her defenses. So Soil caves, claiming the ingredients are technically safe. She takes one tiny bite, says it is fine, and instantly violently throws up by the fence. The boys absolutely roast her, joking she sounds like a dying goblin. Yeon says I told you so. Wiping her mouth, Soil screams she could not reject Yujung. Yeon tosses her some meds, teasing that she is way softer than she pretends to be. After recovering, Soil asks if there is weird drama between him and Inha. Yeon freezes. She begs him to chill out and stop being so harsh on the team. Yeon nods, totally surprised she cares. Then he smirks. So what do you and I take from this? The real hunt to take someone down starts right now. Let's jump in. Soil needs a minute to stop puking, while Yeon jokes about using Yujung's terrible cooking as literal monster poison. But she just starts throwing up again, so yeah, recovery is gonna take a while. Suddenly, a massive screech hits. Yeon yells to follow him. Their targets finally showed up. They sprint back to camp, and Yeon screams for Formation A because a whole flock of B-rank harpies is incoming. He orders glowing paralysis traps set up. Hoyin takes the front line, Yujung is running support, and Inha brings the heavy damage to defend their camp. After holding the line, they regroup. Hoyin is shook by the insane numbers and Yujung agrees. Harpies normally travel in fours, so this is crazy suspicious. A massive swarm like this, that absolutely means a high mana boss is pulling the strings. Yep, there's a harpy queen somewhere close by. Soil actually sensed it, but didn't realize it was right on top of them. Yeon tells the squad to guard the base while he and Soil go hunting. With her epic tracking skills, bagging the queen will be a breeze. He tells the crew not to sweat it, he can totally solo these monsters. Hoyin argues they should stick together just in case things go south, but Yeon bluntly says they'd just get wrecked and he'd be stuck playing bodyguard for them. Seeing them look super bummed, he clarifies it is not about trust. They gotta hold down the fort and back up the teachers if needed. Inha and Yujung reluctantly agree, though they hate it. Then, Yeon drops a massive stash of health potions on the team just to be safe. Yeon and Soil head out, telling everyone to stay alive. A grumpy Yujung says to call if he needs backup, and he totally teases her for caring. Before he can finish, harpies dive bomb the tent. Without even looking, Yeon blasts them right out of the sky with brutal lightning chains. He tells the squad to chill, he only takes fights he can easily win. While hunting the queen, Soil admits his team is actually super solid. Makes sense they lead the class in a brutal place like Mills. She's super hyped about how perfectly they handled that harpy ambush. Flashback to the fight, when the flock rushed them, Soil grabbed her knife but Yeon stopped her cold. He took point, telling his mages to just spam spells. The harpies charged, but Hoyin blocked with his massive shield and sliced them in half, from that alone. Soil bets Hoyin is already a rank, with the rest right behind. Then Yujung used Overflow, boosting the party's attack by 1.3 times. When a harpy aimed for her, she unleashed Wind Edge, shredding it and 2 others. Her casting speed leveled up, while Inha skewered a dozen harpies almost instantly. Yeon was super proud. Present day, he casually brags about being the strongest. Soil just rolls her eyes, calling him totally insufferable. She calls him a genius, but Yeon admits he never expected that title. In his past life, his toxic team just used him as a meat shield. He totally praises Soil for finding her own path and surviving Yujung's awful cooking. Getting closer to the boss, he strictly orders her not to die. She groans that she is way too young for that. As they push deeper, the Nornir system pings. He found the Region 1 boss in the lockdown city field. Now watch this part closely. They spot the Harpy Queen. Soil is absolutely terrified, but Yeon is hyped, knowing this A+ boss drops crazy god-tier loot. He casually walks up, making Soil think he lost his mind. Boom, he activates Artifact Realization to recreate Nidhogg's Fang. Soil immediately recognizes the dagger that sold for an insane auction price. The queen instantly unleashes a deadly feather storm, and Soil barely dodges out of the way. Yeon charges right in. Even though he is stronger, this monster is still lethal. He violently weaves through attacks to close the gap, realizing it's way stronger than before. He unleashes brutal lightning chains. That power level just feels wrong. An A+ monster wasn't this buffed in his past life. Someone definitely interfered. He leaps up, violently slashing his blade, daring Heimdall to stop hiding in the shadows. Meanwhile, Hugon is watching closely, gloating that his prediction was dead on. Something massive is coming, but he doubts Heimdall can actually handle his part. Just like that, Yeon totally annihilates the Harpy Queen. He clears the first region boss and claims the epic loot hidden in its nest. You and I totally agree with her, right? He is thrilled to grab the Tempest Wings, while a completely exhausted Soil realizes Yeon is actually straight up insane. The S-rank Tempest Wings grant crazy agility, strength, and the mid-air leap skill. This A+ ability creates a wind wall mid-flight, letting him double or even triple jump. Suddenly, they spot gear on the ground. Checking the stats, they're the legendary Dragon Gloves. Boom, the system announces an update on the first person ever awakened in Nornir. Later, after wiping out a few more random harpies. Hoyin gets hyped that they are nearing the top record. Then Hugon smugly chimes in, saying that is basically guaranteed with her on the team. Yeon is deep in thought about Juwon, the world's very first awakened. Why on earth is the Nornir system randomly updating his file right now? He highly suspects Juwon is directly tied to the system, and he needs to figure out why those gloves spawned. A bit later. Soil totally panics about losing her imbued necklace. Almost crying, she freezes when Yian casually hands it over. She calls him super creepy for even knowing she dropped it. He roasts her, saying forgetting stuff is totally on brand for her. Her mom literally asked him to babysit. He tells her to grow up and stop losing her gear. She snaps back, yelling to stop acting like her dad. They bicker until Ha Yu-jin asks if they're dating. Yi Hyan immediately denies it, while she threatens to end his life. In-ha shoots him a terrifying glare, ordering him to drop it since they already said no. Meanwhile, over in Valhalla, the Aesir gods throw a massive feast. Thor is loving life, war prep is perfect, and Heimdall promised to crush the great adversary. Thor genuinely believes the Aesir will rule the 9 realms. Then Tyr speaks up. So what do you and I make of this madness? Tyr calls Thor a fake for partying without Odin, but Thor savagely laughs, reminding Tyr that Fenrir chewed off his right arm. Stick with me here. Tyr totally roasts Thor about the giant coal stuck in his forehead, claiming he would literally die of shame. Thor gets totally triggered and demands a fight, but Freya steps in, warning them to chill out unless they want strict probation. Soon after, Freyja reveals Valhalla's army is shrinking fast and soul collecting is totally failing. She straight up blames Odin, saying Ragnarok ruined everything. Freya gets super mad, defending Asgard's boss, but Freyja does not care at all, declaring she will never worship Odin because he is absolute trash. When pushed, she goes ice cold, bringing up Odin's past betrayal. Then she drops a massive bombshell. Preparations for the second apocalypse are finally complete. The Einherjar, those dead souls meant to defend Asgard, are fully prepped, back at the field event. Yi Hyan figures out Heimdall is coming soon since he messed with the Harpy Queen, so our guy desperately needs to unlock his hidden skill super fast. He remembers his teacher calling him greedy, already overpowered but still wanting more. She admitted she could not help much since her own awakening was completely random. A terrifying gate opened right on the street, dropping bodies left and right. Amidst that wild chaos, a little girl ran for her life while Shan Jing watched in horror. She charged in to help, but even as an awakened fighter, she was way too weak. Right after the kid passed away, she unlocked a skill called Sacrifice, but sadly, it could not revive the dead. She tells Yi Hyan she has zero clue how to speedrun an awakening and warns him to chill. She doesn't want him losing something precious just for more power. Back in reality, Yi Hyan wonders if Ine holds the secret. He asks how she unlocked her skill without losing everything, taking a deep breath. Now watch closely, this hits hard. Ine admits her power came from her family's death. She actually let them die thinking it was best. Back when she was 5, losing her parents left her totally alone. After that, she and her grandma lived with her aunt. Without parents, she still never felt lonely. Not with her grandma around, even though her aunt was super toxic. Grandma was the only real family she had left. But that cozy vibe shattered. Ine overheard her grandma saying her days were numbered, begging the aunt to protect Ine. Suddenly, the poor kid realized her only safe space was about to vanish forever. From then on, her world went pitch black. She was already quiet, but now, total emotional lockdown. Fast forward to middle school. Her awful aunt mentioned a teacher calling about raiders making serious cash, mocking Ine by saying even a screw-up like her could finally be useful. The aunt guilt-tripped her about living expenses, claiming becoming a deadly raider was the only way Ine would ever have any real value. Ine absolutely despised this woman. She had stolen the parents' insurance payout and now wanted to milk Ine for cash, treating her entire family like massive burdens. The worst part, Ine could not even fight back, so she signed up for the dangerous raider program after her teacher praised her raw talent. Handing in the form, her teacher double-checked. Ine was a total natural, but sadly, mages got zero respect compared to the frontline fighters. The teacher hated seeing her risk her life, but Ine insisted. To her, living in that toxic house felt way worse than dying. Back home, her grandma checked on her too. Ine knew her grandma would pass away eventually, but could never be mad at her. She just accepted this twisted fate, giving up the fight. Bursting into tears, she claimed she was fine, but her sweet grandma told her she absolutely did not have to force herself into this. She just wanted her granddaughter safe, but once Ine chose that dangerous raider path, everything changed. She mastered mana and started slaughtering monsters, her icy personality helping out. But just as she settled in, her absolute worst nightmare hit. her grandmother passed away. Later, she discovered treatment could have saved her, but Grandma refused. Ine spiraled, wondering if the old woman just gave up and totally abandoned her. Without the truth, she just missed her like crazy. The soul-crushing grief made her blame her own foolishness, honestly wishing her grandma had taken her to the grave too. Soon after, the greedy aunt called to brag about locking in a sponsor contract, demanding Ine come sign her life away to the guild. That was the breaking point. Ine finally screamed in her aunt's face. When the evil woman snapped that she should be grateful she wasn't sold, Ine bolted from that house. You and I know her timing is cursed. She sneaks back at dawn, finding her house totally ablaze. Vicious monsters are pouring straight out of an open gate. Trapped under the rubble, the aunt begged for help, but Ine just froze, thinking, why save the monster who ruined my life, as tears blurred her vision. Jo Baeun softly interrupts, telling her to stop if the memory hurts too much. Meanwhile, Yu Young hears footsteps, assuming Jo Baeun just returned. But nope, it is Heimdall. His overflowing mana feels completely monstrous. Stepping up, he demands to know if they are friends with the great adversary. The squad just stares. When Yu Young asks what he means, Heimdall blasts an insane wave of mana, completely knocking everyone off their feet. Hitting the dirt, they hear his booming voice demanding answers. Seo Yul frantically uses telepathy, begging Jo Baeun to rush back because an absolute monster just crashed the party. But Heimdall catches on. He grabs her throat, lifting her up, and swears they will all die while charging a massive attack. He tells them to blame the great adversary, but boom, Jo Baeun bursts in, swearing he won't let that happen. He instantly triggers absolute calculation, completely canceling Heimdall's attack. Meanwhile, an annoyed instructor is complaining about babysitting duty when suddenly they spot a massive, terrifying purple mana wave. Before their brains can even process the danger, a colossal beast spawns right behind them, swallowing the whining instructor absolutely whole in one bite. The second guy totally freezes. He barely grabs his walkie-talkie before the nightmarish monster completely skewers him with a massive scorpion tail. Miraculously, he screams a warning over the radio just before the creature drains his life away completely. Trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride. Giant monsters flood everywhere. Heimdall faces Jo Baeun, blasting his god-tier mana, demanding to know how this human got Odin's eye. Stick with me here, it all made sense now. No normal human levels up this fast. Jo Baeun just dares him to come take it. Even Jo Baeun knows he can't solo someone this insanely strong. He tells his crew to run, this is his fight, but Yu Young flat out refuses. They are a team, still Jo Baeun strictly orders them away. Sword drawn, Heimdall laughs, asking if he seriously thinks he can protect his friends against him. One massive slash shatters the ground, but Jo Baeun triggers Wind Storm, instantly blasting his friends right out of the danger zone. Yu Young screams, asking what he is doing. His answer, run or everyone dies. She still tries to stay, but Ine grabs her. Jo Baeun is right, they do not stand a chance. Yu Young argues that is exactly why they should fight, but Ine trusts Jo Baeun completely. Her plan, dash to the entrance and warn the instructors immediately. Yu Young still hesitates, but right before bailing, she begs Jo Baeun to stay alive. With everyone safely gone, Jo Baeun pops frozen earth, icing the entire zone. Heimdall, intrigued. He notes the skill takes forever to cast, mocking him. Can he really hold out? Jo Baeun smirks. Why not? He has literally planned for this exact showdown with Heimdall. Heimdall lunges forward, daring him to try his little tricks, knowing this attack could still wipe out his friends if he misses. Jo Baeun triggers realization of the magical artifact, summoning Bamung for defense. Simultaneously, he fires lightning chains, anchoring his feet right before Heimdall's crushing strike hits. Boom, the blow slams Bamung, shoving Jo Baeun back, but those chains keep him standing tall. Heimdall realizes a mere human actually blocked his charge, and it makes him absolutely furious, but before the guy can even blink. Watch closely, this gets crazy. Jo Baeun hits midair leap with Bamung swinging, meanwhile across the battlefield. The instructors frantically call for backup. Students and teachers are already dropping. They are dealing with a massive monster migration unlike anything they have ever seen. Lead instructor Ms. Lee scrambles for a plan, but the top circle leaders step up. She tries to keep the students safely sidelined, but they absolutely refuse to back down. Reluctantly, Ms. Lee caves. She puts the students on support duty while the instructors charge the front line to fight the horde. But wait, when she tries flexing her powers, her mana is totally gone. The ACR system is completely down, her connection is entirely cut off. Other instructors report the exact same glitch. Lee is baffled, this system literally never fails. She asks if anyone can cast skills, and the circle leaders say yes. That is when it hits her, only the students have mana. Lee flips the strategy, sending the kids to fight while instructors provide whatever backup possible. The elite students sprint straight toward District 3, en route. Hyun orders Ju Hyub to cover the right flank. Ju Hyub fiercely snaps back. He takes orders from nobody. Hyun just tells him to hang back and heal, approaching the zone. They spot a massive skeletal monster. The insane pressure radiating off this thing literally gives them chills. Can they seriously fight something this huge? The ACR system flags it. District 3 boss, the Bone Dragon. Hyun knows right away this is gonna hurt. While Yi Hyun's crew keeps running, a preset text pops up on their team ring. He tells them to stop worrying about him, but asks a huge favor. The city gates are getting hammered by a field boss. He tells them to go defend it and promises he will catch up soon. Hearing this, Yu Young trusts that Yi Hyun 10 will survive, so they rush to help. Meanwhile, Yi Hyun uses mid-air leap and charges straight at Heimdall. Yu and I knew he was strong, but Heimdall finally gets why Yi Hyun 10 is the great adversary. Still, he predicts a loss, swinging his sword to launch a massive test wave. Yi Hyun 10 dodges beautifully using mid-air leap, closing the gap for a hit, but Heimdall easily blocks. Blasted backward, Yi Hyun promises he will regret that, diving back in instantly. He playfully jokes about crushing his recent exams, then pops intermediate great sword arts, comboing right into spinning strike. Blades clash with epic force. Heimdall admits the kid is skilled for a human, then immediately goes for a brutal killing thrust. Yi Hyun parries, then completely dismisses his sword. It catches Heimdall totally off guard, throwing him off balance. Heimdall stumbles forward. Yi Hyun Shin swiftly swaps to Nidhogg's Fang using his artifact skill, immediately firing off Dagger Rampage. In seconds, he lands dozens of slashes and slips right past. Nidhogg's Fang activates its passive skill, relentlessly stacking deadly poison all over Heimdall. Still, Heimdall sneers at these cheap little tricks. Yi Hyun just tells him to check his own body. Covered in cuts, Heimdall knows this level of poison usually does nothing. Those gashes should be fully healed by now, but nope. Brushing it off, he decides to just murder the kid quickly. See, Heimdall got temporary power to jam the ACR system, but even wielding Odin's authority, he can only suppress the academy so much. He really thought taking out the teachers was enough. Now, he admits Yi Hyun is way too tough to handle with just a third of his own power restored. Meanwhile, Yi Hyun flashes back to a spar with Hoyun. That is exactly where he copied Dagger Rampage and Spinning Strike. With those stolen moves and Nidhogg's Fang, he knows Heimdall is running out of time. Finally, Heimdall admits this kid is super entertaining. He still doesn't get why Asgard fears one single boy, but declares Yi Hyun worthy of his horn. He whips it out, and Yi Hyun instantly feels a terrible vibe. No idea what that thing is, but it screams danger. Before Heimdall can play it, Yi Hyun wildly rushes in, dagger ready to shut him down. Heimdall just tells him to feel honored hearing the G-Jaller horn. He blows it. A massive shockwave blasts Yi Hyun backward, the raw sound completely freezing his body. The Nornir system chimes in, his physical stats just got slashed by 50%. Worse, nearby monsters swarm around Heimdall. Yi Hyun is completely stunned. Heimdall smirks, magic is his specialty. Lightning forms in his hand while Yi Hyun desperately tries absolute calculation. So what do you and I think happens next? Let's jump right into this absolute madness. The system warns his level is too low to resist the artifact. Monsters swarm, and Heimdall blasts Yi Hyun with lightning, making him scream. That's Heimdall's signature move, Flow Reversal Spell. It's not lethal, but the pain is absolutely brutal. While Yi Hyun writhes, Heimdall promises he'll rot forever in Asgard's underground prison, then fires off another massive blast. Boom, a shield suddenly blocks it, made by Hela. Heimdall is stunned, and Yi Hyun is totally confused. Seeing her body physically breaking apart, Hela realizes she's almost completely out of time. Heimdall smirks, saying he wondered where she hid. Now he can actually see Hela's divinity hanging right over her. Hela starts gathering wind magic. Yi Hyan tries stopping her, totally knowing she'll die if she keeps burning that divinity, exactly like Heimdall warned. She fires anyway. Heimdall easily dodges and charges back. He says that power is way too much, asking why she'd throw her life away. Watch closely now. Does she really think he'll save the 9 worlds? Hela says it's not just faith. She absolutely knows Yi Hyan will kill Odin and stop Ragnarok. Furious, Heimdall leaps in, but Hela decides to end things herself, summoning a massive viper to swallow him whole. Even then, Yi Hyan begs her to stop. Meanwhile, Hyan is slicing through monsters, tanking heavy blasts from that bone dragon when it fires again. He has to stop attacking just to block. Around him, the students battle smaller mobs. Yi Hyan fights up front while simultaneously healing the wounded. Students panic, screaming the bone dragon will wipe them out. Yi Hyan admits they can't hold much longer. But Hyan yells to keep pushing since they can't contact the outside. Soon, Yi Hyan runs out of mana and curses. Hyan prays for more fighters, and right then, Yi Hyan's friends arrive. Hyan objects instantly, saying it's way too dangerous for first years to face an A+ threat, but mid-sentence, a wolf-like monster ambushes him from behind. Hyan counters with 100 Azure Splendor Sword, instantly slicing the beast to absolute ribbons. The others jump in immediately, keeping their promise to Yi Hyan. Now, you're probably thinking rookies against a dragon. Yep, Hyan is totally shocked seeing them charge straight at that massive horde. He rushes right in with them, calling for Yu Young's support. She instantly activates Overflow. Then Mana Field to buff the team. Ine readies Sword of Ulfhammer, while Hyan unleashes 100 Azure Splendor Sword. They start shredding through the monsters together, and the upperclassmen quickly push in too. Hyan thought only Yi Hyan had that insane talent, but wow, his friends are literal monsters too, just as a massive Taurus monster tries, smashing Hyan straight into the ground. He blocks its heavy axe with his shield. Ine quickly slices its limbs, creating the perfect opening for Hyan to take its head. With this squad backing him up, winning finally feels possible. Nearby, grateful students thank Yiseong for saving them with his healing potions, while Soyoung safely guides others toward the exit. Soon, only that massive A+ boss monster is left standing. Hyan and Juhyub rush its leg to pin the beast down, and Hyan yells for the others to reach the core and destroy it. Hoyin quickly shouts for Yu Young to hit the dragon with debuffs, so she leaps up and casts a heavy one right on it. Meanwhile, Juhyub is completely salty, grumbling that these rookies are stealing their spotlight. Hyan just laughs, that's reality. Circle 9 simply hits harder. Super annoyed, Juhyub unleashes Whirlwind, aggressively shattering the bones in the dragon's leg. That confirms Hyan's suspicion. Juhyub recklessly attacks without caring who's nearby. So stepping up, Hyan activates Deadly Pierce and cleanly slices right through more of those leg bones. Opening created, he signals the squad. Ine drops Sword of Ulfhammer, Hoyin winds up, and trust me, we're in for an epic finish. 100 Azure Splendor Sword shatters the dragon's core.